Chapter 335. The surrounding elders were shocked by Yi Fan's words. The people outside the stone garden were stunned at first, then broke out into an uproar. Bet? Are you going to bet on that white rock on the ground? It's obvious that it's a white flower stone. It's impossible to extract the source energy from it. Even the lowest level stone gambler knows that. Young man, even if the 9-orifice stone golem is empty, don't be so weak. There will be more chances in the future. I think he's possessed. Even at this point, he still wants to gamble with others. The crowd outside the Heavenstone Garden discussed fervently, especially Wu Ziming and the rest, who laughed loudly. What are you betting on? You're going to use that white rock to extract the source energy? What a joke. I think he's mad because he can't take the blow. I already said that he doesn't know his place. Now he's back to square one. He thinks he's a Genesis technique expert, but he fell from the clouds. Overestimating himself, Yi Fan's expression was calm as he said, "Who wants to bet with me? I'll bet with the 9-orifice stone golem. If I lose, I'm willing to pay 25,000 kilograms of source energy." The moment he said this, the crowd first fell silent, then exploded into an uproar. This guy is crazy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. 25,000 kilograms of source energy. If you can take it out, I'll bet with you. Someone shouted in provocation. Can't take the blow, so you're going to give up? Someone mocked. Within the stone garden, Yao Yuekong came forward and advised, "Brother, there's no need to be like this. At most, we'll start all over again. It's impossible to extract a rare treasure from such a white rock." Yi Fan shook his head and persisted, "It's fine. I just want to bet with them. I even managed to extract a divine herb today. I feel that the heavens are on my side." The fist-sized rock on the ground was glaringly white. Everyone was speechless and sighed when they thought of its astronomical price. Extracting a divine herb is a great opportunity. It's a rare item that hasn't been seen for many years. Do you really think you can extract such a divine item? What a joke. Do you have the source energy or not? If you do, I'll bet with you. Outside the stone garden, all types of noises sounded. No one believed that the white flower stone could produce an origin stone. Li Heishui was anxious. He secretly transmitted his voice. "Are you really confident? This is the white marble stone. Even a beginner gambler knows that it's impossible to get it from the source." "I'm more or less confident," Yi Fan replied secretly. "Really?" Li Heishui saw that Yi Fan was very calm, so he was skeptical. "How could I have tricked myself?" Yi Fan thought to himself. "You're too sinister. You're fishing." Li Heishui relaxed and chuckled to himself. "Everyone says I'm black-hearted, but I think you're even blacker than me. You clearly got something good, yet you're still so calm. You didn't forget to scam these people. I think I should call you Yi Hei instead." At this moment, there was a commotion outside the stone garden. No one could remain calm. The old Taoist nun from the Tao One Holy Land had to take a few steps forward to prevent people from rushing in. Yi Fan swept his gaze over everyone and said, "Everything I said is true. Look at what this is." He waved his sleeve and a large pile of source energy appeared on the ground. It flickered with light and surged with spiritual qi. Wu Ziming, Li Chongtian, and a dozen others had lost a total of 42,000 kilograms of source energy to him. The great Xia prince had also lost 10,000 kilograms of source energy. In total, it was just over 50,000 kilograms. Outside the stone garden, everyone felt a little dizzy after seeing so many source energy. Most of them were young people and had never dealt with so many before. Their eyes were all burning with passion. "Does anyone dare to bet with me?" Yi Fan asked again. This time, everyone was stunned. 50,000 kilograms of source energy was too much. Normally, such a scene was rarely seen. Those who could take out so many source energy would not fight over it. Most of them were the big shots of the older generation and used it to buy rare treasures. Even for people like Jiang Yifei and Miaoyi, their expressions changed slightly as they were slightly surprised. Some people's mouths were dry and they could not help but swallow their saliva. Their eyes were a little dazed as they stared at the 50,000 kilograms of source energy in the garden. However, Such a large pile of source energy was really too much. No young person could take it out at once, so they all stared at it. Some of the older generation could take it out, but they could not put down their pride. Especially in the stone garden, the old people around Yi Fan all had great backgrounds. Many of them could afford to take out 50,000 kilograms of source energy. However, just now, they had followed behind Yi Fan and seemed to be choosing stones together. They could not put down their pride to bet with him. How about this? I will lower the standard and use 1 square of source as the standard. As long as you work together to gather enough, you can come in. I will accompany you one by one. 10,000 kilograms of source energy was divided into 3 squares, and 50,000 kilograms of source energy was divided into 15 squares. Yi Fan divided the large pile of source energy into 15 piles and looked at the crowd. Bet, let's gather source energy and join together to bet with him. At that moment, 7 or 8 people gathered 10,000 kilograms of source energy and became the first batch of gamblers. Wu Ziming, Li Chongtian and the others could not hold back and wanted to immediately enter the field to bet. This was a rare opportunity to take revenge for what happened before. These 2 country bumpkins are doomed. Unfortunately, we do not have source energy on us. What should we do? Wu Ziming was unwilling. Isn't that Senior Li Yishui in front? He is the Grand Elder of Disillusionment Palace. Li Chongtian is your Grand Uncle Xian. Why don't you go and borrow some source energy? Someone suggested. That's right. I see that Senior Li Yishui is quite dissatisfied with those 2 youngsters because of the godly medicine. Li Chongtian, you go and explain. I think he will definitely lend us some. All right, I will go and try. Not long after, Li Chongtian returned with 10,000 kilograms of source energy. Yi Fan did not make a sound and calmly watched them walk over. He had been waiting for these people and knew that they would borrow source energy from Li Yishui. At this moment, Li Yishui revealed a deep and cold smile and looked towards the stone garden meaningfully. Old thing, let's see if you can still smile in a while. Seeing this, Li Yishui's mouth revealed a cold smile. Is there anyone else who wants to bet? Yi Fan's gaze swept across the crowd. Many people were tempted and wanted to team up. However, seeing how calm Yi Fan and Li Yishui were, they were a bit doubtful and hesitant. Especially the elders in the stone garden, they all showed strange expressions and felt that the situation could change for the better. Is there really no one else? Yi Fan asked again. At this moment, the little nun in white was still squatting on the ground and holding her beautiful chin. Her big eyes were incomparably pure as she unhappily muttered, "Hurry up and cut it." Yi Fan asked many times but no one responded. Now, many people were a bit doubtful. Even Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian were a bit uneasy. This was because Yi Fan was too calm and collected. In the end, no one else entered. Only 2 groups of people wanted to bet with Yi Fan, a total of 20,000 kilograms of origin source. Hurry up. The little nun in white tilted her head and blinked her big eyes to urge them. She was a bit dissatisfied. Little sister, since you are in such a hurry, I'll let you cut the stone, okay? Yi Fan laughed. The little nun in white wrinkled her nose and ignored him. Her expression was focused and only stared at the stone. The great Xia prince was really annoyed and wanted to slap Yi Fan. He frowned and walked a few steps forward to stand beside his little sister. Hurry up and cut the stone. Wu Ziming and the others urged. Okay, let's wait for the peerless treasure to appear. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. He held the sharp silver knife and moved it on the fist-sized stone. Kacha! The sound of the stone cutting rang out and the surrounding people immediately quieted down. It was as if they had returned to the beginning and no one said anything. The stone powder rustled down and the silver knife moved very quickly. Not long after, the fist-sized stone had shrunk to half its original size. It was still a white marble stone and there was no strange phenomenon. Although Wu Ziming and the others wanted to laugh, they couldn't. In this solemn atmosphere, they were even a bit nervous. In the end, the stone was not even the size of a plum. Many people couldn't help but talk about it. The majority of people believed that it was impossible to cut out anything. It was already such a small piece and it was a white marble stone. If there was a divine object inside, It should have long sensed spiritual energy. Even Li Heishui couldn't keep his cool. Everyone looked at Yi Fan, but he was still very calm and accurately cut the stone. Gotcha! When it was only the size of a lychee, the color of the stone finally changed and became a dark red. Many people cried out in surprise. Yi Fan slowed down and carefully peeled off the stone. Everyone immediately held their breath and no longer made a sound, quietly observing. In the end, a dark red stone shaped like a heart was peeled out. The old people present were all shocked and revealed incomparable expressions of pity. What a pity, this 9-orifice stone golem really has a chance to transform. The heart has already formed, and in a few million years, it will most likely develop spiritual intelligence and become a saint spirit near the level of an immortal. What a pity, it shouldn't have been born so early. If it was discovered, everything would be for naught. All the old people shook their heads, feeling that this was the will of the heavens. Otherwise, in a few million years, it would be an incomparably terrifying existence that could compete with the ancient emperors. The 9-orifice stone golem can only stop here. In the end, it couldn't give birth to a rare treasure. What a pity for this stone embryo. Seeing that all the old people present had come to this conclusion, Wu Ziming immediately laughed and mocked. Genesis technique genius, hand over the source. Yi Fan ignored him and continued to cut. As expected, after the dark red stone heart was cut open, there was nothing. Ha! Li Chongtian and the others laughed loudly, full of joy and mockery. Outside the stone garden, there was an uproar. Many people were filled with regret and wanted to beat themselves up for missing such a great opportunity to bet. Hee hee. Disillusionment Palace's supreme elder Li Yishui sneered meaningfully. The Xia Prince and Yao Yuekong also shook their heads, feeling that Yi Fan was too impulsive. This was equivalent to giving away the source for no reason. Young man, what can I say about you? You really shouldn't have done this. 9 out of 10 bets are lost, especially when it comes to source stones. If you don't cut it open, it's hard to predict the result. Some of the old people around shook their heads, all feeling sorry for Yi Fan. Yi Fan was still very calm and did not say much. However, Li Heishui was sweating profusely, and nothing came out. This was a very big blow to him. Especially after seeing Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian's mockery, he was even angrier. Seeing the sympathetic and gloating expressions of the others, he couldn't help but sigh. What? Can't say anything? There were a total of 2 groups of people who bet with Yi Fan. At this moment, they were all very pleased with themselves. Genesis technique genius, go back and practice for a few more years. Not everyone can cut such an expensive stone. You overestimate yourself, thinking that you are the reincarnation of the Yuan Taoist master. What a joke. Since you don't want to say anything, we will collect the source ourselves, ha. These people laughed heartily, especially Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian, who were even more presumptuous. Around them, Yao Yuekong, the Xia Prince and the others were silent, and the group of old people also did not speak. Outside the stone garden, there was an uproar. Most people were blaming themselves and regretting. Wait! At this moment Yi Fan suddenly said calmly, I have not finished cutting the 9-orifice stone golem. What right do you have to touch my source? Hearing him say this, everyone was stunned. Even people like Jiang Yifei and An Miaoyi were surprised. You still have stones to cut? Wu Ziming and the others looked at the ground, but they did not care. The little nun in white was still holding her chin and did not get up. She said in a clear and melodious voice, hurry up and cut it. Let me see what is inside. Yi Fan picked up a flat stone from the stone powder. It was half the size of a palm and about an inch thick. Such a flat stone, you still hope to cut out something rare? You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Even now, you still won't give up. We will wait for you to cut it and see what comes out. The 2 groups of people who bet with Yi Fan did not believe that they could cut out anything. The corners of their mouths curled into a sneer. Can you still join? Since you still have stones, I also want to bet with you. Someone outside the stone garden shouted. I want to join too. Count me in. The Heaven Stone Gardens suddenly became noisy. Many people shouted and wanted to join. Tens of thousands of kilograms of source was really enough to make people jealous. What should we do? Li Heishui was anxious and secretly transmitted his voice. Wait to collect the source. Yi Fan replied. I understand. You little brat, after causing trouble twice, the hesitant people still dare to come in. As expected, I should call you Yi Hei. Li Heishui suddenly understood. This time, Yi Fan did not agree as readily as last time. He was somewhat hesitant and said, Everyone, why do you have to be like this? Not long ago, you were the one who said that you wanted to bet with everyone here. Why are you backing out now? Words that have been spoken are like water that has been spilled. We will also join. This old bastard. Li Heishui cursed in a low voice. He discovered that Li Yishui was sending the source to Li Chongtian's group. The dozen or so people were adding fuel to the fire. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up into a cold smile, and he said with a sound transmission, I just want to scam him, this big fish. This old fellow can take out tens of thousands of kilograms by himself, and the others can't even gather 10,000 kilograms. Finally, when Yi Fan agreed, several people quickly rushed over and piled 30,000 kilograms of source on top of Wu Ziming's group. The others were unwilling. Another dozen or so people gathered 10,000 kilograms of source, but they were too late and could only return dispiritedly. 50,000 kilograms of source against 15 square meters. Everyone, when the time comes, you have to admit defeat. Yi Fan became increasingly calm. Who will win and who will lose? I think it's the other way around. Wu Ziming sneered. At this moment, Li Yishui's heart jumped. He felt something was wrong, but unfortunately, the source had already been sent in. Quickly cut the rock. When a genius like you gives us 50,000 kilograms of source, haha, what genius? He is just a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Fan smiled and became even more calm. He said to the old nun of Dao One Sacred Land, Senior, please seal this space to prevent the rare treasure from escaping. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and could not help but look at the scene. Even the number of people talking decreased. Are you sure you want to do this? The old nun asked calmly. I am sure that a peerless rare treasure will appear. Yi Fan was very sure. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This was truly a series of twists and turns. Seeing his expression, many people subconsciously believed him. Of course, there were also many people who were doubtful, and some even sneered and mocked. He really lost his head from gambling. He still refuses to give up. Let's see how he will deal with this. If he can't cut anything, I want to see where he will put his face. He is shooting himself in the foot. Let's wait for him to make a fool of himself. The people who said this were naturally the people who had bet with him. They were the most arrogant, and all of them had cold smiles on their faces. The old nun of Dao One Sacred Land did not say much. She decisively sealed this space, and a transparent light curtain covered this place. From start to finish, the young nun of Dao One Sacred Land was very calm and indifferent. She had been watching indifferently. As for who was the most curious, it was undoubtedly the little nun in white. She was very dissatisfied with Yi Fan. She wrinkled her nose and urged Yi Fan to hurry up and cut the stone. Little brother, are you sure you can cut out a rare treasure? Yao Yuekong asked. The Prince of Great Xia also looked over. I am somewhat confident, Yi Fan answered. Hearing this, the surrounding old people were undoubtedly the most shocked. The stone was very special to them. After all, they had been watching it for many years. If they really could not cut out anything, they would undoubtedly be very disappointed. This time, Yi Fan revealed an extremely serious expression. This stone was the forehead of the stone, including the area between the eyebrows. When he cut out this area, he had already confirmed that there was something extraordinary inside. However, he was not in a hurry to cut it open. Instead, he continued to peel off other parts. Now, he had no choice but to be serious. The silver knife slid down, and the stone layer was slowly peeled off. His movements were very slow, as if he was afraid of cutting something. He was extremely careful. Crack! When Yi Fan's last knife landed, the entire piece of stone cracked. Far away from the eyebrows, a cocoon-like object fell out. It was only an inch long and half an inch thick. It was dark gold in color and shone brightly. It was a metal cocoon. No one knew what it contained, but it gave people a very special feeling. He really cut something out. Everyone was shocked. The rare treasure inside the white flower stone was beyond everyone's imagination. This is the thing that came out of the 9-orifice stone. What on earth is it? At this moment, the dark gold metal cocoon attracted everyone's attention. Bang! Suddenly, it trembled slightly and trembled on its own. What? It can move? Is it some kind of ancient creature? Everyone's expression changed. There were indeed many legends about ancient creatures. What could such a metal cocoon contain? Yi Fan quickly retreated, feeling the danger. At this moment, a shocking murderous intent permeated the air. It was so shocking that many people's faces turned pale. What on earth is about to be born? Many of the older generation began to be on guard. This was the only reassuring thing. There were many older experts here today. Crack! The dark gold metal cocoon quickly cracked. Then, a black sword aura shot out and pierced through the old nun's seal. The cold, murderous intent caused people's souls to tremble. The bone-chilling murderous intent was intimidating. The cocoon completely shattered and turned into dust. A small black sword less than an inch long appeared in its place. It clanged and exploded with murderous intent. It pierced through the sealed space and shot up into the sky like a black light. Heavens, this murderous intent is too terrifying. It's definitely interwoven with Tao and reason. The 9-orifice stone statue is indeed a miraculous being born by heaven and earth. It contains such a divine sword. If it wasn't born too early and placed here, the 9-orifice stone statue would have become a sacred spirit in the future. This is a murderous sword created by heaven and earth. Some of the older people exclaimed, "Heavens, look! What material is it made of?" It seems to be black dragon patterned gold. That's right. It is indeed a sacred object exclusive to the great emperors, black dragon patterned gold. This was even more shocking. Everyone was extremely excited. The small black sword, less than an inch long, was covered with natural dragon patterns. It was simple and natural, but at this moment, a black light shot up into the sky. It's made of the same material as the sacred weapon of the wavering light sacred ground, the dragon patterned cauldron. This is a peerless treasure. The 9-orifice stone statue actually gave birth to such a thing. This will be its future weapon. This 9-orifice stone statue is amazing. If it wasn't cut open, it would be able to compete with the great emperors. Although the black dragon patterned gold sword was less than an inch long and was a very small sacred object, if it hadn't been born prematurely and nurtured by the 9-orifice stone statue, it would definitely become an extreme sacred weapon in the future. Everyone was both regretful and shocked. The 9-orifice stone statue was too extraordinary. It was born with a weapon, and it was a sacred object like the black dragon patterned gold. If it could really be born, its battle power would definitely shock the world. Everyone worked together to seal the small black dragon sword. Quick, seal it. It was born prematurely, and the stone statue has a grudge. Hold on for a while, and the sword will return to its normal state. The black dragon patterned gold sword was born from the sacred object of the sect. This result made everyone who had bet with Yi Fan dumbfounded. Wu Ziming and Li Chongqian's faces turned green. As for the supreme elder of the disillusionment palace, Li Yishui, he almost vomited blood. This result was too unexpected. Their hearts were bleeding. Tens of thousands of kilograms of source stone had been swindled away just like that. At this moment, these people couldn't bear it anymore. Damn, this is too cruel. Tens of thousands of kilograms of source stone. These two brats are too evil. Their faces are evil, and their hearts are evil too. Those who had bet were on the verge of collapsing, and they kept cursing. However, no one was paying attention to them. The black dragon patterned gold sword that had been cut out was definitely a rare treasure, and everyone's attention was drawn to it. Especially since it was born from the 9-orifice stone statue, it was absolutely moving. White-robed Jiang Yifei was the first to transmit a message to Yi Fan. Following him was the beautiful En Miaoyi. If not for the fact that the stone garden was sealed, she would have floated in. At this moment, many people expressed their goodwill to Yi Fan and wanted to buy the sword, even though it was very small. Chapter 336. Inside the Heavenstone Garden, sword energy rushed to the heavens. The small black sword that was less than an inch long moved with endless murderous intent. Compared to normal weapons, it was really too short and small, to the extent where it was even somewhat insignificant. However, its might was terrifying. The black light pierced the clouds with a cold and austere aura that made people tremble to the bones. Even their souls were trembling, and their bodies and minds were terrified. Some of the older generation took action at the same time. The black light was suppressed and retracted from the sky. Meanwhile, the small black sword was jumping about, wanting to escape. Clang! It turned into a beam of black light and pierced through a precious stone, stabbing into the light screen the old Taoist nun had set up. The old Taoist nun's jade-like fingers pressed down in the void. The space was sealed and all directions became silent. A type of divine might of the great Tao surged and immediately pressed down. Dang! An elder flicked his fingers continuously. Hundreds of beams of divine light shot at the small black sword, causing it to tremble. It then turned into a beam of black light and shot back. Chi! The black light flickered with a dazzling sharpness as it shot towards the crowd. Such a terrifying weapon was absolutely powerful. Some of the elders' expressions changed as they all took action. Clang! More than 10 elders flicked their fingers at the same time and struck the small black sword. It shook for a while and its light finally dimmed. The 9-orifice stone man was cut, so its resentment is indeed great. We need to put in more effort to disperse its remnant will. Only then would the small black sword return to its normal state. It was now a completely vicious weapon that could kill and injure people. If not for the old Taoist nun and so many elders sealing the stone garden, this place would have become a land of blood. The small black sword's power was flourishing as it interweaved with the Tao. Moreover, it was cast from the black dragon patterned gold. It could be said to be unstoppable and almost impossible to block. Clang, clang, clang. The black dragon patterned gold sword vibrated as black light shot out in all directions. It interweaved into a terrifying black lightning that actually had the power to destroy the heaven and earth. Li Heishui was shocked and said, "So terrifying. Even cutting the stone is dangerous. If one is not careful and is pierced by it, all rare treasures will become illusions." The young master of the Sky Demon Palace, Yao Yuekong, exclaimed, "The black dragon striped golden sword, this is a rare treasure, absolutely priceless." The great Xia prince's gaze was fervent as he said, "Brothers, sell it to me and I will give you a satisfactory price." Yi Fan shook his head and said, "I don't have that idea yet. Maybe I'll keep it for my own use." It wasn't that he couldn't sell it, but that he couldn't right now. Just now, quite a few people sent him sound transmissions, saying that he couldn't sell it right now. Yao Yuekong's eyes were also burning with passion. This is a weapon made from a saint artifact. Even though the materials used are few, and it is far from an extreme saint artifact, it is still extremely rare. It can be sold at a sky-high price. Boom! The stone garden trembled. When these elders truly took action, not even the black dragon pattern sword produced by the stone man could display its power. It was still sealed in the end. The reason why it was so swift and fierce was mainly because the Tao and truth intertwined with each other were displaying their might under the effect of resentment. It was equivalent to a little incomplete nomological power. These elders did not stop there. Each of them pointed out a finger, and a divine light shot out. Bolts of lightning fell down and enveloped the small black sword. This was equivalent to a baptism. With a chi sound, the resentment was dispersed and completely refined. The small black sword lost control, and the black light finally disappeared. Ding! The black dragon pattern sword fell to the ground and pierced through a precious stone. It was made of a special material, a saint artifact, and it was extremely heavy. It actually sank into the ground. Yi Fan quickly moved forward and with a wave of his right hand, he guided the small black sword up. It turned into a black light and appeared in his palm. Even though it was less than an inch long, it was very heavy, 1,000 times heavier than ordinary refined iron. Even though it was so short, it still weighed more than 100 pounds. When it was in the stone man's forehead, it was not heavy at all. Only after it came into being did its heaviness become apparent. Worthy of being a weapon that interweaves Tao and truth, to have such a mysterious transformation. After subduing the black dragon pattern sword, there was a short period of silence. The stone garden immediately became noisy, and a group of elders surrounded Yi Fan. "Little brother, sell this sword to me, 130,000 pounds of origin source. Sell it to me, 150,000 pounds of origin source. This old one needs it, 180,000 pounds of origin source." When these people opened their mouths, they easily offered hundreds of thousands of pounds of origin source. Many people's eyes were burning hot. At this moment, the stone garden was in an uproar, and the surrounding cultivators were both envious and jealous. Two exceptional treasures were cut out, and both of them were sold at sky-high prices. Many people's eyes were green, and they looked over like wolves, wishing they could pounce over and snatch it. This black dragon pattern sword interweaved Tao and truth, and it was definitely the older generation's favorite. It was priceless. Of course, it also had a fatal flaw, and that was that it was too small. It could only be measured with a piece, and compared to normal weapons, it was like a sesame seed. Many great figures would refine an iron peak or several great mountains when refining magical treasures, and the materials used were in the tens of thousands of pounds. Its value lay in the fact that it interweaved a portion of its own laws, and the materials were divine objects. Even though it was small, it was still an exceptional treasure. "Seniors, let me think about it myself." These old men couldn't be provoked, and Yi Fan didn't want to offend them. The black dragon pattern sword was only half an inch long, and its entire body was jet black. It was sparkling and translucent, and it didn't move at all in the palm of his hand. There were dragon-shaped patterns on its surface, profound and natural. These were natural dragon patterns of the great Tao, and also the origin of its name. The more Yi Fan looked at it, the more he liked it. He felt that if he used his powerful divine sense to control it, it would definitely be unstoppable, and it could greatly increase his combat strength. However, cutting out this rare treasure in front of everyone and wanting him to stay might cause great trouble. This was a problem that gave him a headache. After thinking about it carefully, he already had many treasures in his hands, and the most important thing now was to collect origin source and raise his cultivation level. "Let me see." The little nun from the great Xia dynasty revealed a hopeful expression. Yi Fan handed it to her, and the little nun in white held it in her palm. Her large eyes blinked, and she couldn't shift her gaze away no matter what. "Little brother, please sell it to us." The great Xia prince spoke again, wanting to buy the sword. "My sister likes it so much, as her elder brother, I want to give it to her as a gift. This old man also likes it, but no one wants to give it to me, so I can only buy it myself." An old man at the side joked. "Yes, as old men we can only buy it for ourselves. Little brother, do you think 180,000 origin source is enough?" The little nun in white returned the black sword to Yi Fan. She was reluctant to part with it, and her large eyes glanced around, unable to shift away. The purple-clothed demon Yuekong smiled and said, "Little brother, don't be in a difficult position. Who should you sell it to? Just put it in our Sky Demon Treasure Tower for auction." Yi Fan was surrounded by the crowd, and it was difficult for him to get away. At this moment, the elegant Jiang Yifei entered the garden, and after bowing to the old nun, he also came forward to buy the sword. At the same time, In Miaoyi walked over gracefully. Her fragrance that was like an orchid drifted in the air, her eyes were clear like water, and she had a sweet smile on her face. Although she didn't say anything, it was clear that she was also interested in this sword. Li Heishui squeezed in with great difficulty and said, "Everyone, you all know the origin of this sword. It is the weapon of slaughter of the future Holy Spirit. It was nurtured by the 9-orifice stone man. This is the holy sword born from heaven and earth." Everyone couldn't help but sigh in amazement at how miraculous creation was. A black gold dragon-patterned holy object was born between the 9-orifice stone golem's eyebrows and transformed into a holy sword. All of this was too inconceivable, shocking, and inconceivable. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Seniors, let me think about it carefully. In any case, I will not be leaving the Divine City in the near future. When the time comes, I will give you a satisfactory answer. From start to finish, the one who was the calmest was the Dao One Holy Land's female Taoist priest. She stood in the distance, her eyes calm and indifferent. Yi Fan put away the large pile of origin source on the ground. Rays of light flickered and sparkled. It could be said that his harvest was huge. He had obtained another 50,000 kilograms of origin source. Those who gambled with him all had ashen faces, without a trace of blood. Especially Wu Ziming and the others, they had the urge to kill. They felt that they had been tricked. This was a trap, waiting for them to fall into it. Hey brat, you guys are ruthless enough. If you say another word, I will fight with you. Li Heishui mocked. Just now, you were mocking us and mocking us. How do you feel now? Using the words you used to mock us, we fell from the 9 heavens to the ground. Let me add another sentence, we still fell face first. You, Wu Ziming and the others were so angry that their bodies trembled, but they couldn't do anything. Now that Yi Fan's origin source technique was astonishing, he was the center of attention, like a moon surrounded by stars. Even people like An Miaoyi, Yao Yuekong, and the elders with great backgrounds didn't want to get involved. Yi Fan had first obtained the divine medicine, then the holy sword from the 9-orifice stone golem. At this moment, he had naturally become a popular figure, and many people wanted to rope him in. Brothers, I have already booked a banquet at the Drunken Immortal Inn. We will not return until we are drunk. The prince of the Great Xia secretly transmitted his voice. This was something that had already been agreed upon, so Yi Fan didn't refuse and agreed. Let's celebrate today, Yao Yuekong said with a smile. He also had the same idea, and he had mentioned it before. Before that, I have to pay my debt. Yi Fan walked forward, arriving in front of Master Yuan and the old nun, and piled the 45,000 kilograms of origin source on the ground. The 9-orifice stone golem was extremely expensive, and if it wasn't for the dragon rune black gold holy sword, it would have been a huge loss. Not far away, the supreme elder of the Disillusionment Palace, Li Yishui, was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This was equivalent to him paying the bill. He had been tricked into such a cowardly state, and he was literally rushing to deliver the source. How could he endure this? Today, we will have a good chat about origin source techniques, the prince said, his sister following beside him. And Miaoyi suddenly transmitted her voice with a smile. Miaoyi, I intend to prepare a table of delicacies for lunch and toast with wine. I wonder if little brother is free? She was the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Barren Territory, and every frown and smile of hers could move people's hearts. Being invited by her was something that many people wished for. She quietly waited for Yi Fan's reply. If news of this were to spread, many men in the Divine City would definitely be envious and jealous. Jiang Yifei's white robe was spotless, and he looked like a jade tree in the wind. His smile was very infectious, and he didn't step forward. Instead, he spoke to Li Heishui, wanting to invite the two of them. Beside him, many elders were also very direct, and they extended an olive branch to Yi Fan. They were not only interested in the dragon rune black gold holy sword, but also his origin source techniques. Naturally, many people had the same idea. If they could befriend a origin source technique genius, it would naturally be beneficial in the future. Chapter 337. The Divine City was a place where experts from Eastern Barren, the royal family of Central Plains, and the overlords of Northern Plains would often appear. Everything here was luxurious and prosperous. The Drunken Immortal Inn was known as one of the 8 great immortal inns of the Divine City. It floated in the air. This was a bejeweled jade palace. Every brick and tile of the palace was carved out of jade, and it was beautiful and magnificent like a dream. Yi Fan and Li Heishui rejected the others and went to the Drunken Immortal Inn with the prince and Yao Yuekong. The little nun went with them. The palace was surrounded by white mist. It was richly decorated, as if they had arrived at the ancient heaven. The group flew into the air and stood on the white jade stairs. They looked back and saw the mist. It was like they had arrived at the celestial world. May I ask the heavens if there are celestials? The prince of Great Xia murmured in his heart. Yi Fan was startled. Comparing the past with the present, he was dazed. In this world, cultivators could fly in the sky and travel 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. If he was in his hometown, he would already be a celestial being. The white jade road stretched forward like a bridge that led to the heavens. They strolled on it, advancing step by step. Many spiritual birds and rare beasts danced among the clouds. Among the majestic palaces, 16 young girls flew in the sky and landed in the mist. They bowed respectfully and led the group forward. The drunken immortal inn was very particular. It was a retro building that looked like it had been through thousands of eras. It was majestic and had a deep foundation. Li Heishui smiled. Everything here belongs to the Huang Jin family. Brother Yuekong, aren't you afraid of attracting trouble? Those who come are guests. They won't be unreasonable and ruin their reputation. Yao Yuekong's strength was shocking. It was hard to find a worthy opponent among the same generation. Not long ago, he fought with the descendant of the Huang Jin family. Esteemed guest, this way please. The 16 young girls were not weak cultivators. However, they could only lead the way and serve the dishes for the guests. Southern Heaven Gate. Yi Fan's expression changed. There were 3 ancient words engraved on the grand gate in front of him. As he walked here, there were clouds and mist everywhere beneath his feet. This place was built to imitate the legendary ancient heaven the Prince of Great Xia introduced. It was obvious that he was a regular here. Why haven't I heard of the ancient heaven? Yi Fan asked. 10,000 years ago, the Qing emperor mentioned that he wanted to build a celestial court. He had laid out such a layout, but he eventually fell, Yao Yuekong explained. The Azure Emperor was the great emperor of the fiend race from 10,000 years ago. He was Yen Ruyu's ancestor. As for how long he had lived, it was hard to say. It can't be that some ancient heavenly court really collapsed, right? Yi Fan was suspicious. Impossible, Emperor Qing only mentioned it. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty shook his head. After passing through the southern heavenly gate, there was an incomparably spacious area ahead. It was divided into 4 regions, each with the 4 sceneries of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. This place. Yi Fan was surprised. It was much more spacious than on the ground. There were many palaces here. The 4 gardens had 4 different scenes of the 4 seasons. Yao Yuekong said, there are 4 barriers here. Although they can't be compared to the small worlds created by the ancient sages, they are almost independent spaces. The Golden Family of Northern Plains has a deep understanding of the Tao of space. A young girl beside him said softly, esteemed guest, please choose the garden. In the end, Yi Fan chose the winter scenery. Ever since he came to this world, he had never seen a season with snowflakes. The cold air brushed against their faces. The palace was covered in silver and snow. Standing under the palace, all they could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. Yi Fan was lost in thought. He thought about the snowy season in the past. Those people and things, now they were separated by a galaxy. It would be difficult to meet them again. A delicate fragrance drifted over. The plum trees were proud of the snow and the wind. The flowers bloomed in the bitter cold. They sat down and enjoyed the snow and the flowers while drinking. It was a unique scene. After drinking several times the fine wine, even the little nun in white's face was flushed and her big eyes were sparkling. Princess, you are a monk. How can you drink? Yi Fan joked. The little nun in white did not cut off her hair and covered it with a snow-white hat. She wrinkled her delicate nose and murmured in a low voice, I'm cultivating in the secular world. Yao Yuekong said, I have long heard that Buddhism has all kinds of divine arts. They are all amazing in the world, but I have never seen them before. Yi Fan wanted to get information about Sakyamuni from the Buddhist faction, but the prince and the little nun of Great Xia didn't talk about it in detail. What is the name of Buddha now? Past Buddha or Tathagata Buddha? Yi Fan asked Li Heishui secretly. Buddha is the revered one. There are no other names. The little nun said. What kind of Buddha is Sakyamuni? Yi Fan asked indifferently. The little nun's blushing face froze. She stared at the wine glass with her big eyes and didn't say anything else. The prince sighed. Sigh, let's not mention this name. It is a taboo in Western Desert. I also want to know what happened. I have flipped through many ancient books and can only come to one conclusion: there is no Tathagata Buddha in Buddhism. Why do you say that? Yi Fan asked in confusion. It seems like the Buddha has already perished. The Prince of Great Xia shook his head slowly after saying this. Brother Xia, you are in the wrong. Li Heishui raised his glass and drank. We have already said this much. Why are you still hesitating? Are you trying to keep us in suspense? The prince was called Xia Yiming and the little nun was called Xia Yilin. After getting to know each other, they started to call each other casually. He is the revered one, but he isn't. The traitor might have something to do with him. Some say he is the demonic shell of Buddha. Xia Yiming didn't say anything else. Yao Yuekong said, Your Royal Highness, can't you be a bit more specific? This is just a little secret that I've heard. There's nothing else. You must not speak of it, or else you will be killed. Grand Xia Prince Xia Yiming said. What secret? Who will kill us? Yi Fan asked. Let's not talk about this. There is nothing to gain from it. Xia Yiming shook his head firmly. Brother Xia, with your status, why are you afraid? Yao Yuekong didn't understand. We really don't need to talk about Buddhism. Xia Yiming raised his eyes and looked around at the endless snow, saying, Mount Meru is not an ordinary place. Seeing him like this, the others didn't ask any further. The prince's knowledge was indeed limited. Yi Fan asked another question. How long has Buddhism existed? It has existed since ancient times. The little nun lowly Xia Yilin's pure big eyes were filled with doubt. She looked at him as if he didn't even know this. Since ancient times? Yi Fan was shocked. Buddhism existed before the Sakyamuni 2,000 years ago. This left him in a daze. There aren't many people in the East Baron who know about Buddhism. It's fine if you don't know about it. Yao Yuekong smiled. Yi Fan thought about it. On the other side of the universe, Buddhism was created by Gautama Buddha, but there were already Buddhists before him. Rather than saying it was created, it was more accurate to say it was spread. In some ancient scriptures, it was recorded that Gautama Buddha saw Buddhists cultivating at the expense of their bodies. He thought that it was not the right way, so there was the Rulai Dharma. He felt that he had grasped something, so he didn't ask any further. He thought about it for a while before coming back to his senses. Outside the palace, there was a vast expanse of whiteness. Snow swirled in the air, and the fragrance of plum blossoms wafted through the air. The few of them drank and chatted merrily. This banquet cost 250 kilograms of source energy. It was quite expensive, but compared to the legendary Immortal Banquet, it was nothing. The Immortal Banquets here cost tens of thousands of kilograms of source energy. They are specially prepared for divine lords and mighty beings, and they need to be booked in advance. Otherwise, it would be difficult to gather all the ingredients. Even Sky Demon Palace's young Lord Yao Yuekong was speechless. Isn't it too exaggerated? Yi Fan asked. It's not an exaggeration at all. Take one of the dishes Divine Phoenix Wings as an example. It's really cooked from a bird king that has part of the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix. It condenses all of its essence, and ordinary cultivators can break through a realm after eating it. Yi Fan suddenly asked, Is there a heavenly rock wing? There was a heavenly rock banquet in the past, but the old rock king made a big fuss over it. In the end, the golden-winged heavenly rock was cancelled because of him. Yi Fan opened his mouth, speechless. Li Heishui said, There are only a few immortal banquets a year. Only when the Divine Lord invites the mighty beings will it be held. Let's not think too much about it. But I really want to drink a cup of enlightenment tea from the immortal banquet. It is said that even mighty beings can gain enlightenment from it. Yao Yuekong shook his head. Enlightenment tea is a rare item in the immortal banquet. It's priceless. There is only one tree of enlightenment in the entire Eastern Baron. It's good enough to collect 30 leaves every year. God knows how many people are watching. There is only one tree of enlightenment in the world. Where is it? Yi Fan was surprised. In the Undying Mountain, Yao Yuekong said. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The Undying Mountain was one of the 7 forbidden zones in the Eastern Baron. It was located in the north of the central region. Yao Yuekong said, The only tree of enlightenment is still growing in the Undying Mountain. Every year, only 30 leaves can be sent out. That's not far from the Holy Cliff, right? Yi Fan asked. That's right, it's not too far away. It said that the sacred cliff was a cliff that was cut out of the undying mountain by someone with peerless magic power. Yao Yuekong was worthy of being the young master of the Sky Demon Palace. He knew many things. Yi Fan nodded. He had to make a trip to this place, and it wouldn't be too long, because the Holy Cliff had the 9 secrets. The Holy Cliff was connected to the undying mountain. Ancient Saint Huang died there. The cliff was dyed dark red with blood. There was also a great emperor carved formation runes there. Yi Fan felt that there must be a lot of secrets there. Suddenly, music could be heard. In the palace next door, a girl in white was playing solo. A flock of spirit birds were attracted. These palaces were open for the nobles to admire the snow and plum blossoms. They could see each other sometimes. It's a Miaoyi. Yi Fan's expression changed. Fairy-in, why are you playing solo here? The Grand Xia Prince asked. Miaoyi also arranged a banquet here. I wanted to toast little brother Gu Feng with wine, but I was rejected. And Miaoyi's brows were arched. Her flawless face had a faint smile. Gu Feng was Yi Fan's current name. He couldn't walk around the divine city with his real name. Fairy-in, why do you say that? Why don't we drink together? Yi Fan smiled. Yao Yuekong and the Prince of Great Xia also invited her. And Miaoyi smiled lightly and nodded. Then she walked over gracefully. She walked over and glanced at Yi Fan with her big eyes. She smiled and said, Little brother Gu Feng, you are the first person to reject me. Miaoyi is very vengeful. Chapter 338. And Miaoyi gracefully sat down. She had a natural body fragrance that smelled like orchids and musk. She would occasionally take a sip and speak witty words. She clinked glasses with a few people and very quickly blended in, not feeling like she had suddenly joined the group. The Great Xia Prince and Yao Yuekong were not ordinary people, so they would not be moved by ordinary beauty. However, Miaoyi had a strange charm that made people uncontrollably feel good about her. Little brother Gu Feng, Miaoyi offers you a cup of wine. You won't refuse this time, right? Her smile was very sweet. Yi Fan took a sip of wine and said, Next time, I will invite Fairy-in to admire flowers under the moon as an apology. Yao Yuekong immediately laughed. Under the moon? Little brother Gu is still young, don't learn bad things. And Miaoyi rolled her eyes at him. Although she came from Miaoyu nunnery, she was usually as pure as ice and as clean as jade, like a snow lotus on a cold peak, sacred and inviolable. At this moment, her smile was like a flower, giving her a unique charm. Yi Fan smiled. How would I dare? Brother Yuekong has misunderstood me. Fairy-in is as beautiful as the moon fairy. Last time, Yiyu's zither music left a deep impression on me. I was thinking that if I apologize under the moon, I might be able to see an immortal dance again. The Great Xia Prince smiled. How about Fairy-in perform an immortal dance for us now? The snow is swirling. Do you have the heart to let me dance in the cold wind? And Miaoyi smiled faintly, but eventually stood up and went to the plum trees outside the palace. She danced like a cloud, her clothes purer than snow. Like a fairy, she danced in the snow, her graceful figure vividly displaying a kind of gentleness. The plum blossoms danced in the air, sparkling and translucent, revolving around her. There were specks of red in the pure white, making her look even more ethereal. Good. Waves of cheers came from the other palaces. Many people could see the flawless figure of an immortal dance in the snow. Not long after, Miaoyi gracefully floated into the hall. Even the little nun in white was influenced and became much closer to Miaoyi. Little brother Gu's Genesis technique is amazing. How did you cultivate it? As they drank and chatted merrily, they finally brought up this question. This was what everyone wanted to know. It's just some ancient techniques passed down in my family. It's hardly elegant, Yi Fan replied. Yao Yuekong said, Little brother Gu, you are too humble. Although you have only fought 2 or 3 times, I can tell that you have some amazing skills. Great Xia Prince Xia Yiming said, so it comes from a Genesis technique clan. I wonder which clan it is from? Yi Fan already knew that there were a few Genesis technique families in the northern region that had a long history and were very famous. They also had close relationships with the great sage. A small family in the mountains, not even worth mentioning. It's not some aristocratic clan, and merely some shallow Genesis techniques passed down by their ancestors that they never use. When Yao Yuekong heard this, he said, as expected of an expert, a hidden clan. It can't be the Yuan Taoist Masters branch with the longest heritage, right? That is the strongest Genesis technique branch in the world. Yi Fan shook his head and said, Little brother Gu, you are too humble. I can see that your Genesis technique is quite ancient. It can't be the Yuan Taoist Masters branch, right? That's the strongest Genesis technique branch in the world. The prince said, Little brother Gu, you are too humble. I can see that your Genesis technique is quite ancient, and I'm afraid it's not much weaker than the Yuan Taoist Masters branch. There are a few great Genesis technique families in the northern region, and I feel that your Genesis technique is better than theirs. I've seen 2 of their successors, and they are definitely not your match. Yao Yuekong said, and Miaoyi smiled, Of course I know. I heard that a few people from a Genesis technique family came to the 9-orifice stone statue, but they gave up in the end. How can they compare to little brother Gu? To be honest, I was just guessing. Since I had already cut out the divine herb, I just took a gamble. Yi Fan smiled and changed the topic. He didn't want to dwell on this. Li Heishui said, Your Highness, your Xia Empire has a royal family stationed in Divine City all year round. Are you really that concerned about Genesis technique? Indeed. The great Xia prince answered. Yi Fan swirled the wine in his jade cup and said, I've heard some rumors, but I don't know if they are true or false. Yao Yuekong also said, I've also heard some rumors, can Brother Xia explain to us? The great Xia prince Xia Yiming put down his cup and said, What you've heard must be that our ancestors obtained a heavenly book from a stone when they cut the Genesis technique, allowing us to rise unstoppably and establish the great Xia Empire. Is that true? Yes, that is the legend. Li Heishui nodded. And Miaoyi was also very concerned. She softly smiled and said, Your Highness, please tell us in detail. Let us understand more about it. The prince was overjoyed. It's all a rumor. How can the Tai Huang scripture be cut out from a stone? It was created by our ancestor, the Tai Huang scripture, and it represents a kind of achievement. The Tai Huang scripture was one of the 4 great scriptures of the Central Plains. Its offensive power was unparalleled in the Central Plains, and it seemed to be the strongest in the world. It was said that the only one that could compete with it was the fighting formula of the 9 esoteric arts. Unfortunately, this peerless saint art only appeared once every few hundred generations. The 2 great saint arts had never met before, and everyone wanted to know which one was stronger and which one was weaker. Yao Yuekong nodded and said, I'm also thinking, how could the Tai Huang scripture originate from someone else? The Tai Huang scripture was a legend, close to the level of a god. Some said that he could go against the laws of nature and kill immortals. Back then, his offensive power made the entire world tremble. Once he used his imperial draconic chi, no one in the world could compete with him. The Grand Emperor had left behind an indelible mark of glory in the annals of history. Xia Yiming said, The reason why the great Xia imperial clan resides in the northern Divine City is purely because we need the source and the rare treasures within it. The crowd didn't believe it. At least, there were other rumors. Some said that they wanted to refine a cauldron of immortal pills, while others said that they wanted to repair a saint weapon. Yao Yuekong said, According to the ancient records of the northern Divine City, more than 100,000 years ago, during the desolate era, a peerless beauty was cut out of a rock. Do you think it's similar to the 9-orifice golem? Li Heishui shook his head and said, It's hard to say. Maybe it's an ancient creature that was sealed in the source. It said that the land of the great sage couldn't stop her and let her escape. And Miaoyi said, The source isn't just for gambling, there are even more valuable things. Li Heishui said, When they talked about the source, they couldn't help but mention the 2 rare treasures that Yi Fan had cut out. Everyone started to evaluate their value. That human-shaped godly medicine is too damaged, only 2 legs are left. It's worth at most a few 100,000 kilograms of source. The great Xia imperial prince said. Yao Yuekong nodded and said, its real value is less than 50,000 kilograms. Primordial godly medicine is more valuable than divine source, but it's still too damaged. Without a doubt, he had the right to speak. After all, the Sky Fei Treasure Tower was one of the 7 great auction houses of the Divine City. If someone urgently needs it, they can auction it. I think there will be a huge increase in the price. Yi Fan smiled. Without a doubt, and Miaoyi was born with a clever mind. She instantly guessed what was going on and said, the Holy Lands are attacking the Purple Mountain. If there are any casualties among the important figures, they will definitely fight to bid for the primordial divine medicine when they return. That's right. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. Unscrupulous businessman. The little nun in white mumbled. Little sister, you can't say things like that. I'm saving lives. Yi Fan smiled. Who's your little sister? The little nun wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes. If that's the case, I think it can reach 300,000 kilograms of source. Yao Yuekong said. Gulp. Li Heishui gulped down a mouthful of wine to hide the sound of his own saliva. This was too shocking. A damaged primordial godly medicine was still so valuable. What's the price of the black gold dragon vein sword? He couldn't help but ask. My 2 brothers, can't you sell this small sword to me? I will give you a satisfactory price. The prince was very sincere. It was obvious that the little nun in white really liked the small sword that was less than an inch long. Hearing this, her big eyes immediately blinked. Miaoyi is cultivating a special art and urgently needs an invincible weapon. I also want to buy this sword. And Miaoyi smiled. Yi Fan flipped his hand and the black gold dragon vein sword appeared in his palm. He passed it to the others for them to admire. Yao Yuekong said, not long ago, someone from the Sky Fei Treasure Tower sent a black gold dragon vein sword smaller than a fingernail. It was sold for 40,000 kilograms of source. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. An emperor's exclusive holy item was indeed ridiculously expensive. It was many times more valuable than a god source of the same size. The ancient emperors needed a lot of resources to forge an extreme divine weapon. It couldn't be measured with such a granular object. If one thought about it, an extreme divine weapon, not to mention the Tao and reason contained within, just the material alone was hard to measure its terrifying value. No wonder the ancient emperors couldn't find the materials they needed even after searching the world. This is ridiculous. The others looked at the sword. The great Xia prince said, this sword has been nurtured for a limited time. It is far from being born. It has just begun to interweave Tao and reason. And Miaoyi said, this sword is less than an inch long. If it is melted, it will be similar to the black gold dragon vein sword sold for 40,000 kilograms of source. Considering that it contains part of its own laws, we can add another 70,000 kilograms of source. It can't be that cheap, right? Li Heishui said. And Miaoyi smiled. If we consider that it was born from the 9-orifice golem, a saint spirit sword born from heaven and earth, we can add another 50,000 kilograms of source. 250,000 kilograms of source? Li Heishui's heart was beating fast. Yao Yuekong said, in fact, it is even more precious. A saint's sword born from the 9-orifice golem could sell for 350,000 kilograms of source. Even the great Xia prince couldn't bear it when he heard that number, let alone in Miaoyi. Although they had super forces behind them, they couldn't just randomly buy rare materials. 300,000 plus 350,000. That's 650,000 kilograms of source. Li Heishui felt dizzy. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, if I don't want ordinary source, can I trade it for xenogenic source? Yao Yuekong said, it will be difficult. No one wants to trade for xenogenic source. If you want to trade, I think the price will drop by 2/3. What? That's a big difference. Yi Fan was shocked. Pure source is very weak for people with high cultivation. It is not even as dense as their own spirit qi. Xenogenic source, on the other hand, is different. It is a concentrated essence. For high-level cultivators, it is useless for their practice, but it is good for recovering god powers. 650,000 kilograms of pure source. If you trade it for xenogenic source, it will only be worth 200,000 kilograms? Yi Fan was shocked. Something like that? The great Xia prince nodded. That. Yi Fan was speechless. But he had no choice. Otherwise, he would need 1,000,000 kilograms of source to level up. It would be like a mountain. How could he refine it all? He would be drowned. The only thing he was happy about was that he had mastered the source technique, so he could continue to gamble on stones in other holy lands. It should not be a problem to collect what he needed. Dong! Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang through the sky. The entire God City was shaking. This bell. Yi Fan was shocked. The Purple Mountain Wuxia bell was ringing again. It's the same as last time. Everyone stood up, feeling incomparably shocked. They felt a type of incomparably grand and majestic aura. Without a doubt, the great sage had attacked the Purple Mountain for the second time, but they had run back. They did not know what had happened this time. Brother Yuekong, let's start the auction, Yi Fan said. Then Li Heishui said to Yi Fan, that mortal yuan fruit that was eaten by a dog should be auctioned. He could not help but laugh. Chapter 339. The divine city resonated. The great sage lords crossed the void and brought the sound waves of the Wuxia bell over. Purple Mountain was the great bell left behind by great Emperor Wuxia. It had recently become the focal point of the world. The second attack on Purple Mountain ended in failure. The Holy Lands returned with heavy casualties, and the divine city was shaken. An hour later, the news spread that 3 holy lords were heavily injured. Many of the older generation were turned to dust by the Wuxia bell wave, their bodies and souls destroyed. Hiss! After hearing this result, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone in the divine city was shocked. This time, the great sage lords reached an agreement with the 13 northern region bandits. They wanted to enter Purple Mountain with the help of the heaven-devouring evil jar, but they still failed. If not for the ancient heaven-devouring jar blocking the Wuxia bell wave at the crucial moment, the holy lords would be in danger. The dragon pattern cauldron, divine sun cauldron, and void ancient mirror were used to suppress the so-called trump cards. This time, they were not used. Half an extreme path weapon could not stop the Wuxia bell. After such a major event, they were naturally not in the mood to sit anymore. They all stood up and the banquet ended. Before leaving, and Miaoi smiled sweetly. Little brother Gu, if you want to sell the black dragon pattern sword, you must consider Miaoi. In just a few days, the news spread all over the world. Everyone was shocked. What did great Emperor Wuxia leave behind? No one could control the bell, but it still had such power. It was truly terrifying. Yi Fan did not continue gambling. He waited for the Sky Demon Treasure Tower to auction the ancient divine medicine. These days, he finally went around the divine city with Li Heishui's company. He couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed a giant city left behind by a god. Inside the divine city, not all places were extremely luxurious. There were also old tea houses on the roadside. I guess the Holy Lands will definitely use extreme path weapons next time. Half a heaven-devouring jar won't be able to stop the bell wave. Great Emperor Wuxia has great achievements. Everyone is jealous of the inheritance he left behind. The Holy Lands will definitely use their extreme path holy weapons. In a shabby little tea house, everyone was talking about the Purple Mountain incident. Although the tea house was small, no one found it shabby, because some legendary almighty figures would sometimes appear in such places. Yi Fan and Li Heishui were also sitting there, waiting for the upcoming auction. In a while, when the auction house's bell rang, they would enter the Sky Fade Treasure Tower. All the Holy Lands are really having a rough time. The number of people who died this time is even more than the last time. It's rumored that even a Saint Lord is heavily injured and on the verge of death. This is truly a huge matter. A few days ago, didn't he cut out the primordial divine medicine? That brat is really lucky. If he takes it out to auction now, it will definitely be a heaven-defying price. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. He didn't say anything and listened attentively. Li Heishui murmured, "This is called, opportunities always go to those who are prepared. Not everyone can step on dog sh*t. I heard that the forces outside the Eastern Barren Territory are getting restless. I heard that the 4 immortal dynasties of the Middle Plains have all sent their experts here. As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped. Since ancient times, the Middle Plains had always been the center of the world. It had always been prosperous and had countless experts. Unless the Arch was born, the Middle Plains, the Southern Mountains, and the Northern Plains had always been the strongest. The 4 immortal dynasties ruled over the world. It didn't mean that they only had these 4 ancient inheritances, but that they were the most powerful. Apart from the 4 great mystical books of the Middle Plains, there were also some ancient scriptures. Although they weren't created by thearchs, they were still extremely profound. If a few sect masters or royal lords come, the Purple Mountain will be really lively. All the Holy Lands will have to use their extreme path weapons or they will lose the initiative. They must make a big move in the near future. Everyone drank tea and discussed at the same time. Everyone was very concerned. This is too far away from us. It's not something ordinary people can touch. Let's talk about something else. Is there any special news recently? Finally, they got tired of this topic and started to talk about other things. 40 Dao Comprehension tea leaves from the Undying Mountain flew out this year. This is more than in previous years. It's a pity that the divine tree grows in the Undying Mountain. Otherwise, how many Dao Comprehension tea leaves could such an ancient tree produce every year? There's no point in complaining. Only the big shots get to enjoy such a rare treasure once in a while. By the way, that sacred body of the ancients has been making quite a ruckus recently. He's been looting and robbing bandits everywhere. All the Holy Lands and the younger generation are trying to catch him, but they've been unsuccessful every time. Yi Fan laughed when he heard the news. It must have been Tu Fei who hired someone to do all this. He has the source chi of Myriad on him. All the Holy Lands want to catch him. The saints are all out in search of him. You guys might not know this, but the latest news is really shocking. What's wrong? What happened? The dog with the sacred body of the ancients is really shining. It's smearing all the Holy Land's names. Yi Fan and Li Heishui looked at each other when they heard this. What did the Black Emperor do? They listened carefully. That dog is even fiercer than the sacred body of the ancients. It's biting people from the Holy Lands everywhere, specifically targeting the younger generation. The elders of all the Holy Lands were attacking the Purple Mountain, and the younger generation were looking for the sacred body of the ancients to seize the source chi of Myriad. The big black dog was extremely ferocious. In less than 20 days, it had bitten a total of 63 people, all of whom were disciples of the Holy Lands. It's strange. Every time this dog bites someone, it will howl. 500 kilograms of source chi. Kid, you know what it means? I really don't know what it means. Yi Fan was speechless when he heard this. The dog was indeed doing its best, but it was too greedy. It was obviously howling at him, demanding 500 kilograms of source chi for each person it bit. Of the 63 people bitten by this dog, 49 were female disciples. Nowadays, the female disciples of all the Holy Lands turn pale at the mention of this dog. This perverted dog. Yi Fan cursed in his mind. The most interesting thing is that it's clamoring to take the saints and saintesses as its human pets. Many people in the tea house spat out their tea when they heard the news. This dog is too outrageous. What a powerful dog. It dares to challenge the Holy Lands. The latest news is that the dog really captured a few disciples of the Holy Lands and made them call it master. In the end, those people directly broke down. There's such a thing? I heard that the saints are pursuing that dog with all their strength. Yi Fan was slightly speechless. The big black dog was too capable. As expected, he was very outstanding. Dang! The sound of a bell rang out, spreading throughout the entire God City. It wasn't the Wuxia bell, but the great bell of the Sky Demon Artifact Tower. It announced to everyone in the God City that there was going to be a peerless treasure auctioned. Every time such a bell rang out, the God City would be shaken. This time was no exception. Many people soared into the sky, flying towards the artifact tower in the sky. We have to be careful later. I reckon there might be Saint Lord level characters here, Yi Fan said. Li Heishui nodded. They soared into the sky and arrived at the Sky Demon Artifact Tower. Clouds surged, and palaces were everywhere. There was also a spatial enchantment here, and it was many times vaster than what they saw from below. There was a massive palace in the center. It seemed to have been built by an ancient giant. It was extremely tall and grand, like a mountain standing in the center. This was the famous Sky Demon Artifact Tower. Even 100,000 people could come, and they would all have seats. It was extremely luxurious, and its entire body flickered with purple light. It was completely forged from precious violet sunstones, and it flowed with dreamy colors. When Yi Fan and Li Heishui arrived, they just happened to encounter Wu Ziming and Li Zhongtian. Beside them, there was also a young man with an extraordinary temperament. When he saw Yi Fan and Li Heishui, Wu Ziming's face instantly darkened, and he sneered. "Brother Wu, what are you laughing foolishly about? Could it be that there is some joyous occasion?" Li Heishui asked. The other party was clearly sneering coldly. His voice was bone-chilling and filled with killing intent, but he still said this. "Black brat, don't be so smug. I'll teach you a lesson." Li Zhongtian said coldly. "Don't tell me you want to kill us and rob us?" Li Heishui did not care. Wu Ziming coldly said, "Don't think that just because you know a little Genesis technique that you can do as you please in Divine City. There will be powerful people who will trample you to death." "Who wants to trample us to death?" Yi Fan indifferently asked. "Someone will use a Genesis technique to trample you to death." Li Zhongtian sneered. "What you have learned is nothing more than a country bumpkin technique. In front of a true Genesis technique aristocratic family, it is nothing." Wu Ziming mocked. "We haven't learned much, but someone just had to give us tens of thousands of kilograms of Genesis energy." Li Heishui laughed. These two were the ones who cut open the 9-orifice stone golem? Beside him, a man in embroidered robes exuded a faint arrogance and conceit. "That's right, it's these two brats." Li Zhongtian answered. "All right, I'll remember this. I will go to the stone square and gamble until their faces turn green. They won't dare to step into this trade for the rest of their lives." The man in embroidered robes swept an indifferent glance at Yi Fan and Li Heishui, not giving them a second glance. Wu Ziming sneered, "Just you wait, a stone gambling battle is about to begin. As long as you appear in the stone square, I will make your faces turn green." Dealing with them counts as a stone gambling battle? The man in embroidered robes shook his head, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Unless the Yuan Taoist master is reborn. He did not even look at Yi Fan and Li Heishui as he walked away. Wu Ziming and Li Zhongtian were extremely courteous to the man in embroidered robes, accompanying him as they hurriedly followed. "Who is that guy?" Li Heishui looked at the three from the corner of his eyes. "He should be someone from a Genesis technique aristocratic family, and is most likely an amazing genius," Yi Fan said as he gazed at that person's back. "How are you so sure?" Li Heishui asked. "That person's right index finger has a faint golden luster. This is the embodiment of the golden touch technique," Yi Fan said. "Can you deal with him?" Li Heishui asked. "I'll only know after I try." Yi Fan smiled calmly. "From the looks of it, you can most likely trick him?" Li Heishui smirked. "It's hard to say, this person is very powerful." Yi Fan smiled. When they arrived at the Sky Demon Treasure Tower, Yao Yuekong had been waiting for them for a long time. He led the two to a VIP room upstairs, where they could clearly see everything in the auction hall. At this moment, there was a sea of people. It was unknown how many cultivators had come, but there were almost no empty seats. "The Red Dragon Taoist is here too." Li Heishui pointed downwards. The Red Dragon Taoist was sitting in an inconspicuous seat with the others. The people around him obviously did not know that he was a terrifying person. There's a good show to watch. The price of the divine medicine will definitely not be low. Look, even the people from the sacred grounds are here. Li Heishui laughed. There were many treasures in this auction, and the ancient divine medicine was destined to be the highlight. Suddenly, Li Heishui stopped laughing and said, "I saw my grandfather. Please don't be a fool, especially not for that fruit that was eaten by a dog." Even the 13 bandits had come. One could imagine how tempting the ancient divine medicine was. Suddenly, Yi Fan saw a few people wearing dragon crowns. He was surprised and said, "Are those the big shots from the Central Plains Eternal Dynasty?" Li Heishui also noticed and nodded. They must be here for the Purple Mountain Wuxia's inheritance. They came to the divine city on the way. There were a few people wearing dragon crowns on their heads who had extraordinary appearances. They weren't members of the imperial clan of the Grand Xia, and they entered one of the VIP suites. "And baldies, there are a few old baldies over there." Li Heishui stared blankly and said, "These old baldies seem to have halos on the back of their heads." Yi Fan was shocked and said, "Western desert Buddhists with halos on the back of their heads? This is really terrifying." At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. The great Emperor Wuxia's fame had shaken the world. The moment the inheritance appeared, it caused a huge commotion. These people must be here for the Purple Mountain. Chapter 340. A few old monks had pale golden skin and faint halos behind their heads. They walked into a VIP room and disappeared. Have these old monks cultivated the golden body? Yi Fan had heard of the golden body of Buddhism on the other side of the starry sky. Even people from the western desert have come. Emperor Wuxia's inheritance has indeed shaken the world. It's really influential. Li Heishui sighed. Suddenly, his expression froze and he said telepathically, "Over there, an existence even more terrifying than the green flood dragon king has come." Yi Fan followed his gaze and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had fair skin, a tall figure, and a lean appearance. Who is he? This is the third greatest bandit of the northern region, Su Tianxiong. He's Su Yuan and Su Heng's grandfather. Li Heishui introduced. Yi Fan paid attention, remembering his appearance. This was an extremely terrifying figure. He personally suppressed Su Yuan, so this definitely couldn't be exposed, or else there would be a great disaster. Before long, Yi Fan saw the Grand Xia Prince and the white-robed nun. They accompanied a middle-aged man wearing a dragon crown and a golden dragon robe. That middle-aged man was extremely valiant. One could vaguely see 9 true dragons coiling around his body, coiling around his golden battle suit. On top of the dragon crown on his head, there was even a dragon head formed from dragon chi. It was a shocking sight. This must be an important figure of the Grand Xia royal family. The draconic chi has taken form and formed a dragon's head. This is a sign that the supreme imperial scripture has been cultivated to an extremely high level. Li Heishui was astonished. Many powerful figures had come, but he didn't know most of them. The resplendent auction hall was packed with people as far as the eye could see. Now, Yi Fan and Li Heishui weren't worried. Since all the holy lands had come, the damaged divine medicine would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Li Heishui said, "I've already investigated. It seems that the Alcade Saint is gravely injured. The main reason is that her vitality was injured by the Peacock King's primal chaos seal. This time, she almost died at Mount Purple." Yi Fan couldn't help but look at an inconspicuous spot in the crowd. The old Taoist red dragon sat in the crowd and didn't even look at the various sacred grounds. As expected, he was fearless. He had personally participated in killing Sacred Lord Wavering Light last time, and he still dared to come here. But thinking about it, it made sense. The Holy Lands and the 13 bandits had temporarily reconciled. They had borrowed the ancient heaven-devouring jar to attack Purple Mountain, so Taoist Crimson Dragon sitting here didn't count for much. Clang! The divine bell rang and the Sky Fae treasure tower quietened down. The auction was about to begin. At this time, there were fewer people coming in and out. Almost all the important people and great forces had arrived, so there was no need to wait any longer. At the very front was a dragon platform made of yellow diamond. It was sparkling and sparkling, flowing with golden splendor. It was incomparably beautiful, and it was completely carved from yellow diamond. A white-haired old man walked onto the dragon platform and announced the start of the auction. 16 young ladies stood at the 2 sides of the dragon platform. They came from Sky Demon Palace, so they were naturally all fairies. They were graceful and beautiful, and their bodies were covered by pink muslin. They were in charge of presenting the auction items. At first, Several small items were sold, but the highest price was less than 1,000 kilograms of source. Nothing was too shocking. The fourth auction item is a piece of ancient precious jade. The starting price is 1,000 kilograms of source. The white-haired old man announced from the dragon platform. A young fairy girl walked gracefully, her hair swaying in the wind. She carried a red sandalwood tray and walked onto the dragon platform. There was a piece of ancient jade on the tray. It was glossy and had exquisite patterns. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This piece of jade was too familiar. It was definitely an emperor jade. It was the broken jade left behind by great Emperor Wuxia. He didn't think he would see it here. It was being auctioned off with a starting price of 1,000 kilograms of source. This was simply a joke. If others knew of its origin, not to mention 1,000 kilograms of source, even 100,000 kilograms would be fought over crazily. What's so special about this piece of jade? Someone in the auction hall asked. This jade has a kind of Tao rhythm. It seems to be a jade pendant of a great figure in the past. The white-haired old man introduced. Everyone carefully observed it, but in the end, they all shook their heads. No one made a bid. There was a blurry mark on the ancient jade. It was one of the 9 dragon veins. However, it was only a corner and not the entire dragon's body. This piece of jade is broken. Only a corner of the mountain can be seen. Even if one has seen the purple mountain and the 9 dragon veins, they won't be able to recognize it. Yi Fan was excited. Now, great Emperor Wuxia's inheritance had shaken the world. If someone recognized it, it would definitely cause a huge wave. At this moment, Yi Fan was extremely excited. He couldn't calm down more than if he had cut out a peerless treasure. 1,000 kilograms of source. He quoted the starting price. 1,000 kilograms of source. Suddenly, a voice came from another VIP room, opposing with equal harshness. Yi Fan recognized the voice. It was the young master in embroidered robes who came with Wu Ziming. He immediately frowned. 3,000 kilograms of source. 2,000 kilograms of source. The man in embroidered robes continued to raise the price. Li Heishui didn't understand. He said, "It's just a piece of broken jade. What are you buying it for?" This piece of jade was very important. Yi Fan couldn't say it or it would be a huge disaster. He had to get it, but he didn't want to be a fool. He smiled. An ancient jade from hundreds of thousands of years ago. I want to play with it. Since they want it too, I'll give it to them. 5,000 kilograms of source. If it's more than this price, they can take it. 6. The other side said 6, but he didn't say it in the end. In the end, Yi Fan bought the ancient jade for 5,000 kilograms of source. Although he spent a few thousand kilograms more, it was definitely worth it. If one wanted to enter the Purple Mountain, they had to use the ancient jade. This was the only key left behind by great Emperor Wuxia. If people knew about it, there would be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It could open the inheritance of great Emperor Wuxia. Yi Fan was determined to get the Wuxia scripture. Many important people were in the Sky Fei treasure tower. No one cared about these small items. They were all waiting for the ancient divine medicine. They didn't know that they had passed by a heaven-defying ancient jade. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, there would be a shocking battle here. Wu Ziming and the others are deliberately raising the price to target us. Li Heishui was very dissatisfied. Yi Fan was in a good mood and didn't care. He said, "In the future, we will reason with them at the stone square in the Holy Land." In the end, the main event finally arrived. A young demoness carefully held a scroll and delivered it to the yellow dragon platform. The handwriting left behind by a supreme being. The starting price is 15,000 kilograms of source. The white-haired old man transmitted his voice. Boom! The auction hall immediately boiled over. Many people looked excited. Many grand elders of the great sects took action to bid for this item. 40,000 kilograms of source. 50,000 kilograms of source. This old man bids 70,000 kilograms of source. 80,000 kilograms of source. The scene was quite lively. A group of old men competed to bid. Many young people could only watch with envy. They couldn't participate at all. This group of old men seems to have taken aphrodisiac. Their eyes are all red. Li Heishui laughed. Don't speak nonsense. In this place, there might be people who can intercept divine will transmissions. Yi Fan reminded. In the end, the handwriting of this supreme being was sold for a sky-high price of 120,000 kilograms of source. It was really shocking. On the Yellow Dragon platform, the white-haired old man announced, "Next, there will be a rare ancient treasure auctioned." The auction hall suddenly became so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The 16 Demoness cultivation was not weak. However, at this moment, they were all sweating and panting, weak and powerless. They worked together to carry a broken bell. It was more than a meter tall. It was old and unadorned. There was nothing special about it. It looked like a common bell among the common people. Everyone was shocked. These girls were in the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm, but they were so tired. It was enough to show how heavy this bell was. The white-haired old man of the Sky Demon Palace stepped forward and took it. He brought the dull bell to the Yellow Dragon platform and placed it at the highest point for everyone to see. It's broken. It's already destroyed. The crowd was in an uproar. One side of the bell was completely missing. Strictly speaking, this was half a bell. What is a broken bell for? Someone asked loudly, puzzled. Everyone, don't underestimate it. This is a rare ancient treasure. The white-haired old man's expression was solemn. What is it? The white-haired old man said, this item was found in an abandoned ancient mine. It has existed for an extremely long time. It has at least 50,000 years of history. There are many ancient objects in the world. It's not just because they are old that they are precious. What is its origin? An elder asked. It is not an ordinary bell. This is a weapon used by an ancient great figure who is about to step into the ancient sage realm. As soon as the white-haired old man's words fell, the auction hall suddenly became noisy. Many elders were excited and began to bid. 70,000 kilograms, 80,000 kilograms, 50,000 kilograms. At this moment, even the Holy Lands participated in the bidding. This bell was already broken and could not be repaired. However, there were still remnants of the laws. It was worth the great figures to study. The scene was very lively. Some old men kept raising the price. They were all figures of the superforces. This group of old men, after eating aphrodisiac, they are on steroids again. Li Heishui mumbled. Yi Fan smiled and said, your grandfather is also participating. Li Heishui. In the end, this broken bell was sold for a price of 80,000 kilograms. It was extremely shocking. One could imagine how expensive it would be if it was in perfect condition. Now we will auction the last rare treasure. It can be said to be peerless because it is impossible to find a second one. The white-haired old man sighed. He personally walked down the yellow diamond dragon stage and carried a spotless white jade cauldron onto the stage. The jade cauldron was only a foot tall. There was a lid on it. It was tightly sealed and sealed. I think everyone already knows what it is. That's right, it is an archaic divine medicine. It was cut out from a stone by a little friend. The auction hall was in an uproar. It was difficult to calm down. Many people stood up. The auction this time was for this divine medicine. Of course, many people only came to see it because they could not afford it. It would definitely be an astronomical price. It would most likely fall into the hands of the Holy Lands. No one could compete with them. The white-haired old man opened the white jade cauldron and took out the divine medicine. Even though it was sealed in the ice and snow, there was still a faint fragrance wafting out, making people feel refreshed. The light blue stem flickered with sparkling radiance. The milky white medicinal foot was no different from a human's foot, just much smaller. Too much time has passed. No one knows what this humanoid divine medicine's name is anymore. In the current world, even if you travel through the great desolate lands, it will be difficult to find this kind of humanoid divine medicine. Its base price is 150,000 kilograms of source. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This divine medicine was indeed a peerless treasure, but it was too badly damaged. Its true value would not exceed 150,000 kilograms of source. However, The base price was already here. It was obvious that the final price would be ridiculous. After a short period of silence, many people shouted out high prices. 160,000 kilograms of source. 180,000 kilograms of source. 200,000 kilograms of source. Even the third great bandit Su Tianxiong stood up and shouted out a sky-high price. When the group of old men saw this, they all sat down. They knew that there was absolutely no chance. This was a contest between Holy Lord-level characters. As expected, the Holy Lands began to bid. The various great sage lords personally came and sat in the VIP rooms. That group of old baldies also made a move. Li Heishui was overjoyed. Several old monks with lights on the back of their heads directly pushed the price to 150,000 kilograms of source. And the mysterious figures from the Central Plains wearing dragon crowns added another 50,000 kilograms of source in one go. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "It seems like these people really want to enter the Purple Mountain. They are making preparations to buy a life-saving divine medicine in advance." Li Heishui said, "We might as well take advantage of the fact that there are so many important people here to quickly auction off that dog-gnawed fruit." Yi Fan nodded and said, "That's right. As long as the divine medicine is sold, let the Sky Fei Treasure Tower immediately auction off that dog-tooth fruit. I want to see which Holy Lord will buy it and what expression he will have." Chapter 341. 150,000 kilograms. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire auction hall went silent, and everyone was stunned. The great figure from the central state shouted out 300,000 kilograms of origin source with a momentum that could swallow mountains and rivers. Are they crazy? A damaged divine medicine worth 150,000 kilograms, but they're doubling the price. In the hall, even the older generation changed their expressions. Against such a big shot, even the Holy Lands would be helpless. In the VIP room, the four mysterious big shots from the middle ground had calm expressions, as if it wasn't 150,000 kilograms, but a pile of rocks. They were all middle-aged men, each of them extraordinary, like heavenly kings descending. The four of them wore dragon crowns, looking majestic and intimidating. No one knew how old they really were. The four of them didn't belong to the Grand Xia Empire because the Prince of Grand Xia and the little nun were in another private room, accompanying an imperial uncle of Grand Xia. 150,000 kilograms. An old monk from the western desert said. 130,000 kilograms. In the VIP room, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon crown calmly called out. The auction hall fell silent. Even someone as powerful as Su Tianxiong sat down. Although he was a super terrifying big shot, he wasn't strong enough in terms of origin. 10,000 kilograms in one go, they really don't care about origin at all. As expected of the big shots from the middle ground. An immortal ancient dynasty that rules over billions of miles of land, no one can compare to them. Everyone was shocked and discussed in low voices. The middle ground has 4 immortal dynasties, as well as the 100 schools of thought and many ancient sections. Which ancient dynasty are they from? Look at the dragon crowns on their heads and the clothes they're wearing. They should be from an immortal ancient dynasty that has a long history and is incomparably prosperous. They're definitely here for the Purple Mountain, aiming for Emperor Wu Shi's inheritance and buying the divine medicine to save their lives. Everyone guessed their identity and became even more fearful. An immortal dynasty was even more powerful than a holy land, and there were few great powers in the world that could compete with them. 140,000 kilograms. The wavering light Holy Land called out. As a great sect in the Eastern Baron, they were determined to get the human-shaped divine medicine, so they naturally didn't want to fall behind. 350,000 kilograms. An important figure from the ancient Hua dynasty said again, but he wasn't as aggressive as before. In the VIP room, Yi Fan and Li Heishui looked at each other. According to Yao Yuekong's analysis, if a divine lord came back heavily injured from attacking the Purple Mountain, the incomplete human-shaped godly herb could be sold for 350,000 kilograms of source stones. At this moment, it had reached this number, and it seemed like it was still rising. As expected, Someone from the Jiang clan of the ancients raised the price to 360,000 kilograms of source stones. 370,000 kilograms of source stone. The Yaoguang Holy Land continued to raise the price. Sacred Lord Yaoguang was severely injured and needed this human-shaped godly herb to heal and recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this dragged on and they attacked the Purple Mountain again, he might not be able to participate. 380,000 kilograms. An important figure from the ancient royal dynasty stated the price calmly. At this moment, the other holy lands and clans of the clan of the ancients were no longer bidding. The old monk of the Western Desert Buddhism had also withdrawn from the competition. 400,000 kilograms of origin source. Yaoguang directly raised the price of this godly medicine to a whole number. In the ancient royal dynasty, an important figure wearing a dragon crown said calmly, 410,000 kilograms of source stones. The Yaoguang Holy Land had been silent for a long time. It wasn't that they couldn't bear the price, but they felt that there wouldn't be a result if they continued. The other party was from an immortal dynasty and had a deep foundation. If they were determined to win, it would be a huge battle. 410,000 kilograms of source stones going once, going twice, dong. The sound of the hammer stopped. In the end, an important figure from the ancient royal dynasty bought the human-shaped godly herb for 410,000 kilograms of source stones. Crazy! Its actual value is more than 100,000 kilograms of source stones, but it has reached this number. No one dared to believe it. This number was so shocking that it was hard to accept. Even a holy land can be suppressed by others. The forces of the Central Plains are indeed unimaginable. Even Li Heishui was dumbfounded. It was even higher than the sky-high price they had expected. It was indeed beyond their expectations. Yi Fan said, "It's just a coincidence. If it weren't for the important figures from the Central Plains and the West Desert, there wouldn't be such a high price." The final treasure, godly herb. After the hammer fell, people started to discuss. Some people stood up and were about to leave. "Everyone please stay. We received a commission at the last minute. There is another treasure to be auctioned," the white-haired old man said. "What else?" "Even the godly herb has been auctioned. Is there something more attractive?" Someone asked. The old man smiled and said, "I think many people here will be interested." "What is it?" "Human essence fruit." The white-haired old man stood on the yellow diamond dragon platform and uttered these three words. "What?" Many people were shocked. The mortal essence fruit cut from a rock? Many people from the older generation knew about it. Legend has it that these things are extremely difficult to find. Apart from Genesis masters, only demonic monarchs with some true dragon blood in their veins can discover them with their innate divine abilities. These fruits are fake dragon pearls formed by the earth. That's right. The white-haired old man nodded. Boom. The auction hall was in an uproar. Everyone sat back down and no longer left. The mortal essence fruit is a treasure that can prolong one's life. Even this thing can be cut from a rock. I haven't heard of it for many years. Everyone was shocked. They were all discussing about the godly herb. Now someone was auctioning this fruit. It made people speechless. Even though the mortal essence fruit is not as good as the archaic divine medicine, it is still a rare treasure. Who told you it is not as good as the godly herb? That is because it is not mature yet. If it continues to absorb the essence of the world, it can become an earthly fate fruit, also known as a fake dragon ball. It will not be any worse than the godly herb. In the VIP room, Yi Fan learned a lot. It turned out that this fruit, even if it was grown in a rock, could still grow and absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. The people from the Holy Lands were the most excited, especially the Yaoguang Holy Land. They had missed the humanoid divine medicine and were overjoyed to find out that there was also the mortal essence fruit. "Everyone, please be quiet." The white-haired old man walked up the stage with a jade cauldron and placed it at the highest point. "Take it out and let us have a look," someone shouted from below. The jade cauldron was opened. A slightly damaged fruit was sealed in a transparent jade ware. It appeared on the stage, emitting a light fragrance. How come this fruit is damaged? Everyone present was a cultivator. Their eyes were sharp, and they immediately saw the key point. It was bitten by something and lost most of its spiritual chi. What a wastrel! Who bit it? What a waste! The mortal essence fruit is meant to be refined. How could it be eaten? It would be strange if it was not poisoned to death. Hearing these angry voices, Yi Fan's forehead was full of black lines. He had the urge to kick the big black dog again. This damn dog really knew how to waste things. That's not right. Why do I think it looks like teeth marks? Could it be that it was bitten by a dog? The eyes of these people were all extremely sharp. Many of the older generation people had blank eyelashes. They had seen everything, so they immediately recognized the teeth marks. It really was bitten by a dog. Which dog deserved to be hacked to pieces? This is the mortal essence fruit. Who is so bastard to feed it to a dog? Hearing these words, Yi Fan was really speechless. At the crucial moment, it was the white-haired old man from the Sky Devil Treasure Tower who calmed their dissatisfaction. Everyone, this is something collected from the countryside. An old farmer found it by smashing a rock. Of course, he doesn't know how precious it is. But you can't feed it to a dog. Damn it, I'm so angry. What is this? Goddamn wastrel. The group of old men were anxious and cursed. In the VIP room, Li Heishui laughed wildly. Yi Fan was so depressed that he was speechless. This mortal essence fruit has a starting price of 50,000 kilograms. The white-haired old man announced the start of the auction. Immediately, there was a wave of dissatisfaction. If it is not damaged, it could be worth more than 200,000 kilograms. But now, it can't be more than 50,000 kilograms. Why is the starting price so high? That's right. The spiritual chi is almost gone. Although this was said, the crowd still frowned and started to bid. Although it had been bitten by a dog, it was indeed a mortal essence fruit. It was a rare treasure that could prolong one's life. Among them, the Holy Lands were the most uncomfortable. They wanted to give up but were unwilling. Especially the Yaoguang Holy Land, they really pinched their noses and bid. 60,000 kilograms. 70,000 kilograms. 80,000 kilograms. Are you kidding me? This was bitten by a dog. Why are you fighting so fiercely with me? If you don't like it, then don't fight. I will bid 90,000 kilograms. Li Heishui laughed happily. Seeing a group of old men fighting over a mortal essence fruit that had been bitten by a dog, he had the urge to punch the ground. But soon his smile froze. His grandfather stood up and bid 90,000 kilograms. Old man, why are you fighting over this fruit that had been bitten by a dog? His black face was full of shock. Yi Fan smiled and said, "This thing is second only to a divine medicine. You should congratulate your grandfather." "It's easy for you to say that," Li Heishui replied in a bad mood. "I say, Li Deku, you are in the prime of your life. Why are you fighting with us?" An old man was extremely dissatisfied. Li Heishui's grandfather replied calmly, "This is prepared for my grandson. I want to refine a cauldron of spiritual pills for him to increase his cultivation." Li Heishui was tongue-tied. He had just been laughing wildly, but in the end, he realized that he might be the one to enjoy this fruit that had been bitten by a dog. 50,000 kilograms. At that moment, the Scarlet Dragon Taoist, who was sitting in the corner, opened his mouth. His voice was not loud and was very calm. When the group of old men saw that it was him, they all sat down and refused to speak again. Even the third-ranked bandit, Su Tianxiong, did not speak. 120,000 kilograms. The Yaoguang Holy Land made a bid. Only a powerful force like this did not fear the terrifying Scarlet Dragon Taoist. The Scarlet Dragon Taoist did not bid again because he was truly lacking in energy. In the end, no one competed with the Yaoguang Holy Land. They all knew that they had to win. The mortal essence fruit was sold for 120,000 kilograms. The Yaoguang Holy Land pinched their noses and accepted this result. The four important figures of the ancient magnificent dynasty were the first to leave. They wore dragon crowns on their heads and had imposing appearances. Seeing them come out, everyone made a path for them. They were all extremely fearful. These were definitely the super experts who had come to invade the Purple Mountain. Soon after, The old monks from the western desert also left. Seeing the divine halos behind their heads, everyone was incomparably shocked. They knew that the third attack on the Purple Mountain was about to begin. As soon as Yi Fan and Li Heishui walked out of the VIP room, they saw Wu Ziming, Li Chongtian, and the man in embroidered clothes. From today onwards, if you come to the stone square of the Holy Land, you will understand the result, hee. Wu Ziming laughed coldly. Li Heishui also laughed coldly. I remember what you said before. If we were to gamble until our faces turned green, we would never dare to step into this business for the rest of our lives. As long as you understand, Li Heishui said. What a joke. Whatever you say is true. I just want to know who this person you invited is and what his background is. The man in embroidered clothes directly walked forward, not even glancing at him. He simply ignored him and said indifferently to Wu Ziming beside him, "It's not a gamble to deal with them. It's just a matter of convenience. I came to the Divine City this time to cut a piece of divine source and bring it back to celebrate my grandfather's birthday." Li Heishui laughed coldly. Looking at the man's back, he said, Fine, then let's meet at the stone square of the Holy Land. Let's see whose face turns green. Fighting with you counts as a battle? The man in embroidered clothes indifferently glanced at the two of them and directly left. You dare to compete with the Tuoba clan with such crude and unrefined techniques? In the past, even the Yuan Taoist master visited their clan. Wu Ziming laughed heartily and turned around. As long as you appear at the stone square, we will naturally appear and let you know what a true Genesis technique is. A fragrant breeze blew over. And Miaoyi passed by and said with a faint smile, Is there going to be a stone gambling battle? Miaoyi will definitely go and watch. Oh, there's such a thing? The great Xia prince and the little nun in white also happened to walk out of the VIP room. They were immediately surprised when they heard this. In front, Wu Ziming stopped and turned around with a smile. Farian, if you can come, it will naturally be my wish. Such a battle may be more interesting. Then he extended an invitation to the great Xia prince. Your Highness, you must come. This is the astonishing genius of the Tuoba clan, an ancient Genesis technique aristocratic family. He found the divine source in an ancient mine 3 years ago. Someone from the Tuoba clan? The overjoyed prince exclaimed, This is really one of the most ancient Genesis technique aristocratic families. It is said that they can stabilize dragon veins and lock mountains and rivers. Someone has found the divine source in an ancient mine alone? Jiang Yifei, an elite of the Jiang clan, walked over. He was dressed in white and had a refined smile on his face. Wu Ziming hurriedly introduced, It is this genius of the Tuoba clan who found the divine source in an ancient mine alone. The man in embroidered robes also stopped. Even if he was conceited and frivolous, he did not dare to ignore the people of the Great Xia Empire and the Huanggu clan. Yi Fan's heart shook. The man in embroidered robes of the Tuoba clan was indeed extraordinary. His Genesis technique was indeed amazing, or else he would not have found the divine source. And Miaoyi's fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Her bright eyes were kind and her flawless face had a moving smile. A battle between Genesis technique geniuses will definitely shake the divine city. Miaoyi will definitely go and watch. That's right, we will definitely go. This will be a grand event. We may find a rare treasure that is even more precious than the Archean divine medicines. The great Xia prince and Jiang Yifei nodded one after another. They said that they would go to the stone square of the sacred land to watch the Genesis technique battle. Even the eyes of the little nun in white lit up. The man in embroidered robes, Tuoba Chang, indifferently swept a glance at Yi Fan, as if he did not regard him as an opponent. However, in front of Miaoyi, the great Xia prince and the others, he did not say anything. Chapter 342. We will wait for you at the Holy Stone Square. Genesis skills against primitive skills. This was what Wu Ziming said. Li Chongtian turned around and sneered. They accompanied the man in embroidered clothes, Tuoba Chang, and left. Little Yi, if you don't win their underwear, you will be sorry to me and them. That was what Li Heishui said. He couldn't take it. He wanted to go berserk. Miaoyi will be there to watch Ancient Wind show off his power. And Miaoi smiled. Her white clothes fluttered as she rode the wind. She stepped on a cloud and left the Sky Devil Treasure Tower. This is going to be a great fight. I can't miss it. The Xia prince smiled and left with the little nun. Then, Jiang Yifei flashed a friendly smile at Yi Fan and Li Heishui and left. Yi Fan returned to the Sky Devil Treasure Tower to collect his winnings. The primordial medicine and the human fruit were sold for 530,000 pounds of Genesis skills. The auction house took a 10% commission, which was 53,000 pounds of Genesis skills. But they gave them a 3,000 pound discount, so Yi Fan had earned 480,000 pounds of Genesis skills. It was like a small mountain. He had a headache. If he didn't use xenogeneic Genesis skills, he wouldn't be able to refine it. He'd be drowned in it. But he didn't need to use xenogeneic Genesis skills. He still needed to gamble on stones. He could spend the Genesis skills to buy something more valuable. Yao Yuekong asked them to stay. He invited them to drink. Geniuses with Genesis skills were worth recruiting, especially for an auction house like the Sky Devil Treasure Tower. Brothers, this way please. We need to celebrate today. Yao Yuekong smiled. Okay, let's drink today. Tomorrow, we'll buy that mop, Li Heishui said. Which mop? Yao Yuekong asked. Li Heishui said, he comes from an ancient Genesis skill family. He's called a genius. He's even more arrogant than the Yuan Taoist master. His name is Tuoba Chang. So, it's an ancient family. They really are powerful. Come, let's drink and talk. The Tuoba clan was an extremely ancient clan with a long history. Together with the other three clans, they were known as the 4 Genesis technique sections. Unless the Yuan Taoist Masters faction appeared, no one could surpass them. The ancient Genesis technique families were filled with talents, and there were often geniuses who were valued by the various sacred grounds. If something strange happened in the Genesis mine, they would definitely invite them. The banquet lasted from noon to dusk. Both the host and the guests enjoyed themselves. Only then did Yi Fan and Li Heishui leave. In the Sky Fei Treasure Tower, a damaged primordial divine medicine was auctioned off for a sky-high price, shaking the entire divine city. There was no doubt that a Genesis technique genius like Yi Fan was something that many people envied. Many people were discussing him after he had harvested several 100,000 kilograms of Genesis in one go. In the next few days, the stone workshops of the various holy lands became much more popular, especially the Dao One Holy Land. There was an endless stream of people going in and out every day. Many people thought that there might be a second primordial divine herb in the same source mine. Yi Fan and Li Heishui kept a very low profile. They didn't go out because there were too many important people in the divine city. They didn't want to become the center of attention again. The important people of the Central Plains Eternal Dynasty, the Eastern Wasteland's Great Sage, and the Western Desert's holy monks were all in the divine city. If they were too high profile, they might run into these people. Even so, there were still many people talking about him. How could he be ignored for being able to harvest a primordial divine medicine? Although he didn't go out, Yi Fan had become very famous in the divine city. When talking about Genesis techniques and stone gambling, he would definitely be mentioned. In less than 7 days, there were even more mysterious people in the divine city. The 100 schools of thought and the various sect masters had all appeared. This was definitely shocking. Obviously, they wanted Emperor Wu Shi's inheritance. They had crossed the void and arrived at the divine city. In an instant, the eastern wasteland was shaken. Even the various holy lands were crying wolf. The Central Plains was too powerful. They couldn't help but be on guard. The 100 schools of thought and the various sect masters had personally come. Even the Eastern Wasteland's great sage felt that it was too much. The pressure of competition had increased. There was no doubt that the third attack on the Purple Mountain would be earth-shattering. Finally, after half a month, the important people left one after another for the Purple Mountain to prepare for the next attack. In this half a month, another Genesis technique genius in the Divine City rose to fame. Tuoba Chang had become famous in the Divine City. In less than 10 days, he had only fought a few times and had already displayed astonishing Genesis techniques. The white-haired Master Yuan from the various Holy Land stone workshops all asked him for guidance and listened to his teachings. At the same time, there were rumors in the city that the Genesis technique genius Gu Feng was afraid of Tuoba Chang and didn't dare to go out. People naturally didn't believe it at first, but Yi Fan and Li Heishui had disappeared for half a month and hadn't gone to gamble on stones again. The rumors gradually became true. In the end, many people believed that the Genesis technique genius Tuoba Chang had come to the Divine City and the other Genesis technique genius, Gu Feng, had avoided the battle. Didn't he take out an Archean divine herb? Why wouldn't he dare to face someone in a Genesis technique match? What do you know? The Toba clan is the Genesis technique sacred land. They represent the supreme inheritance. Even the former Yuan Taoist master has visited them. Many people were discussing in the streets and alleys of the city. The center of the northern region had always been based on the source. Almost everyone knew about the source. Naturally, everything that had happened in the stone square would spread quickly and widely. The Genesis technique genius Gu Feng even dared to touch the 9-orifice stone golem. The golem had been there for many years and no one thought highly of it. In the end, he took out the Saint Spirit sword. This is enough to show how terrifying Tuoba Chang is. Even Gu Feng avoided the battle. Tuoba Chang must have an amazing Genesis technique. Rumor has it that he took out a divine source several years ago. He must be even more powerful now. Many people were discussing in the Divine City. Tuoba Chang had not done anything, but his reputation was already like the sun in the sky. When Yi Fan walked on the street, he heard many rumors. He did not expect that there would be so many rumors in half a month of seclusion. Li Heishui sneered. It must be Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian spreading rumors to slander us and elevate Tuoba Chang. He had heard too many rumors after walking around the city. It seemed that they were really afraid and did not dare to accept the battle. Oh, they've appeared. Are they going to accept the battle? The youth who took out an Archean divine herb has appeared again. Is he going to enter the gambling den today? There will definitely be a big show to watch. Some people recognized them and pointed at them from behind. What are you guys talking about? We've only been in seclusion for half a month. Why are there so many rumors? Li Heishui said arrogantly. Who knows that pighead Wu Ziming? Go and tell him that the 2 gambling sages have come out of seclusion. Tell them to hurry over and deliver the Genesis technique. Everyone was dumbfounded. The rumors in the city were all saying that they did not dare to face Tuoba Chang in a Genesis technique match. They did not expect this brat to say such a thing the moment he came out. Boom! A commotion immediately broke out on the street. The news quickly spread. There was no doubt that there would be a big show to watch. Many people rushed to the street after hearing the news. Those 2 have appeared again. There is really going to be a Genesis technique match. There will be a good show to watch. That's right. It's on the street in front. Looks like they are going to the Ji clan's stone shop. This actually created a strange scene. As soon as Yi Fan and Li Heishui made their appearance, there were tens of thousands of people who turned out and gathered in one place. The street was packed with people. Many people who liked to gamble had come. Someone asked in a loud voice, Brother Gu, is what you said true? You want to face Tuoba Chang in a Genesis technique match? Li Heishui did not seem to care. Didn't I just say that whoever is going to deliver a letter to that pighead Wu Ziming, don't come see me if you don't have 100,000 kilograms of Genesis technique. We won't accept gifts that are too little. The crowd was in an uproar. This brat was too confident. Let alone Genesis techniques, few people dared to do so given Wu Ziming and the others' status. The Ji clan's stone shop occupied a vast area, like a royal garden. Strange stones were laid out, beautiful trees were verdant, and small bridges were built over flowing water. It was a pleasant scenery. Many stones were naturally piled up, and each stone garden had its own unique scenery. Some stone gardens were misty like the southern region's water villages. Some stone gardens had maple trees swaying, like the northern land's red leaves flying in frost. The Ji clan's stone shop was on high alert when they heard that a Genesis technique genius had arrived. If it was anyone else, they would naturally welcome them. However, Yi Fan and Li Heishui had cut open the 9-orifice stone golem and obtained the Saint Spirit sword. The commotion was too big. Everyone now understood that these two people's Genesis techniques were extremely profound and extremely shocking. Even if they did not say that the stones they chose would definitely contain rare treasures, it was almost there. Such people would not be welcomed by the stone shop. If they cut out some peerless treasure from the G clan's Heaven Stone Garden, it would definitely make their hearts ache. The G clan's stone shop wanted to put away some of the extremely expensive stones, but they did not know which stone contained the divine object, so it was not easy to choose. Moreover, if they really put them away, they would likely become a laughingstock in Divine City. After all, those extremely expensive stones were too famous. People would notice if any one of them was missing. Yi Fan walked in the stone garden, passing 18 levels in a row. He did not stop at all, heading straight for the deepest part. His target was clearly the Heaven Stone Garden. This made the hearts of the G clan's stone shop sink. They felt a kind of pressure. That's right, it was just like when the legendary Yuan Taoist master roamed the northern region. As long as he appeared, all the great sages' stone shops would be fearful. Now, although Yi Fan had only gambled once in the Dao One sacred land, the item he cut out was too extraordinary. It actually had some of the Yuan Taoist master's power, making people fearful. Why haven't Wu Ziming and Tuoba Chang come yet? Li Heishui asked others. He had the aura of a gambling saint. Everyone was speechless. This brat Heishui was really domineering. The rumors over the past half a month had been dispelled. He was clearly going to fiercely retaliate. More and more people came. The G clan's stone shop was overcrowded. Many people in Divine City had heard that there would be a Genesis technique battle and had rushed over. Not long after, Yi Fan arrived at the deepest part of the stone shop. There was a lake here. It was dark blue like crystal and overflowed with spiritual energy. It was very beautiful. There was a small island in the middle of the light blue lake. It was only a few hundred meters in radius. It was filled with fallen petals and flowering trees. The petals were sparkling and fragrant, rippling across the surface of the lake. The small island in the lake was the G clan's Heaven Stone Garden. It was as beautiful as a divine land, almost like a dream. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind them. Everyone quickly moved to the sides, opening up a path. You guys really dared to show up. Wu Ziming sneered. His voice came from afar as he mocked. Today, the Genesis techniques of the aristocratic families will compete with the crude techniques of the countryside. The genius of the ancient Genesis technique family, Tuoba Chang, is here. The lakeside was noisy. The main character had arrived. Everyone knew that a Genesis technique battle was unavoidable. Chapter 343. The lake was a faint blue, clear and translucent. Lush vegetation and pavilions dotted the shore, creating a beautiful scenery. At this moment, there were figures everywhere. It was unknown how many people had come, men and women, young and old. It was a noisy scene. Wu Ziming strode forward with a sneer on his face. Hey brat, you finally dare to show yourselves? After hiding for so many days, you can't hold back anymore? Li Heishui also sneered. Can't hold back anymore? I was so excited that I came out of seclusion to ask you for source. Did you bring enough Genesis source? If it's less, you can go back to where you came from. We won't accept any. Everyone by the lake was speechless. These two were at each other's throats the moment they arrived. This Genesis technique showdown would definitely be very intense. Brother Tuoba has enough Genesis source, but don't even think about it. Li Zhongtian sneered. Tuoba Chang was very indifferent, not caring about this. He silently stood there, observing the island in the lake and the sparkling petals. It's good that you have Genesis source. Li Heishui's lips curled in a trace of indifference. He was afraid that the other party would gain something without Genesis source. Wu Ziming smiled nonchalantly. Do you really think you can take it away? From what I see, the Genesis source you obtained from the Spirit Herbs auction is just the right amount to contribute. That's right. Brother Tuoba's grandfather's 300th birthday is approaching. You guys have given him a huge gift. Li Zhongtian laughed heartily. Cut the crap, let's have a real Genesis technique showdown. Let's see who will be giving away Genesis source. Li Heishui said. Everyone nearby was filled with anticipation. These two groups were filled with confidence, and both of them were super Genesis technique experts. It was very likely that they would obtain an astonishing treasure today. That's right, a Genesis technique showdown. Let's have a look at the rare treasures. Everything is fake. Let's cut the stone and see the truth. Let's fight now. Everyone was very excited. They wanted to see the methods of a Genesis technique expert. Perhaps they could see the birth of a rare treasure. Even the Yuan Taoist master had praised the mysterious techniques of a Genesis technique aristocratic family. Everyone will be in for a treat today. Wu Ziming was very high profile. It's a pity that it's a duel of country bumpkins. Li Chongtian muttered in a low voice, but everyone could still hear him. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Now, you can brag as much as you can and belittle us. Li Heishui sneered, but he didn't say it out loud. Yi Fan stepped forward and wanted to cross the water to the small island where the Heaven Series Stone Garden was located. In order to gather 500,000 kilograms of origin source, he could only choose precious stones. Taba Chong, who hadn't even glanced at Yi Fan, and Li Heishui had finally glanced at Yi Fan and said, "Wait." Yi Fan stopped and looked at him calmly. Since the other party was so cold, he didn't want to say anything and waited for him to speak. Tuoba Chong said, "The Heaven Stone Garden of the Sacred Land is a sacred land. True Genesis technique experts fight their way in." "What do you want?" Yi Fan asked. "We don't need to start from the first stone garden. We can use this lakeside as the starting point. If we can't find Genesis of the same level, there's no need to enter the sacred stone garden to compete." "That's right. If the difference in Genesis techniques is too great, Brother Tuoba doesn't need to waste time." Wu Ziming agreed. "That should be the case. If we can't find Genesis of the same level, what's the point of entering the Ji clan's sacred stone garden?" Li Chongnan sneered. "All right, you choose your stone." Yi Fan didn't have much to say to him. By the lakeside, grass and trees grew and pavilions stood tall, but there were very few stones. One of the Ji clan's Genesis masters stepped forward and said with a bitter smile, "There are no stones here, only a few scattered garden stones." Tuoba Chong shook his head and said, "No, in my opinion, there are still some precious stones here. You just need to be perceptive." Everyone present was shocked. There were no stones by the lakeside, only common waste stones. They were ornaments of the garden, accompanying the roots of the ancient trees or beside the old vines. Yi Fan and Tuoba Chong moved at the same time, walking between the most ordinary stones. Their movements were extremely fast. Otherwise, if there really was a strange stone, it would definitely be chosen by the other party first. The stone that his finger touched turned golden. Someone cried out in surprise. "What's going on?" Many people were dumbfounded. Tuoba Chang's speed was extremely fast. His index finger kept pointing out, and every time it landed on a stone, the stone would turn golden as if it was cast from gold. Crimson Gold Divine Hand, the realm of perfection. An elder exclaimed, feeling that it was an eye-opener. It was the first time many people had heard of it, and naturally, it was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Tuoba Chang's finger seemed to have a strange magical power. As he walked, he touched dozens of stones until they were completely golden. Only after he walked a dozen steps away did those stones return to their normal state, and people couldn't help but be shocked. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The other party was indeed an expert. Crimson Gold Divine Hand had already reached the realm of perfection, and he could clearly see what was inside the stones. Ding! Suddenly, Tuoba Chong stopped and pointed at a stone that was riddled with holes. It looked like a rotten piece of wood that had been chewed on by insects and was full of holes. He held the stone in his hand and continued to choose stones along the way. However, in the end he didn't change anything and chose this stone. "This is the ghost-shattering stone, and it almost can't be produced. Why did you choose this?" Many people were puzzled, and even Wu Ziming couldn't help but remind him. Yi Fan came to the lakeside and swept his eyes over some stones. He didn't make a move for a long time. After all, this wasn't the true stone garden, and there were only some useless stones here. It was a bit difficult to choose a precious stone. However, no one rushed him. The scene was deathly silent, and everyone was waiting quietly. Many people were confident in him since he could cut out the primordial divine medicine. Yi Fan walked half a circle around the small lake and looked at all the useless stones. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He went to the lakeside and fished out a stone that was as big as a human head. He looked at it and chose it. Tuoba Chang was very straightforward and didn't say anything. He pointed with his gold finger, and the ghost-shattering stone broke into pieces. A dazzling light shot out. It was a sky-blue light that was very beautiful. It was reflected in everyone's eyes. It was a xenogenic source that was as big as a fist. It shone with light like the essence of the blue sky. It shot out beams of blue light. This was the blue diamond source, and it was worth 1,500 kilograms of pure source. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He gently swiped the stone and it broke. At the same time, a red mist rose up and shone. It was also a xenogenic source, and it was about the same size. It was like a fiery red sun, and it shone with light. It was called the fire red source. Everyone was shocked. Geniuses could turn stone into gold, and they could casually cut out 1,500 kilograms of source. People could only admire them, but they couldn't learn it. Okay, let's go to the island. Tuoba Chang didn't say anything and boarded the boat. No one dared to fly here, so they could only take the boat. The people of Ji Clan's gambling den could only secretly pray. It was a disaster and not a blessing for these two experts to choose this place. Yi Fan and Li Heishui boarded the boat and rowed towards the island. The real battle was about to begin. Let's go and watch. We will stand on the water and watch quietly. Many cultivators asked, and in the end, the Ji family people agreed. They were delighted and surrounded the island. The island was only a few hundred meters wide, and there were many trees. Many of them were thousands of years old, and they were strong like dragons. Their petals danced in the air, and they shone brightly. The island was decorated very well. There was a spirit spring, and strange stones were laid out. It was a natural scene, and the flowers and trees were all around. This was like a paradise. On the island, there was an old man with skin like a baby and hair as white as snow. He sat among the trees, and his eyes were closed. He didn't move and didn't react at all. "Huh? You were not late, right?" A group of old people appeared. They were all old and healthy, and their ages were frighteningly old. "We finally made it. Luckily, it hasn't started yet." It was the group of old men who had cut the stones for Yi Fan at the Dao Yi Stone Workshop. These people had great backgrounds and came from various large sections. Many of them didn't have much lifespan left, so no one was willing to offend them. After the group of old people got the news, they excitedly rushed over and directly landed on the island. The Ji family's Heaven Stone Garden couldn't let anyone enter casually, but these people were old customers, so it was specially opened for them. There were many white heads as far as the eye could see. "Sister Bua, let Miaoi go in too." And Miaoi, who had just rushed over, saw Ji Bua and asked. Ji Bua chuckled and nodded in agreement. With this exception, Jiang Yifei, Yao Yuekong, Su Heng, Jin Qishao, the Prince of Great Xia, the little nun in white, and some successors of the sacred grounds also entered the stone garden. Everyone was shocked. The impact of this Genesis technique showdown was so great that it attracted so many people. Not only were there the elders, but there were also sacred land descendants like Xiang Yifei and the saint's son of all beginnings. "Ha, young man, don't tell me you're going to cut out another peerless treasure this time?" An old man laughed. Another person walked up and said to Yi Fan, "Do you need me to introduce you? The good things here are no less than the Dao Yi sacred land. Some stones have been here for many years, and we've been thinking about them. They're comparable to the 9-orifice stone golem." Hearing this, the expressions of the Ji family stone workshop people changed. They cursed inwardly. These old people had nothing better to do. Yi Fan smiled and expressed his thanks to them. Under an ancient tree, Yi Fan found a dragon head stone. It was as big as a millstone and was extremely lifelike. There was a faint dragon aura around it. This stone. He was shocked, full of shock. This stone was too extraordinary. Even a normal person could see some dragon aura, let alone him. Especially since this stone was natural and not man-made. It naturally became a dragon's head. People couldn't help but sigh in admiration. How is it? This stone is even more special than the 9-orifice stone golem. This is the head of a true dragon. An old man sighed. Yi Fan was indeed shocked. After careful observation, he couldn't figure it out. There was a phenomenon on the surface of the stone. The dragon aura was faintly discernible, but he felt that the inside might be hollow. He couldn't be sure. How about this dragon head stone? It's priced at 50,000 kilograms. Do you dare to cut it? An old man asked. Forget about this stone. Yi Fan shook his head. He really couldn't figure it out. If you don't cut this stone, you'll make us old fellows regret it for the rest of our lives. The group of old men urged him. If I cut this stone, I'll most likely regret it for the rest of my life. Yi Fan shook his head firmly. It wasn't worth the risk. On the other side, some old men were enthusiastically introducing the sky-high priced stones in the Heaven Series Stone Garden to Taobachang. This stone can make a sound. Li Heishui was shocked. He pointed at a 50-kilogram stone in the nearby Spirit Spring. At this moment, it was greenish-brown. When the clear spring water hit it, it gave off a pleasant sound as if someone was playing a zither. This stone is very special. It's called the Immortal Sound Stone. We old fellows have been eyeing it for decades. This stone would give off a wonderful sound as long as water hit it. It was extremely strange, making people want to cut it open to see what was going on. 80,000 kilograms of source, so expensive. Yi Fan knocked on it gently and listened carefully. In the end, he frowned. This did not seem like a stone from the source mine. He thought hard for a moment and finally stood up. How about this stone? It's unforgettable. An old man pointed to the front. This was a land facing the sun. There was no vegetation, and it was very dry. There was only a solitary stone, about the size of a table. 80,000 kilograms of source, isn't this too ridiculous? Li Heishui was shocked. Because this stone is special. The world gave birth to a Tao diagram. You guys go take a look. An old man introduced. Yi Fan walked over and was shocked. There was a deep 8 trigrams imprinted on the stone. This must have been carved on. Li Heishui curled his lips. It was born. Yi Fan had learned Genesis techniques and could tell. He was very uneasy. The stones in the Ji family's sacred stone garden were all extraordinary. How is it, little friend? Are you tempted? Do you want to cut it open and show us? A few old men tried to persuade him. Yi Fan studied it carefully. After a long time, he said, apart from this Tao diagram, I can't see anything special for now. Little friend is really calm. Then come and take a look at this garden's treasure. A group of old men led him to the other side. This was a very large stone, about 2 meters tall. It stood quietly beside the flowering trees. The falling flowers gave it a kind of ethereal feeling. This stone is worth 150,000 kilograms of source? So expensive. Even if you cut it with God's source, it wouldn't be much. Li Heishui shook his head. Little friend, you have to look carefully. This stone is very special. It's called Peerless Beauty. A group of old men praised this stone. On this exquisite stone, the world gave birth to a diagram. The outline was the head of a beauty. Although it wasn't clear, it gave one an ethereal feeling. It should be a peerless beauty. Some people speculate that there might be a peerless beauty sealed inside. You can see the outline through the wall. Do you dare to cut it? An old man's eyes were burning. He really hoped that Yi Fan would nod. Let me take a look. Yi Fan walked around the stone, knocking and listening. He was really troubled. After looking at 4 heavenly stones, he couldn't see through any of them. He felt that they were all hollow and nothing could be cut out. However, it was faintly discernible. He had a feeling that there might be a shocking treasure inside. This made him frown. Cut this precious stone called Peerless Beauty. Maybe a female sacred spirit will come out. An old man tempted. If I really cut out a female sacred spirit, who in the divine city can suppress her? Yi Fan smiled. I think little friend is tempted. This garden's treasure really can't be missed. Some old men were even sadder than Yi Fan and tried to persuade him. Chapter 344. These heaven-grade strange stones were all extraordinary and were the treasures of the garden. Even Yi Fan couldn't see through them. He felt that this knowledge was vast and endless. In the past, the Yuan Taoist master was called a peerless genius. He could see through the ancient minds of the earth with a glance, and he could see through all the secrets in the source. Tuoba Chang also frowned. He felt a bit of pressure walking in this stone garden. Some strange stones were shrouded in mist, making it hard for him to see through them. The island was very small, only a few hundred meters in circumference. The ancient trees were strong, but they weren't densely packed. Each tree was like a horned dragon, its old skin was like dragon scales, and its branches were full of flowers. Pink, pure white, sky blue, light purple. Every single petal was sparkling and translucent, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. This was like the pure land of the gods, and it gave people a feeling of peace, tranquility, purity, holiness, and divinity. Especially under an ancient tree in the center, the old man of the Ji family who guarded the stone garden had skin like a baby and hair as white as snow. He was like a god sitting cross-legged. Many old men came here, but they didn't disturb him. From beginning to end, this person had been meditating with his eyes closed. Yi Fan and Tuoba Chang walked around and looked at the strange stones. They faced each other under a few ancient flowering trees, and everything was very calm. Tuoba Chang said, "Peerless treasures don't count. If you lose, you will give the other divine item apart from the 50,000 kilograms of source." "That's what I wanted." Yi Fan nodded. Then, the two started to choose stones. Everyone held their breaths and watched seriously. The great Xia Prince, and Miaoyi Ji Baiyu, Zhang Yifei, Yao Yuekong, Jin Qishao, and the others all walked forward. They opened their divine eyes and sensed with their hearts. As for those old men, they quickly stuck close to the two of them, walking step by step. Their muddy old eyes all shot out divine light, sweeping away their senility, each of them full of vigor and vigor. As for the others, they stood at the edge of the island in complete silence and watched calmly. Tuoba Chang was the first to move. His entire right hand had turned crimson gold as he strode forward and pressed down on the dozen-odd stones that he had set his eyes on. The crimson gold divine hand gave him a divine sense that could see through everything. A faint golden luster appeared on the surface of his body, and he was connected to those stones. Everyone was shocked, because at this moment, the strange stones all became transparent, and everything inside could be seen clearly. Everyone knew that origin stones were special. Even the most powerful cultivators were unable to sense what was contained within them, but origin techniques were miraculous and defied common sense. This is the doing of the Yuan Taoist master. In the past, it was rumored that once the heavenly master appeared, there were no secrets within the stone, and everything could be seen clearly. The Toba clan's wondrous arts are truly shocking. They actually have such methods to make the wondrous rock unable to escape. Tuoba Chang is indeed a genius. To have such achievements at such a young age, he might even become the 6th Yuan Taoist master of the northern region in the future. A group of old men exclaimed in admiration as if they had seen a peerless beauty. Their eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor, and they all had their own ideas. As for the others, they were also indescribably amazed. Many people had thoughts of roping him in. The northern region came from the origin, and such a person would definitely be an honored guest of the various great forces. In comparison, Yi Fan was very calm. He was like a cloud drifting gently through the flowers and trees, his crystalline fingers gently brushing past. There was no brilliance, nor was there any unusual phenomenon. There was only a natural feeling of clear spring water flowing above the stone. His entire person was very ethereal. Finally, Tuoba Chang stopped in front of the dragon head stone. His crimson gold right hand rested on it, connecting with it. Many people gasped when they saw this scene. It was obvious that the genius of the Tuoba clan had taken a fancy to this stone. His expression was especially solemn. A group of old men all gathered around. This stone had been displayed for many years, and no one had dared to touch it. If it was cut open now, it would fulfill one of their wishes. And Miaoyi's hair danced in the wind as she approached with light steps. The elegant Jiang Yifei also revealed a look of surprise as he moved forward to observe. Wondrous stones were the most difficult to cut. Even the Yuan Taoist master would frown at times, let alone the current world. Tuoba Chang's crimson gold divine hand tapped on the dragon head stone. It did not become transparent, and only a trace of draconic qi leaked out. Ding! 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 Tuoba Chang's fingers continuously tapped a total of 365 times. Rays of divine radiance entered the dragon head stone. At the same time, his body was also dyed with a faint golden radiance. He actually connected with the millstone-sized dragon head stone and became one. He closed his eyes and placed his right hand on the dragon's head. Multicolored light flowed as if the hand of a god had come back to life. A treasure wheel appeared under his right hand. It's really a treasure wheel. It's colorful and brilliant. Whether it was the group of old men, An Yaoi, the great Xia prince, Jin Qishao, or the spectators outside the small island, everyone revealed a look of surprise. This is the Heaven Origin treasure wheel. It can imprint the secrets of the wondrous stone and understand what kind of treasures it contains. The geniuses of the Tuoba clan are really astonishing. They can even recreate such a method. I heard that this is a unique technique of the Yuan Taoist master. The expressions of the older generation who understood everything changed. The others were also moved after hearing about it. At this moment, Li Heishui's heart also jumped. The opponent's Genesis technique was so astonishing. It was really difficult to say who was stronger in a Genesis technique battle. Swoosh! Light flashed, and the man in embroidered clothes, Tuoba Chang, retreated. The Heaven Origin treasure wheel stuck to his palm, and the light became even brighter. It was like a 5-colored divine sun, so bright that people could not open their eyes. However, no one closed their eyes. They opened their divine eyes and shot out lightning rays to see what was imprinted on the Heaven Origin treasure wheel. Dragon, oh my god, there's a dragon! The Heaven-class sacred stone garden was in an uproar. Everyone cried out when they saw this scene. There's a dragon imprinted on the Heaven Origin treasure wheel. Is this real? There's a dragon inside the dragon head stone. The Heaven Origin treasure wheel flickered into Oba Chang's palm. There was a dragon shadow inside, shaking its head and wagging its tail, continuously swimming around. Vaguely, there was a kind of terrifying dragon might rushing out, making everyone dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. This was like a fantasy. Could it be that a true dragon was about to be born? The expressions of the people of the Ji clan completely changed. They had looked for peerless experts to look at the wondrous stones in the garden. How could they have missed such a peerless treasure? Not to mention Jin Qishao, the little nun in white, Xiang Yifei, and the others, even the older generation were extremely excited. They all surrounded the stone. Many people from the major factions secretly sent voice transmissions to Tuoba Chang, offering heaven-grade prices to buy the stone. I've heard that true dragons are born from heaven and earth. Could it be that there's really a foot-long young dragon in the dragon head? No matter what, there must be a peerless treasure in the millstone-sized dragon head. It must be related to a true dragon. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion. There were even some old men with frightening backgrounds who regretted looking at the stone in the past. They had seen it before, but in the end, they gave it up. The faint golden light on Tuoba Chang's body slowly dimmed. The Heaven Origin treasure wheel in his hand disappeared. He lightly patted the dragon head stone and said, "I choose this stone." Now, no one doubted his Genesis technique. He had displayed all kinds of methods, and he definitely had a trace of the Yuan Taoist master style. Li Heishui cursed, "No wonder he is so arrogant. He really has a peerless Genesis technique." Now, things are not looking good. Needless to say, Yi Fan already felt the pressure. The other party chose the dragon head stone and even used the Heaven Origin treasure wheel to reflect a true dragon. If it was a true dragon, no matter what rare treasure was cut out, it would not be comparable unless it was an immortal. Yi Fan expressionlessly walked around the stone garden. Choosing an ordinary stone was definitely not possible. He had to cut out a shocking divine object. Right now, there were still the immortal sound stone, 8 trigrams Dao diagram stone, peerless beauty stone, etc. He frowned and stood between the origin-suppressing stones in deep thought. A true dragon is like an immortal, not descending to the mortal world. It shouldn't be like this. Maybe it's something else. As long as I cut out a peerless treasure, I should be able to compete with it. Yi Fan stood in front of the 8 trigrams Dao diagram stone. He did not make a move and only walked around it a few times, constantly thinking. The 8 trigrams Dao diagram stone was very attractive. It was formed naturally. Looking at it, there was a feeling of the Dao flowing, and all methods returning to one. However, in the end Yi Fan walked away. He came in front of the peerless beauty stone, stroked it with his hand, and then gently tapped it. His movements were very rhythmic. His fingers were light and agile, like a few sprites jumping, drawing out beautiful trajectories. Little brother, you don't have a choice. I think you should choose these few treasures. An old man advised. The genius of the Tuoba clan has chosen the dragon head stone. You can only choose from the stones of the same level. That's right. If he really cuts out a young true dragon, you can only cut out a female sacred spirit king to be able to compete. Yi Fan had already calmed down. After thinking for a long time, he finally gave up on the peerless beauty stone and walked to the side. Can you choose it or not? Are you afraid? Wu Ziming saw that Yi Fan had not chosen a stone and interrupted his thoughts. A country bumpkin wants to compete with the wondrous arts of a Genesis technique sacred land? You overestimate yourself, what a joke. You're a frog at the bottom of a well. How can you compare to Brother Tuoba? If such a person is also a Genesis technique genius, it will be an insult to Brother Tuoba. Li Chongtian also sneered. Li Heishui reprimanded, shut your beaks. You're interfering and seriously destroying the Genesis technique showdown. Wu Ziming mocked. He's already scared because he can't choose a stone. Are we not allowed to say anything? Li Chongtian also laughed impudently. Even if he cuts out a rare stone, it can't compare to Brother Tuoba's dragon head stone. I think he should just admit defeat and avoid having to spend an astronomical price to buy a stone. The smell of gunpowder was already thick in the air even before the stone was cut. Both sides had already begun arguing, and there were quite a few people in the surroundings who agreed. Tuoba Chang coldly said, don't say anything. Let him choose his stone. I want him to lose until he has no place to show his face. Yi Fan turned around and smiled. Everything is possible in the field of stone gambling and Genesis techniques. Even if you think you've seen a true dragon, it may just be an illusion. He came to the edge of the spirit spring and fished the immortal sound stone out of the water. With a gentle brush, the water dried up, and the greenish-brown stone looked natural under the sunlight. Yi Fan felt that this stone was the strangest. It didn't seem like a stone from a Genesis mine, but it gave him a special feeling. The crowd quietened down to the point where even a pin drop could be heard. They realized that Yi Fan's expression was extremely solemn. He was definitely going to use his Genesis technique. Suddenly, 2 beams of purple light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes and pierced through the stone. Heavens, this is the Heaven Origin Divine Sense. The Delusion Breaker Eye is a Heaven Origin technique that uses divine sense to see through everything in the stone. This is a heaven-defying technique. All the older generation figures were shocked. And Miaoyi, the joyous prince, and the others were all emotional as they walked forward. Wu Ziming, Li Chongtian, and the others all shut their mouths after learning what the Heaven Origin Divine Sense was. Suddenly, the heavenly Tao melody rang out, making everyone feel intoxicated. It was as if a supreme great Tao was transmitted from the celestial world. The stone inexplicably let out a strange sound that resonated with Yi Fan's Heaven Origin Divine Sense. It resounded throughout the stone garden. It was like an indescribable scripture that was slowly being chanted, cleansing one's soul. At the center of the island, under that thick ancient tree, sparkling and translucent petals fluttered about. That godlike elder opened his eyes with a schwa sound, sweeping his gaze over. I choose the stone, Yi Fan said calmly. Chapter 345. The heavenly melody of the great Tao continued for a long time. The stone was simple and unadorned, causing people to be mesmerized. Yi Fan chose the stone. His voice was sonorous and powerful, resounding throughout the island. Many people were stunned. This stone actually emitted a Tao melody that was stimulated by the heavenly divine sense. It resounded throughout the heavens and earth, causing people to be indescribably amazed. Immediately, some of the major powers transmitted messages, wanting to purchase this stone at a sky-high price. This included the people from the various holy lands, all of them trying their best to rope in Yifan. Everyone present was shocked. This was indeed a battle of Genesis techniques. Both geniuses had chosen shocking stones. There will definitely be an extraordinary item cut out. There is actually a mysterious heavenly melody ringing. Could it be an ancient scripture? It is rumored that the supreme sovereign scripture of the Grand Xia Empire was cut out from this stone. The great Tao is boundless, lofty, and profound, causing people to have the impulse to sink into it. Maybe it will be an immortal scripture. Everyone's expression changed. They were all filled with envy, paying close attention. "Little brother, if you cut out something good, don't forget us bunch of old men." A group of old men had fervent gazes, excitedly rubbing their hands. They deduced that a shocking item would most likely appear. If it really was an ancient scripture, it would cause a huge wave. The various holy lands wouldn't be able to sit still. If it wasn't for the old man with jade-like skin sitting cross-legged under the ancient tree in the center of the island, there would most likely be people fighting over these two stones. "Cut the stone, quickly cut the stone." Many people shouted, hoping to immediately know what kind of peerless treasure would appear. The expressions of the Ji clan's people were incomparably ugly. These two stones were too precious. If they cut out a shocking treasure, it would truly make their hearts ache. After choosing such a stone, Li Heishui finally heaved a sigh of relief, feeling that it would most likely be comparable to the dragon head stone. Wu Ziming coldly laughed. "What rare treasure can compare to a true dragon? Even if we cut out a rare divine item, we will inevitably lose it and give it to Brother Tuoba." "That's right, this is equivalent to giving Brother Tuoba a big gift." Li Chongtan also coldly laughed. "Cut the stone." Li Heishui ignored them and only spat out these two words. Now, they could only cut the stone to determine the winner. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous, all of them paying close attention, all of them waiting for the treasures within the Dragon Head Stone and Immortal Sound Stone to appear. After a short uproar, the island quickly calmed down. It was so quiet that even the sound of falling flowers could be heard clearly. "You first." Yi Fan made an inviting gesture. The man in embroidered clothes, Tuoba Chang, didn't speak. He withdrew a 5-colored beast skin pouch, and there were over 10 sharp little knives of different shapes within it. The ancient clans were very particular about Genesis techniques. They used different sabers to cut different Genesis stones. Tuoba Chang took out a silver dragon saber and held it in his hand. The first blade descended, and he chopped off the dragon horn. With a light stroke, it turned into stone powder, and there was nothing inside. Kacha! The sounds did not stop, and Tuoba Chang continued to descend his blade. His movements were light and graceful, and it did not seem like he was wielding his blade. Instead, it seemed like he was dancing with his fingers. His technique was close to the Tao, and it was filled with a kind of beauty. From all these details, it could be seen that Tuoba Chang's attainment in Genesis techniques was extremely high, and he seemed to be close to the Tao. The dragon scales danced in the air like flowers, and they fell to the ground with rustling sounds. A third of the huge dragon head had been cut off, and a thick layer of stone chips accumulated on the ground. At this moment, it was extremely quiet. No one dared to disturb him, and everyone held their breaths as they watched. Tuoba Chang was completely focused. The silver blade was like a dragon, and the world was silent. Only he danced with the silver blade, as if he was playing a piece of music. Time slowly passed. His movements became slower and gentler, as if he was afraid of breaking the piece and destroying the divine object in the dragon head. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut, and they were almost suffocating. Their eyes did not blink as they stared at the center of the square. The embroidered clothes to Tuoba Chang had become the absolute focus. Ding! A clear sound echoed in everyone's ears like a dragon's roar. The silver blade floated in the air, and a mysterious aura spread out. Dragon Qi has rushed out. Many people widened their eyes. Wisps of dragon-shaped qi flowed out from the dragon head, and it was very strange. Hey brat, you're finished. This stone will definitely produce a divine object that will shock the world. Wu Ziming sneered and swept a glance at Li Heishui. Swish, swish, swish. Tuoba Chang moved his blade as if it was flying. He suddenly sped up, and the rhythm increased. The stone chips were like snow, fluttering in the air. Ding! When the last sound rang out, the millstone-sized dragon head stone was completely peeled off. Other than the stone powder on the ground, only a bowl-sized bead was left. It was dark green in color, and there was no brilliance. However, there were wisps of dragon qi lingering around it, as if something had broken out of its shell. This is a dragon ball? Yes, it looks very much like a dragon ball, a treasure born from heaven and earth. There might be a true dragon inside. It's born from the harmony of heaven and earth. The small island immediately boiled up. Everyone looked excited, and only the Ji clan members did not smile, and their faces were solemn. Quick, we can't wait anymore. Quickly cut out the peerless treasure. I desperately want to see the birth of a young true dragon. Everyone urged. Even Great Xia's prince and the white-clothed little nun were no longer reserved, squeezing to the front. And Miaoyi, Jin Qishao, and the others also did the same. Tuoba Chang held the dragon ball in his hand and did not continue cutting. He turned back to look at Yi Fan and said, "It's your turn." Yi Fan did not say anything superfluous. Light flashed in his hand, and an inch-long small black sword appeared between his fingers. That's the Black Dragon Pattern Golden Sword. It's the Holy Spirit sword cut out from the 9-orifice stone golem. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was too extravagant. Yi Fan wanted this Holy Spirit sword to cut the stone. Many people were completely speechless. Wu Ziming sneered, "What's there to show off? When the time comes, he won't be able to cut out anything. I'm waiting to see his face turn into a vegetable." The Black Dragon Pattern Golden Holy Spirit Sword was as translucent as black jade. It was naturally formed. Yi Fan held it between his fingers and continuously moved it on the immortal sound stone. The stone skin quickly fell off. He used this sword to cut the stone in case of accidents. Last time, it was very dangerous to cut the 9-orifice stone golem. If he did not retreat in time, he would have been pierced. Purple light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes, turning into 2 beams of light that landed on the immortal sound stone. The Black Dragon Pattern Golden Holy Spirit sword moved with the 2 beams of purple light and quickly slashed. A melodious sound suddenly came from the stone. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what exactly was inside. Yi Fan's movements were very light and also had a sense of beauty. It was as if a living piece was beating. The Black Dragon Pattern Golden Holy Spirit sword turned into a black dragon that danced in the air. What exactly is it? Can it compare to the Dragon Ball? Could it really be an ancient scripture? Silence. There was no noise. The island was exceptionally quiet. No one knew when, but the guardian of the sacred stone garden, that old man propped up a screen of light, as if he was afraid that some rare treasure would escape. Ding dong! A sweet-sounding sound rang out. Yi Fan fiercely shook the small black sword. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and the immortal sound stone was completely cut open. A jade cocoon the size of a fist appeared. It was sparkling and shining, and no one knew what was inside. Another cocoon. Last time, the small black cocoon produced the Holy Spirit sword. What will it be this time? Suddenly, a wonderful sound rang out. It was not the heavenly sound of the great Tao, but rather an intoxicating immortal music that made people's minds want to sink. Only when Yi Fan grabbed the jade cocoon in his hand did the immortal music stop. Only then did heaven and earth calm down. Outside the stage, cries of alarm sounded. Just now, many people had actually lost control of their minds. At this moment, everyone had a tacit understanding. The younger generation all retreated, and a group of old men stepped forward, ready to take action at any time. That was because it was very likely that something unusual would appear. In order to prevent accidents, The older generation prepared to work together to suppress it. You first. Yi Fan indicated. Tuoba Chang did not say anything else. He carefully used the silver blade to cut towards the Dragon Ball, and the dark green stone bead cracked open. Hong! A powerful aura rushed out, causing people's hearts to tremble. The draconic might was terrifying. Dragon, I saw a dragon. A true dragon flew out. Many people cried out, all of them incomparably shocked. They stared at the scene, almost forgetting to breathe. A dragon over 1/2 meter long rushed out from the stone bead and danced in the air. The draconic might overflowed in all directions. It was extremely astonishing. No, it's formed from draconic chi, not a true dragon. When things calmed down, people clearly saw that the little dragon was not a true body. The dragon bead was already broken, and there was nothing inside. Disappointment was written all over Tuoba Chang's face. What a pity, there's only a strand of draconic chi, nothing else. This is only a strand of essence chi born from heaven and earth, and it has the shape of a dragon. It's not a true dragon's chi. Many people shook their heads. It was far from what they had expected. The difference was too great. Many people sighed. Why is it like this? Wu Ziming clenched his fists. Li Chongdan was also extremely disappointed, and he stamped his feet. Ah! Only Li Heishui shook his head and laughed, causing the faces of Wu Ziming and the others to turn ashen. A true dragon does not descend into the world. What a pity for this stone bead. It is impossible for a true dragon to be born in this world. If there is a celestial world, without a doubt, when the time comes, this bead will definitely turn into a true dragon. The old man from Ji family who was guarding the stone garden said these words, and then he stopped talking. The draconic chi was about to scatter and disappear from heaven and earth. Great Xia's prince charged over and said excitedly, I want this draconic chi, 5,000 kilograms of source. He raised his hand and sealed the space, restraining the draconic chi. Everyone revealed a weird expression. The chivalrous dynasty had inherited the supreme imperial scripture, and within it was an offensive saint technique, imperial draconic chi. To cultivate this technique, apart from one's own talent, there were also some secret techniques. This draconic chi would be of great benefit to him. Tuoba Chang nodded and didn't speak. He spent 50,000 kilograms of source to buy the dragon head stone, but he didn't get a peerless treasure. This was a huge blow to him. The heavenly source treasure will reflected the true dragon in the stone, and in the end, it was just like what Yi Fan had said, it was just a dream. There was no expression on Tuoba Chang's face. When it was Yi Fan's turn to cut the jade cocoon, he didn't hesitate and retreated. He waved the small black sword, and with a clang, he cut open the jade disc. Ding dong! Celestial music rang out, and a dazzling radiance appeared. The center of the field was resplendent, and it caused people's hearts to sway. It was as if there was a demonic power that caused people to sink into depravity. This is immortal melody, what a pity! An old voice filled with regret said, but almost no one heard it. Chapter 346. After the jade cocoon was cut open, an object was revealed that shot out dazzling 9-colored light. It was only the size of a chicken egg and perfectly round. There were 9 holes on its surface that cried out when the wind blew. This type of music was extremely wondrous, making one couldn't help but become intoxicated. They really wanted to hold it in their hands and listen carefully. There was a type of demonic power to it. Its entire body was sparkling with 9 different colors. It was exceptionally beautiful and dazzling, as if it was the world's most precious treasure. At the center of the island, the deity-like elder under the ancient tree shook his head and said, "What a pity, it was born in the secular world." "Senior, may I ask what this is?" Many people asked. They didn't understand at all, and even those old men didn't know. They looked towards the protector of Ji family's sacred stone garden. This is an immortal melody. If there is immortal energy to nourish it, one can carve a portion of the Tao imprint. It is an immortal book born from heaven and earth. Ji family's elder shook his head and said, "In this world, it is unknown whether or not there are immortals, so how could one find immortal energy to nourish it? In the end, it is only a treasure within a musical instrument." It has nothing to do with cultivation. It's actually an immortal melody. I've heard of it before. A few old men cried out in alarm. It was indeed as the protector of Ji family's stone garden said. This object was born in the secular world. If it was born in the immortal realm, after being nourished by immortal energy, it would become a heavenly book, engraving a portion of the heaven and earth's patterns. Now, it only produced great Tao divine sounds when it was about to appear. However, it stopped there. Without immortal energy, it would never appear again. What a pity, or else this really would be an ancient scripture. It might even be a world-shocking immortal scripture. Why is it like this? It was born in the secular world. There was no one who didn't feel regret. Otherwise, this would be a heavenly Tao immortal book, a great opportunity. Yi Fan held the immortal melody in his palm. It was sparkling and warm, flickering with 9-colored splendor. If it was given to a mortal emperor, it would definitely be a national treasure. However, it was useless to cultivators. The immortal melody he cut out was the same as the strand of draconic energy in the stone bead. It was of little value and didn't have much use. It could only be considered a rare object. Tuoba Chang used 100,000 kilograms to cut the dragon head stone, and he used 80,000 kilograms to cut the immortal sound stone. Little brother Gu Feng, Miaoi is very interested in the immortal melody. Don't give it to others, you must keep it for Miaoi. And Miaoi secretly transmitted her voice. This was how rock gambling was. Even if one's Genesis techniques were astonishing, it was still possible for one to be deceived when encountering a rock. Everyone sighed in their hearts. If even these two Genesis technique geniuses had made such a mistake and spent such an astronomical sum for no reason, one could imagine what the others would think. The Holy Land's sky-high price strange stones bring them a lot of profit every year. They have always earned it steadily and never lost money. If they could cut out rare treasures, the Dragon Head Stone and Immortal Sound Stone wouldn't have been left here for so many years. Many people shivered and warned their friends around them. The Holy Land established the stone workshop to maximize the benefits. If they had the slightest confidence, these strange stones wouldn't have been sent here. The Great Sage's land doesn't lack stone masters. At this moment, both Yi Fan and Tuoba Chang were very calm. Moreover, they reacted quickly and charged toward the other guardian treasures. Yi Fan arrived in front of the Peerless Beauty Stone in a dozen steps, while Tuoba Chang rushed to the 8 trigrams Tao diagram stone. I choose this stone. Yi Fan directly threw out 150,000 kilograms of Genesis and bought the stone. I don't have any more Genesis on me, but as the #1 successor of the Tuoba clan, I will write a contract here. I will definitely send the Genesis over in a few days. Tuoba Chang had just spent 100,000 kilograms of Genesis and was now empty. Everyone was dumbfounded, not knowing why these two were doing this. It was as if they wanted to snatch the stone. That's right, they seemed to be fighting over a peerless sacred object. Strange stone, peerless beauty. It was over 2 meters tall and silently stood beside the flowering tree. The falling flowers gave it an ethereal feeling. It was worth 150,000 kilograms of Genesis. Strange stone, 8 trigrams Tao diagram. It was as big as a table and looked simple and natural. The Tao imprint seemed to be embedded in the stone. It was worth 120,000 kilograms of Genesis. Are they crazy? Why are they snatching stones after cutting nothing? Everyone didn't understand. Only the people of the Ji clan were calm. If they cut a few more stones, their profits would be even greater. The two quickly started to cut the stone. Their blades flew and the stone chips danced in the air like snowflakes. This old man's horizons have been broadened. A few of the garden's greatest treasures will be cut open in my lifetime, fulfilling one of my wishes. Facing the Peerless Beauty Stone, Yi Fan wasn't gentle at all. He slashed with the black gold dragon mark sword as if he was fighting for time. If there was a rare treasure inside, this speed was already the fastest under the premise of not injuring it. Almost in a moment, the huge strange stone was cut open. Unfortunately, the Peerless Beauty Stone was empty. This time, there wasn't even a chicken rib, there was nothing. At the same time, Tuoba Chang also completely peeled the 8 trigrams Tao diagram stone. Other than leaving behind a pile of stone powder, there was nothing. In an instant, the two were as fast as lightning as they pounced towards the other stones. There were still 5 gardens' greatest treasures. Their target was obvious. They quickly rushed over and each took one. The stone Yi Fan chose was called Immortal Pot. It was over a meter tall and shaped like a gourd. Some people speculated that there might be gourd seeds inside. It was a peerless treasure worth 50,000 kilograms of genesis. The stone Tuoba Chang chose was shaped like a male tiger that wanted to break through the sky. It was called White Tiger Ascension and was worth 120,000 kilograms of genesis. Little Yi, are you crazy? Li Heishui didn't understand and secretly transmitted his voice. This was too crazy. Just now, the Immortal Sound Stone and the Peerless Beauty Sure had paid a total of 230,000 kilograms of genesis, but in the end, it was all for naught. And now, Yi Fan didn't seem to care at all. He threw out another 50,000 kilograms of genesis as if he was under a spell and didn't care about the consequences. It's not that I'm crazy, it's just that there's a crazy stone here that definitely contains a peerless treasure. If it's cut out, everything will be worth it. Yi Fan replied. Brother Tuoba, what's wrong? Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian also asked. However, the genius of the Tuoba clan didn't care at all. After carving his debt on the stone again, he quickly began to cut the stone. The Ji clan was naturally not afraid that he would renege on his debt. In the current world, no one dared to extort the Ji clan, not even ancient Genesis technique families. What's going on? Li Heishui didn't understand. Yi Fan had already spent 330,000 kilograms of genesis and was rapidly cutting the immortal pot, making everyone feel crazy. I can't explain it now. I'll explain it later. He and Tuoba Chang both sensed that there was something strange about this place. There was definitely a stone that could make people crazy. Their Genesis techniques were exquisite and had a trace of the Yuan Taoist master's elegance. Whether it was the Heavenly Source Treasure Wheel or the Heavenly Source Divine Sense, they were close to the Tao. However, they had been deceived. A strange aura had interfered with their judgment. It was extraordinary. The two immediately thought of a situation mentioned in an ancient Genesis technique book. This place definitely contained an astonishing treasure. Whether it was the Tuoba clan's treasure book or the peerless Genesis book left behind by the Yuan Taoist master, they both had clear records. A peerless spiritual treasure that could interfere with a Genesis technique master's judgment, making them cut the wrong stone to protect themselves. This was the legendary Stone King. It must have given birth to an unimaginable divine object. One of them had cultivated the Heavenly Source Divine Sense, while the other had cultivated the Heavenly Source Treasure Wheel. Their unimaginable sharpness allowed them to sense the abnormality and capture the strange aura. If they could cut out such a spiritual treasure, they would be able to recoup all their expenses. Thus, they cut the stone that was most likely to contain a divine object. Now, it was no longer just a battle between Yi Fan and Tuoba Chang. They were also fighting with a peerless stone. Crazy, they've really gone crazy. Everyone was tongue-tied. The two had already spent more than 300,000 kilograms of genesis, but they didn't care at all. It seemed like they wanted to continue. The prince of the great Xia, Jiang Yifei, and the others were from immortal empires and eternal families. They were also shocked when they saw this scene. Even they couldn't afford to pay such a price. And Miaoi's beautiful eyes flashed. She smiled faintly and said, "This is indeed a Genesis technique battle that will shake the entire divine city. This is too shocking." Even the quietest little nun in white was blinking her big eyes, full of puzzlement. There's a Stone King here? Some old men were very sensitive and immediately guessed this possibility. Heavens, if there's a Stone King, it's not impossible to cut out an ancient scripture, an emperor's divine object, or a young true dragon. The group of old men's expressions changed. They immediately scattered and searched everywhere, as if they wanted to join in. After the Celestial Lake and the White Tiger Ascension were cut open, they were still empty. There was nothing inside. Everyone was shocked. The stone square of the sacred ground was indeed a deep pit. It was very difficult to get out after jumping in. One would sink deeper and deeper without being able to cut out anything. Little Yi, don't be crazy. You are still choosing stones. Even Li Heishui was shocked. Yi Fan threw another 120,000 kilograms of source stone on the ground. It was sparkling like a small mountain. He began to choose stones again. There were still 3 garden guardian treasures left. They were all priced at 120,000 kilograms of source stone. This time, he didn't act immediately but chose patiently. Tuoba Chang was also crazy. He carved the price on a limestone slab and quickly rushed over to choose a stone. This is crazy, he's really crazy. I haven't gambled like this in many years. Throwing out hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source stone, it's really frightening. Everyone was shocked. All of this was too crazy. Everyone was flabbergasted. At this moment, Yi Fan had spent a total of 450,000 kilograms of source stone. He didn't even frown. In the end, Tuoba Chang chose a stone. It was one of the extremely expensive stones called Divine Moon. This stone was like a crescent moon. It was very special. It was more than 2 meters long and had a sparkling luster. The stone material was very smooth and smooth. It was a rare source stone material. Under the sunlight, it flowed with radiance like a divine moon. Tuoba Chang quickly cut down without any delay. The stone skin fell off and the jade-like stone skin flew in all directions. This extremely expensive stone named Divine Moon continuously shrunk. Suddenly, a divine radiance rushed into the sky and illuminated the entire island. The light blue lake became sparkling. The radiance was resplendent and a divine aura rushed into the sky. Everyone's pores opened up and they felt comfortable as if they were being embraced by immortal spirit energy. What is this? A divine item came out. At this moment, the small island was in an uproar. Everyone found it hard to calm down and went crazy. This thing was too astonishing. Just a strand of divine radiance from the crack in the stone was already like this. It was easy to imagine that it was a peerless treasure. Tuoba Chang was incomparably excited. He slowed down the speed of his blade and was very careful in case he cut something. A head-sized stone ball was cut out. Rays of divine radiance shot out from the crack. The thin layer of stone skin could no longer block the divine radiance contained within. This stone ball actually floated in the air and didn't sink at all. Heavens, divine source, it's actually divine source. That's right, divine source, it's the size of a human head. Even the older generation was in an uproar. This kind of divine item was rarely seen in the world. All the Holy Lands yearned for it. The most conservative estimate is that its value is definitely above 500,000 kilograms of divine source. When an old man said such a value, everyone sucked in a cold breath. This was divine source. The size of a human head was comparable to a mountain of ordinary pure divine source. Tuoba Chang didn't peel off that thin layer of rock because he was afraid that he would be blinded. Even so, the dozens of beams of light that were shot out were enough to illuminate the entire island. Even the blue lake water was sparkling with brilliance. Ha! He couldn't help but laugh. The appearance of divine source was something that hadn't appeared in the sacred city for many years. This was definitely sensational news. Hey brat, let's see how you turn things around. You want to compete with the Genesis technique aristocratic families. Li Zhongtian laughed loudly. Don't even think about it in this lifetime. What can they use to compete with such a piece of divine source? Wu Ziming also said sarcastically, I've been looking forward to seeing your faces turn green for a long time. Finally, it's time to see your faces turn green. Everyone went crazy. They were all shouting and discussing. The divine source was too shocking. Li Heishui was also in a daze. He didn't have any temper at all. The appearance of the divine source stunned him. At this moment, only Yi Fan was still calm. He said, in this world, divine source isn't the most precious thing. There are even more sacred things in precious stones. Hearing him say this, and Miaoyi, the Xia prince, Jiang Yifei, the little nun, and the others all looked over. The older generation figures also turned around. Even more people shook their heads. Some were sympathetic and some were gloating. Such a piece of divine source had been cut out. To turn things around was definitely more difficult than reaching the heavens. Wu Ziming laughed presumptuously. Then cut out a sacred object for me to see. Alright, I'll try today. Maybe I can really cut out something even more precious, Yifan said calmly. Once he said this, the stone garden quieted down. Everyone's gaze was focused on him. And Miaoi's beautiful eyes turned in astonishment. The little nun in white blinked her big eyes and opened her mouth wide. She looked like a cute swallow as she stared at him in shock. Even Jin Qishao, the saint child of all beginnings, and Yao Yuekong, who had strong wills, revealed an indescribable expression. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You're already at this stage and you still want a miracle. I think you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Chongtian laughed. Can you really cut out something even more precious? Someone muttered. Almost no one believed it. Divine source was too precious. Everyone present thought that a miracle was almost impossible. At this moment, the news of the divine source's appearance spread like wildfire. It shook the entire divine city, and more people rushed over. Yifan was very calm. He was seriously hammering on a priceless stone. Even at this stage, he was still unperturbed. Little Yi, you must cut out a shocking treasure. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. Li Heishui secretly transmitted. We'll wait for you. Let's see how you'll shed tears when you see the coffin. Wu Ziming mocked and laughed loudly. Yifan heard this and stood up. If that's the case, why don't you join in and gamble with me? Then he looked around and said, of course, if there's anyone else who's willing, there's no harm in joining in. I don't believe that you can still turn the tables at this stage. Chapter 347. I don't believe that you can still turn the tables at this point. Wu Ziming sneered. Not to mention him, even the others didn't believe that a miracle could happen. What was divine source? It was the most precious of all sources. It was formed from the world's most primordial essence, and even the Holy Lands desired it. The divine city hadn't been cut out for many years. This piece was the size of a human head and was priceless. Who could turn the tables in such a situation? What else was more precious than it? It was almost impossible. Today, I will bet with you even if I have to sell everything I have. Wu Ziming sneered. Not long ago, he lost several tens of thousands of kilograms of source to Yifan. Now, he finally had the chance to take revenge, so he borrowed source from Li Chongtian. Their connections were quite broad, and they knew quite a few people. More importantly, their sects were great sects in the North region. 5 Elements Palace and Illusion Destruction Palace were quite famous, and they both had older generation figures here. The two of them had gathered quite a bit of resources. Not only were these two moved, but the others also found it hard to stay calm. Since Yifan had already spoken, many people were eager to try. The head-sized piece of divine source had already appeared. Not many people believed that Yifan could turn the tables. This was almost impossible. This kind of divine item was rarely seen in the world. We will also bet with you. More than 20 cultivators joined hands and collected 15,000 kilograms of source. They walked forward in large strides and piled up on the ground. At this time, Wu Ziming and Li Chongtan also collected enough source. Because of the support of the sect elders, they collected a total of 15,000 kilograms of source. I have waited for this day for a long time. Wu Ziming gritted his teeth. Not only did he lose so many origin stones in the previous defeat, but he was also humiliated and ridiculed. Today, there was such an opportunity. He felt that it was a heaven-sent opportunity. Is there anyone else? From beginning to end, Yifan was very calm. After standing up in front of the stone, he walked forward and asked a few more questions to see if anyone else wanted to bet. He is too calm and collected. Doesn't he know the value of the source of God? It's such a big piece. Unless there's a complete primordial godly medicine, there's no way it can compare to it. Many people wanted to join in, but when they saw how calm and composed Yifan was, without the slightest hint of dejection, they all began to mutter. Everyone couldn't help but think back to the last time when the 9-holed stone golem had been cut in half. They all thought that there wouldn't be anything left, but in the end, Yifan had dug a hole for them to jump into. Even though many people were confident in the divine origin, they still hesitated. They were afraid that it would be like last time, that Yi Fan would hold back. Is there really no one else? That is divine source. Do you not have confidence in Tuoba-chang? Yi Fan asked again. He walked far away, allowing the falling petals to land on his body. The flowering trees swayed, and the fragrance assailed his nostrils. Yi Fan walked under the ancient tree, and was already quite a distance away from the two stones. Suddenly, two figures walked into the field and quickly arrived in front of the stone that Yi Fan had just carefully hammered and almost confirmed. Our hands are itchy, let's choose a stone too. The two chose the strange stone that Yi Fan had just examined, and piled 120 kilograms of source on the ground. These were two old men. They had been in the stone garden all along, and they weren't far away. Thus, they quickly came over. One of them was Illusion Palace's Grand Elder Li Yishui. Previously, he was the one who instigated and lent Li Chongtian and the others tens of thousands of kilograms of source to bet with Yi Fan. Today, he didn't act rashly. He had been observing and made this move at the crucial moment. Li Heishui's expression immediately changed. He was confident in Yi Fan, and felt that he could definitely pick out a peerless treasure. However, he never would have thought that Li Yishui would do something like this, and compete with another old man of great background for source halfway. This was definitely intentional. It was almost shameless, taking advantage of such a loophole to buy that stone. Do you have any questions? Li Yishui smiled faintly, as if he didn't care. Do you have any shame? Li Heishui pointed at them angrily, and finally couldn't help but scold. Li Yishui's face immediately darkened, and he said, "Young man, don't be rude. Otherwise, I will discipline you on behalf of your elders." You are really... Li Heishui was so angry that he wanted to curse. If he didn't spit on their faces, he wouldn't be able to swallow this anger. Yi Fan hurriedly went forward to stop him, then turned around to face Li Yishui, and said with a sullen face, "You too, aren't you going too far?" Li Yishui indifferently said, "Oh? How is it too far? Are you talking about choosing the stone? Just now you didn't choose, and now we are buying this stone." "Old man, didn't you see Gu Feng knocking and observing just now? He clearly chose that stone." Li Heishui wanted to beat these two up. "He didn't choose in the end, didn't he walk away?" Li Yishui replied with a smile that wasn't a smile. At this moment, the stone garden was in an uproar. There were sounds of discussion everywhere. Some were envious, some were cursing, some were sympathizing, and some were gloating. These two old fogies are really shrewd. It's really unexpected that they would make such a decisive decision. Too despicable, too shameless. How can they do this? Indeed, old people become crafty. To think that they would make such a move. But it really isn't right. Why didn't I think of this? That Genesis technique genius is too inexperienced, allowing such a loophole to be taken advantage of. The crowd outside was in an uproar, unable to calm down. There were those who hated, those who mocked, and those who wanted to beat Yi Fan up. Everyone acknowledged Yi Fan's Genesis technique, and felt that the stone he had chosen would most likely contain a peerless treasure given the confidence he had displayed earlier. Although many felt that it would be very difficult to compare to the divine Genesis, everyone believed that it would contain a valuable treasure. "Don't stop me, I won't be able to vent my anger if I don't beat them up." Li Heishui was truly enraged. He wanted to throw the black metal token at the two in front of him. "You talk big at such a young age. Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders?" Li Yishui's face darkened as he sneered, killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Snatching our wondrous stone and wanting to kill us." Li Heishui wanted to throw the black metal token and beat them up. However, Yi Fan firmly held him back, not letting him go forward. Li Heishui calmed down and did not act rashly. He turned to face the Ji family and said, "We have already paid 120 kilograms of Genesis source. Are you not going to do anything to them?" Master Yuan of the Ji family revealed a troubled expression and said, "Although you have paid Genesis source, it is only for a few of the garden's treasures. You have not chosen which stone to use." Ji Biyue was dressed in green, revealing her curvaceous figure and bare feet. She leisurely walked forward and said with a faint smile, "Little brothers, there is really no other way. You can only blame yourself for not deciding earlier. Since the Ji family had already said so, there was no way to change it. This made Li Heishui furious. Yao Yuekong came forward and advised Li Heishui, "Forget it." The great Xia prince shook his head and also transmitted his voice, "You are too careless." Some people felt that Li Heishui's actions were shameful, but they could only discuss and curse him. They could not change anything. This was the Heaven Stone Garden of the Ji family. Everything had to be done according to the rules. Some of the older generation could not stand it anymore, but they could not say anything. The small island was filled with splendor. That head-sized divine source floated in the air and did not sink down. Dozens of divine radiance shot out from the rock, dyeing the ancient trees and the dancing petals in the air with divine radiance. Li Yishui looked at Yi Fan and Li Heishui calmly and said, "Young people, this world is fair and unfair. There are many things that you need to learn. Not showing off after getting a bargain, you guys are good." Li Heishui pointed at the two people in front of him. Li Yishui was unperturbed and said calmly, "This old man and brother Yang Kun borrowed some resources from some old friends. Other than wanting to buy a priceless strange stone, we also want to make a bet with you." That's right. The old man called Yang Kun was the supreme elder of Five Elements Palace. He immediately piled 60,000 kilograms of God Source on the ground. This move was too ruthless. They had just stolen someone else's stone and now they wanted to make a bet. They were ruthless and wanted to kill them all. Aren't you guys too much? Yi Fan's face darkened. Words spoken are water spilled. You are the one who said that you want to make a bet with everyone here. Li Yishui said with a smile that was not a smile. Although many people felt that it was too much, they could not say anything. It was obvious that both sides had grudges. The two youths were tricked and they could only admit defeat. Li Heishui was furious. The other party was too much, using any means necessary. He could not help but explode. "Old man, you want to use force to suppress us? You are not strong enough." "Oh, then what can you do?" Yang Kun asked. Li Yishui was very indifferent. He casually said, "I'm quite interested in the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword. I think it's worth 50,000 kilograms of origin source. Why don't I borrow some origin source from a few of my old friends? When the time comes, you can use the Holy Spirit sword to repay your debt." Yao Yuekong and Miaoyi and the others had predicted that the black gold Holy Spirit sword was worth 35 kilograms of God Source. Li Yishui's words were obviously malicious and he wanted to steal the sword at a low price. "Dream on." Li Heishui was furious. "Don't worry, let him go." At the crucial moment, Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice and pulled him back. "Little Yi." Li Heishui turned around and looked at him. Then he seemed to have thought of something. He suppressed his emotions and slowly calmed down. "I only borrowed 20,000 kilograms of God Source. That's it, a total of 80,000 kilograms. I will make a bet with you." Li Yishui revealed a faint smile and said, "I am very fond of the black gold Holy Spirit sword." "Okay, I accept. You can cut the stones first." Speaking up to this point, Yi Fan asked loudly, "Does anyone else want to participate?" Yao Yuekong transmitted his voice and advised, "Brother, do you really want to bet? Just admit defeat this time. There is no need to be impulsive." The great Xia prince also advised. At this moment, everyone turned to look at him. Jiang Yifei's robe was whiter than snow. His expression was calm, elegant, and handsome. And Miaoyi's eyes were filled with spiritual energy. She quietly watched. Jin Qixiao's expression was solemn and he did not move. Even more of the older generation remained silent as they watched the scene unfold before them. If that is the case, let us also give it a try. More than 10 people came forward and together, they gathered a total of 18,000 kilograms of God Source, which were sparkling and glittering. Although there were still many people who were tempted, they resisted the impulse. Firstly, they felt that it was not right to add insult to injury. Secondly, seeing Yi Fan take the initiative to invite them, he was too calm. "Okay, since there is no more, it is limited to the few of us." Yi Fan revealed a smile. The first batch consisted of more than 20 people, and they gathered 15,000 kilograms of God Source. Wu Ziming and Li Zhongtian gathered 15,000 kilograms of God Source. Li Yishui and Yang Kun gathered 80,000 kilograms of God Source for the bet. The last batch of people gathered a total of 18,000 kilograms of God Source. The sum of these people's God Source was a total of 143,000 kilograms. At this moment, Li Yishui's expression changed, because he saw Yi Fan actually smiling at him. His delicate face, his mouth full of snow-white teeth, was very bright. His heart immediately sank. His head rumbled, and he shouted in his heart, "Oh no! He might have been tricked by this harmless-looking little bastard again. Senior Li, aren't you going to cut the stone? Let us all broaden our horizons." Yi Fan said with a smile. Everyone was startled. Their gazes all turned to look at Yi Fan, Li Yishui, and the sky-high strange stone. Li Heishui was completely relieved, and he almost laughed out loud. He mumbled, Yi Hei, this is really a technical job. Tricking people is also a kind of art." Chapter 348. Everyone inside and outside the Heaven Series Stone Garden looked over. Yi Fan and Li Yishui became the center of attention. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, Li Yishui should have been very satisfied, but he had a gloomy expression, clearly in a bad mood. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, whose stone had been stolen, had a radiant expression, his teeth gleaming. He could only be described as happy. As for the black brat beside him, no matter how one looked at it, he was holding back his laughter. He was like a wolf, his mouth almost reaching his ears. "It's over. Li Yishui must have been cheated. It can't be. He was very ruthless just now. How could he have been cheated? Don't you see how meaningful those two brat smiles are? It's like a weasel looking at a little chick." Everyone's attention was focused on the two of them and the heaven-rank wondrous stone. Li Yishui could no longer remain calm. His previous indifference was swept away, and his expression turned gloomy. At the side, Yang Kun also had a gloomy expression as he looked down at the strange stone on the ground. This stone was called Levitating Flying Immortal. It was 1 meter long and did not have any special shape. It was very irregular, but there were many patterns on it that looked like feathers. The Levitating Flying Immortal stone lay under a 1,000-year-old ancient tree. Many cultivators had seen it before, but no one dared to cut it. It was worth 150 kilograms of spring. This is a rare precious stone. It has the aura of the absolute beginning. It's definitely a stone from an old pit, Yi Fan commented with a smile. Li Yishui's expression turned even more gloomy. He silently took out a silver knife and started to cut the stone. His movements were very slow. After all, this was an extremely valuable stone, and he was afraid of damaging it. "You're wrong, Senior Li. When cutting this kind of levitating flying immortal stone, you have to go against the patterns, like peeling off a scale. You have to peel it up bit by bit." Yi Fan seriously guided him from the side. The veins on Li Yishui's forehead bulged as he said, "There's no need for you to tell me." At the side, Yang Kun also snorted heavily, revealing an extremely impatient expression. But at this moment, Li Yishui used too much force, and the levitating flying immortal stone cracked. Yang Kun immediately jumped in fright and said, "Be careful." Even though they guessed that they might have been cheated, they still couldn't help but be careful when buying the stones that cost 120,000 gene of origin source. Cut along the lines. Don't use brute force. Go with the flow. Yi Fan began to guide him again. Even though Li Yishui's veins were bulging, he didn't say anything else. He had never cut this kind of ascension stone before. If he was careless, it might really crack. That's right. Be a little gentler when you use your blade. The blade's momentum has to be light. Yi Fan smiled as he instructed. However, Li Yishui and Yang Kun felt as though they had been slapped in the face. Their faces were even longer than the Black Emperor's, and they wished they could slash him with their blades. However, the angrier they were, the more mistakes they made in cutting the stone. Kacha! Another large piece of the levitating flying immortal stone cracked and fell to the ground. However, nothing was cut out of this part. Li Yishui's and Yang Kun's faces were covered in sweat. 120,000 kilograms of source power was gambling on this rock. Other than their own reserves, They had also borrowed source power from other people. If this was a waste, just the thought of it made them vomit blood. They were asking for it. Kacha, kacha, stone powder fell down. The levitating flying immortal stone became smaller and smaller, but there was still nothing. Sweat drenched Li Yishui's back. Even though Yang Kuan didn't make a move, he didn't feel good in his heart either. Even if it wasn't 100 claws scratching at his heart, it was close. Li Yishui opened his mouth wide and laughed silently. Not to mention Yang Kuan and Li Yishui, even Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian felt bad. Kacha. When the levitating flying immortal stone was only the size of a palm, Li Yishui and Yang Kuan's faces turned completely white. It was obvious that this stone was a rare treasure. When they raised their heads, they noticed that Li Yishui was calm and unruffled. He was using the dragon stripe black gold Saint Spirit sword to trim his nails. Their faces instantly turned from white to green and then purple. This was truly infuriating. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in Ji Clan's stone workshop, they really wanted to kill someone. Kacha. Li Yishui forcefully threw the palm-sized stone to the ground. It broke into pieces, but no rare treasure appeared. His face turned green as he stood up. At this moment, he felt that the world was spinning and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 120,000 kilograms of spring water was wasted and nothing was cut out. They were obviously tricked. There was only one word to describe how miserable it was. There was no second time in one's life. Li Yishui was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He pointed at Yi Fan and Wu Ziming in anger. What do you mean you stole our stone? You can't cut out anything valuable and you want to blame us? Li Yishui laughed loudly. Li Yishui and Yang Kuan's vision turned black. They were so angry that they almost fainted. This loss was too great. They used all their schemes to steal other people's wondrous stone, but in the end, they suffered the consequences of their own actions. They couldn't blame others at all. Even so, the two of them were emitting smoke from their 7 orifices. Their hair was about to ignite and they wanted to roar towards the sky. These 2 old bastards are so pitiful. They were tricked and jumped into the pit themselves. They can't even vent their anger. Outside the stone garden, everyone was discussing. Many people couldn't help but mock and laugh loudly. They asked for it. Just now, they were so shrewd and stole the other party's source, yet they ended up like this. That youngster really is something, digging such a big pit and waiting for people to jump in. Who would have thought of this? It's all because of greed. This is a technical job. It can definitely be considered an art. Li Yishui's words had a double meaning. Many people couldn't help but laugh loudly. Li Yishui and Yang Kuan wanted to vomit blood. They were tricked in such an artistic way and even ridiculed. No one could take this. Yi Fan walked over to the other extremely expensive wondrous stone. He lightly patted it and said, "Actually, this one isn't bad either. I like it more." Everyone laughed loudly again. Li Yishui wanted to beat him up. How could he endure these words? Yang Kuan even more so swung his sleeves and walked out of the stone garden angrily. "Have you chosen the stone?" Tuoba Chang asked coldly. Beside him, that head-sized divine source floated quietly. Divine radiance shot out in all directions. It was exceptionally dazzling. Even the stone surface could not hide its divine splendor. "I have." Yi Fan answered. Unexpectedly, he didn't touch the last heaven-level wondrous stone. Instead, he moved out a stone beside the levitating flying immortal stone. This stone was very ordinary, about the size of a roller. There was nothing special about it. It was completely dark green in color and shaped like a stone block. The heaven-level stone garden was filled with precious stones. This stone was worth 15,000 kilograms of divine source. Although it was expensive, it couldn't be considered a garden treasure. Just now, when Yi Fan was looking at the levitating flying immortal stone, he used his heaven-origin divine perception to examine it. He saw a trace of its wonders and was shocked. He didn't know if this was the Stone King, but it couldn't be too bad. "Seniors, please help me seal this space," Yi Fan said solemnly. Everyone revealed a look of surprise. Could it really be that he could cut out a peerless treasure? One had to know that Tuoba Chang had cut out a divine source. It was almost unsurpassable. Do you really think you can cut out a rare treasure? Wu Ziming sneered. Just now, his senior, Yang Kuan, had been tricked. He was furious, but he couldn't do anything to help. I want to see what you can cut out. Li Zhongtian also sneered. Disillusionment Palace's Grand Elder Li Yixue didn't say a word. He stood to the side with an ashen face. He had wasted 120,000 kilograms of divine source. A group of old men gathered around. Although they admired Yi Fan's original technique, they didn't think he could cut out something more precious than the divine source. However, everyone still worked together to put up a light screen to seal off the area. The Stone Garden's guardian, the silver-haired old man with translucent skin, also walked over to prevent any accidents. Li Heishui reminded him in secret, "Didn't you say there was a Stone King? Don't let it interfere with your judgment again." "Don't worry. This time, I used the original Sky Secret technique to confirm that there is a peerless treasure in this stone," Yi Fan answered confidently. However, he was still a little uncertain. He felt that this was a substitution and not the real Stone King. Tuoba Chang cut out a divine source, and I chose such a stone. If they are both substitutes for the Stone King, then it will be quite terrifying. I wonder what is inside the Stone King, Yi Fan muttered to himself. He began to cut the stone carefully. He held the dragon rune obsidian Holy Spirit sword with 2 fingers and peeled off the surface of the stone. In the distance, everyone became nervous because they realized that his posture was very strange, as if he was going to leave at any time. The great Xia Prince said, "Brother Gu's original technique is amazing. Are you really going to cut out another peerless treasure?" Yao Yuekong was dressed in purple, and his eyes glowed purple. He had the temperament of a demon god. Maybe there will be a surprise. And Miaoyi smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes swept back and forth between Yi Fan and Tuoba Chang. As for the group of old men, their expressions were solemn. Divine light flickered on their fingertips, and they were all ready to attack. After all, Yi Fan had cut out the primordial divine medicine and the Saint Spirit sword. These people took his words very seriously. Yi Fan moved his sword quickly, and the mill-sized stone quickly shrunk. The surface of the stone kept peeling off. In the end, when the stone was only half the size of a human head, Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian couldn't help but sneer. How could such a big stone compare to a head-sized divine source? Even the supreme elder of the Illusion Destruction Palace, Li Yixue, gradually calmed down. He revealed a sneer and was no longer as gloomy as before. Many people shook their heads. They felt that Yi Fan would lose without a doubt. Even Li Heishui was a little nervous. Clang! When Yi Fan cut off another piece of the stone with the black sword, a blazing divine light suddenly shot out, making people unable to open their eyes. Everyone was shocked. Many people opened their eyes wide and watched carefully. Yi Fan continuously waved the small sword. The stone fell off, and a stone ball the size of half a human head was cut out. Through the stone, dozens of divine lights shot into the sky. The ancient trees were bathed in the divine light, and they were green and translucent. Even the flowers became divine, flickering with light. Divine source! Many people exclaimed. They never thought that a second piece of divine source would come into being. Half the size of a human head. The most conservative estimate is at least 250,000 kilograms of source. An old man quoted in shock. Heavens, another piece of divine source. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 2 pieces of divine source in one day. Even in the past, this didn't happen many times. It's priceless. Why would such rare divine objects appear one after another? Everyone was discussing. Even the little nun in white couldn't help but squeeze forward and watch curiously. My eyes can't take it. This kind of divine light is too intense. I can't even look straight at it. Someone's eyes were red as he was forced to turn his head away. After Wu Ziming recovered from his shock, he couldn't help but laugh loudly and said, "So what if it's a divine source? It's only half of Brother Tuoba's divine source." That's right, you guys lost. This piece of divine source will belong to us. Li Zhongtian also laughed impudently. He was extremely excited. Hee hee. Li Yishui let out a breath of resentment and let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, this stone ball moved. It immediately rushed into the sky and wanted to escape. Bang! It crashed into the barrier of light. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was already sealed, it really would have escaped. What's going on? This stone ball can fly? Heavens, what is inside the divine source? Why can it fly by itself? A stone that can fly, how is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. This defied common sense and was inconceivable. The divine source could float in the sky and not sink, but it definitely couldn't fly. This was definitely a world-shocking treasure, and there might be other treasures inside. Bang bang, the barrier of light was very sturdy. The stone ball crashed in all directions and wanted to escape, but it couldn't do so. Within the Heavenstone Garden, a group of elders all made their moves. However, they didn't attack, but rather used gentle divine light to suppress it. They imprisoned it and then sealed it. This was because there was a world-shocking treasure inside the divine source. They were afraid of destroying it, so they didn't dare to use too much force. The outer layer of the stone couldn't conceal the divine source's radiance. Many rays of divine light shot out from the cracks, and it was extremely resplendent. It was drawn down. The group of elders' eyes were burning with passion as they fixed it in the air. They were all a bit excited. Little brother, you are indeed amazing. You cut out another exceptional treasure. Sell it to us. We are willing to buy it for a sky-high price. The people who spoke were all representatives of major powers. They all wanted to buy this stone. This sect's rare treasure is more precious than that human head-sized divine source. The Ji clan's stone garden protector said. That's right, it's more precious than that divine source. Someone nodded in agreement. Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces turned pale on the spot. They were just filled with joy and excitement, but they never expected the situation to reverse in the blink of an eye. They were close to despair. Li Yishui's face was full of black lines, and his veins were throbbing. This result was a huge blow to him. His body swayed and he almost fell onto the ground. He and Yang Kuan had already jumped into a pit, and now they had to hand over another 80,000 kilograms. It was as if they had been struck by a heavy blow. Brother Gu Feng, sell this rare treasure to us. Great Xia will give you a satisfactory price. The Great Xia Prince transmitted his voice. Little brother Gu Feng, Miaoyi is willing to buy this treasure. No matter what condition you have, we will try our best to satisfy you. And Miaoyi also transmitted her voice with a sweet smile. My two brothers. Jiang Yifei also spoke. In a moment, Yi Fan was drowned out by all kinds of divine wills. Many people transmitted their voices to him in secret, tempting and promising him all kinds of benefits. Everyone, let's peel off the outer layer and see what exactly is inside the divine source. Yi Fan replied. He didn't want to sell it carelessly. That's right, peel off the outer layer and see what's inside the divine source. Outside the Heavenstone Garden, the others all shouted loudly. These people couldn't enter the stone garden, and their status definitely couldn't compare to the representatives of the major powers and the many old men. However, they were the most numerous, and their shouts shook the heavens. At this moment, the news spread quickly. Something even more precious than the divine source had been cut out. The entire divine city was once again in an uproar. Within the Heavenstone Garden, the group of old men didn't stop them. They also wanted to see what exactly was inside. Seniors, please make your move. Yi Fan didn't step forward. In the end, the protector of the Ji clan's stone garden walked over. The tip of his finger flickered with divine radiance as he carefully peeled off the outer layer. In an instant, resplendent splendor appeared like a sun. Those with weaker cultivations couldn't even open their eyes and couldn't see it. Only those with greater strength could. This was the divine source, resplendent splendor. What is that? There's a creature inside the divine source. There's really a living creature. Is it a golden snake? It doesn't look like it. There seems to be horns on its head. Could it be a dragon? It's too dazzling. I can't see it clearly. It shouldn't be a dragon. Everyone was astonished. There was actually a living creature inside the divine source. Chapter 349. It can't really be a dragon, right? True dragons are like immortals, not descending into this world. How could there be this type of thing? The scene erupted with commotion. Many people cried out in alarm. There was a living creature within the divine source. This truly left everyone shocked. The stone sphere that was half the size of a human head had a thin layer of stone peeled off. It was like a golden sun as it floated in midair, releasing blinding radiance. Those with weaker cultivations only had one choice, and that was to close their eyes. They almost couldn't look straight at it. The divine radiance injured their eyes, shooting outwards like golden needles. Those with profound cultivations squeezed forward. Many people widened their mouths in shock, all of them wishing to see what kind of creature was produced within. Yi Fan found it difficult to calm down. The divine source that produced a living creature within exceeded his expectations. The divine source jumped about like a frightened child. It wanted to escape, but it was suppressed by the screen of light from the older generation figures, so it could only stay in place. Many people completely surrounded it, to the extent where even Yi Fan couldn't walk in. Something even more precious than the source appeared in this world. It truly was too shocking. There was no one here who could remain calm. They were all stirred up to the extreme, clamoring noisily. Gu Feng, little brother, you have to sell this sect's rare treasure to us. Gu Feng, little brother, can we discuss this? My Yin Yang sect plans on buying this divine source and the creature inside. There has to be a first-come first-served basis. I was the one who said it first. Old man surnamed Wang, you stay behind me. The highest bidder will get it. This old one doesn't mind paying an astronomical price. Before they even confirmed what was inside the divine source, the group of elders were already arguing until their faces were red and their necks were thick. They began to clamor noisily. They were all great sects' senior elders, every single one of their backgrounds terrifying. There's no point in arguing. Gu Feng, little brother, should make the decision. We'll sell it to whoever he says. Gu Feng, little brother, Gu Feng, little brother, where are you? Only now did the group of messy elders notice that the main character wasn't in front of them, who knew where he was squeezed to. Seniors, I'm outside and can't enter. Can you all give me a spot and let me see what exactly was cut out? Yi Fan really couldn't squeeze in. This group of old men seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They were all lively and full of energy. Although their arms and legs were old, they were harder than iron. Almost all of the younger generation were squeezed out, and many of them grimaced in pain. Only the Prince of Great Xia, Yao Yuekong, Jin Qishao, and the others could stay inside, but they were all disheveled, and it was already good enough that they could stand there. The little nun in white wrinkled her nose and hid behind her brother. Quick, make way for Brother Gu and let him in. Old man, get out of the way. Don't block the main character. The crowd stopped pushing and shoving. Yi Fan finally walked in and came to the center of the field. Without a doubt, he became the center of attention. Li Heishui's shoes were pushed away by the group of old men. His clothes were in a mess, and he finally followed them in. He couldn't help but complain, "Seniors, don't be so excited like you've seen a peerless beauty. My clothes are about to be ripped off." Yi Fan finally came inside. The divine source was dazzling, and this group of old men fought for a long time, but they still couldn't figure out what was inside. "Seniors, let's not fight over this first. What do you all think it is?" Yi Fan was also observing, but the divine radiance was too intense. He could only see a rough outline and couldn't examine it in detail. The main thing was that the creature inside the divine source itself was very special. It emitted a hazy brilliance that wrapped around itself. Vaguely, one could see that it was a golden figure. It looked like a golden snake, but also like a golden dragon. It didn't move at all. There can't be a true dragon in this world. It should be a flood dragon or a holy snake with horns. It's most likely a golden snake or a flood dragon. Who said there isn't a true dragon? Maybe it's a young immemorial dragon sealed inside the divine source. The opinions of the older generation were quite different, and they all had different viewpoints. The divine source was glaring and illuminated the entire island. The surrounding lake water became sparkling and translucent, turning it into a golden color. As for the ancient trees on the island, they were all dyed in golden radiance. Even the petals became divine, flowing with brilliant colors and flickering translucently. Yi Fan remained silent. He activated his heavenly origin divine perception and observed carefully. His eyes immediately shot out two beams of purple light that entered the divine source. This was a wondrous technique from the heavenly origin book. It could see through fabrications and see through the source. Yi Fan clearly saw the creature inside, and he was extremely astonished. It was a small thing that couldn't move at all. It was sealed inside, but it was definitely still alive. Its bodily functions were slowly recovering, and the sound of a heartbeat could be heard. It really looks like a dragon. Yi Fan's heart beat rapidly, and he couldn't suppress his excitement. This little creature was half a foot long, and it curled up inside. It had a golden dragon body and a pair of dragon horns on its head. No, it doesn't have dragon scales. Yi Fan observed carefully and found that its body was very smooth. Its golden body surface was sparkling and translucent like jade, and there wasn't a single dragon scale. Soon, he calmed down and began to ponder seriously. At this time, he discovered another abnormality. The so-called golden dragon horn was actually made of flesh and was flickering with light. Strange little dragon, little flood dragon, little golden snake? He was puzzled and couldn't determine what this was. And what surprised him the most was that this little creature's eyes were extremely large. They were actually opened, and it seemed very innocent as it stared at him. It's much larger than a dragon's eyes. It's too watery. Yi Fan was speechless. This little creature seemed to be very human-like. At this time, the divine source throbbed again. It continuously wanted to escape, as if it was frightened by a group of old men. It was obvious that it wasn't that powerful. It couldn't struggle free and couldn't escape. So cute. The white-clothed little nun lowly stared at the divine source with her large clear eyes. Her eyes weren't burned by the divine radiance and seemed to be able to see everything inside. Little brother Gufeng, Miaoi really hopes that you can sell this source to me. And Miaoi also approached and spoke softly. Her body fragrance was like that of orchids. Little brother Gufeng, can you use your Genesis technique to observe it? An old man asked. Yi Fan shook his head. Up until now, he could only confirm that this little creature wasn't a vicious creature. It seemed like it wouldn't harm people. He extended his right hand and held the divine source in his palm. At this moment, all the pores on his body opened up. The world's most primordial essence entered his body, making him feel very comfortable. This was the divine source. Even though it hadn't been refined, it already made people feel that it was different from others. Gotcha. Suddenly, the divine source cracked. The golden little creature struggled to break free and wanted to rush out. Quick, lay down restrictions and tightly seal this place. Stop it. Don't let it escape. Everyone was shocked. The group of old men quickly took action. Layer after layer of light barriers descended, and it was unknown just how many layers of barriers were sealed. In the distance, the other cultivators were even more excited. Some broke their heads and rushed forward, creating a clamor as they wanted to see what was going on. Meanwhile, some people acted as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, quickly retreating out of fear of being contaminated. Rookies, what are you guys foolishly rushing forward for? Not a single archaic creature is kind. If they truly come into being, rivers of blood will flow. Don't tell me you guys don't know? The archaic creatures that came out in the past were all incomparably tyrannical and took away many lives. When these words were spoken, there was immediately a wave of panic. The people who were rushing forward were all dumbfounded and quickly retreated. In Ji family's important area, flying was not allowed at all. However, at this moment, people couldn't care so much anymore. Many people rose into the air and fled far away. Of course, there was still a large group of people who stayed behind and didn't leave. On the contrary, they advanced a certain distance because they saw that the older generation characters didn't retreat. Gotcha. The divine source cracked open. With a flash of golden light, that little creature rushed out. No one wasn't nervous because the archaic creature's ferocious might shocked the world and left behind too many legends. Only Yi Fan could still be considered calm because he sensed with his divine sense that this little creature didn't have any killing intent. Swoosh! The golden figure flashed. No one could stop it. Even the heaven-sealing earth-locking technique that Yi Fan used couldn't stop it. It was inconceivably fast. Fortunately, this place was sealed and it couldn't escape. It floated in the air and emitted a hazy golden light. Heavens, is it really a dragon? At this moment, everyone could clearly see that it was similar to a real dragon, except that it didn't have dragon scales. Its entire body was like golden jade, sparkling and translucent. Of course, there were also differences. Its eyes were too big and extremely watery, making many girls jealous. At this moment, its expression was very human-like. It seemed to be a bit scared, confused, and somewhat innocent at the same time. Swoosh! With a flash of golden light, it returned to Yi Fan's palm and fingers. Many people cried out in alarm. It was just too fast. A few older generation figures didn't even have time to take action. Gotcha! This little creature's body was extremely small, no more than half a foot long. However, it bit off a fist-sized piece of divine source with a single bite. Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. He wanted to snatch it back, but this little thing swallowed it in one gulp. There was simply no time. Its small body didn't expand and didn't change in the slightest. It was still just that exquisite and hazy with golden light. I'm going to cry. I ate 50,000 gene of source in one gulp. Li Heishui opened his large mouth and screamed miserably. Yi Fan quickly shook his hand, wanting to send this little thing flying. However, its reaction was extremely fast. With another bite, another fist-sized piece of divine source disappeared with a gotcha sound. 50,000 gene of source is gone. The corners of Yi Fan's lips were twitching. This time, he finally shook off the little creature, putting away the divine source with a flip of his hand. There's no justice in this world. 50,000 gene of source was eaten in the blink of an eye. Li Heishui's heart was even dripping blood, feeling waves of pain as he howled dryly. In the distance, the others were also stupefied. This little thing was too extravagant. As soon as it came out, with just 2 bites, 50,000 gene of source was gone. 2/5 of this divine source was eaten by it. It could be said to be as extravagant as it could be. Yi Fan turned his hand over, grabbing towards this little creature, wishing to lock it in place and seize it. However, this little thing was just too fast. With a flash of golden light, it immediately arrived in midair. You wastrel, this is divine source, how could you do this? Li Heishui shouted towards the sky. In the distance, there was a clamor. Everyone was shocked, all of them discussing among themselves. Dark lines appeared on Yi Fan's forehead as well. It really wasn't worth it, having so much divine source devoured by this little creature in one go, making him feel waves of pain as well. However, at this moment, the little thing in midair revealed an extremely human-like expression. It actually felt extremely wronged, a pair of large eyes brimming with tears, staring pitifully at Yi Fan's hand, as if it was searching for that piece of divine source. It was just short of saying, that piece of divine source is mine. Its current appearance really made one unable to produce any killing intent, only pity and sympathy. Especially its pair of large eyes, they possessed great destructive power towards females. You ate my 50,000 gene of source, can you not look at me like that? Yi Fan said while bringing out a bean-sized piece of divine source, summoning it, wishing to draw it down and capture it. Who would have thought that this little creature was full of spirit, its large and lively eyes widening until they were perfectly round. A small claw was clenched into a small fist, forcefully waving downwards. Everyone was dumbstruck. This little creature was truly human-like, able to understand human language. Yi Fan quickly took action, grabbing towards the sky, wishing to capture it. Swish! With a flash of golden light, it began to flee, flying into the distance. At the same time, the other older generation figures also took action, preparing to capture it alive. What exactly was this? Everyone wanted to know, wanted to understand, and only by capturing it would they be able to find out. With so many people taking action, even if this little creature was extremely fast, it still couldn't escape. It seemed to be extremely alarmed, its pair of large eyes filled with a fearful expression. In order to escape, it didn't care where it was going, flying down with a whoosh sound. The white-clothed little nun cried out in alarm, because this little creature, in its panic, bumped into her shoulder. This was a very special scene. The golden little creature landed on the white-clothed little nun's shoulder, one of its small claws clutching a lock of her beautiful hair, a timid expression on its face. Meanwhile, the white-clothed little nun Loli was also scared stiff, a fearful expression on her face. The two pairs of large eyes were almost the same, one bright and timid, the other blinking, scared, both with pitiful appearances. "Quick, catch it! Don't let it escape! Little sister, hurry up and take action!" On the side, many people shouted like this. However, the white-clothed little nun stared at the little creature on her shoulder, her large eyes blinking, slowly losing her fear, not taking action. This little creature seemed to have also sensed that there was no danger, gathering its courage to move a bit, looking at the surrounding people with a wronged expression. "Don't take action, this little thing isn't dangerous, it doesn't have any killing intent, different from ordinary archaic creatures," Yifan said. Even though he said this, the golden little creature didn't appreciate it at all. When it looked at Yifan, it was seething with anger, reaching out a small claw to point at him, silently complaining, a pair of large eyes brimming with tears. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed as if Yifan had committed a monstrous crime, causing it to feel incomparably wronged. Yifan was speechless. After staring at it for a while, he said, "Don't stare at me like that, I was the one who rescued you from the stone. Brother Gu, this little creature is fated with my little sister, you must sell it to us." The great Xia prince spoke, full of sincerity. Yifan didn't say anything, unable to reply right now. It was because right at this moment, it was unknown just how many divine wills were transmitting sound to him, all of them saying that they wanted to buy this little golden creature. "Hurry up and observe the surrounding stones, see which one is abnormal." Yifan transmitted his voice to Li Heishui. "What do you want to do?" Li Heishui was puzzled. "I suspect that the true Stone King hasn't been found yet," Yifan replied. At this moment, everyone was squeezing forward, wanting to see this little creature from a closer distance. They were all eager to know what it was. "What kind of creature is this?" Many people expressed their doubts. "Yeah, it doesn't look like a true dragon, nor does it look like a flood dragon. Even its horns are fleshy, those large eyes are too bright." The protector of the Ji family's stone garden, that old man with skin like white jade, walked forward with a serious expression. "Could this be?" Chapter 350. "Senior, do you know what it is?" On the side, an elder asked with a respectful expression. From this, one could see how extraordinary the status of Ji family's stone garden's protector was. Even some rotten old men considered themselves to be of the younger generation. His body was tall and imposing. His silver hair fell down like a waterfall, and his skin was snow-white like jade. One could tell with a single look that he cultivated a strange art. This little golden creature? He frowned, seemingly a bit unsure. Everyone was listening attentively. What was shocking was that even that little golden fairy was listening attentively. It tilted its head, paying close attention to this place. The silver-haired elder looked carefully, nodded, and said, "It should be an archaic divine silkworm." When these words were spoken, everyone's jaws dropped. How could it be a silkworm? It clearly looked like a true dragon, yet it was said to be a bug. The little golden creature blinked its large eyes, seemingly quite perplexed. It didn't acknowledge the elder's words. Everyone was puzzled, full of questions. However, everyone knew that this elder's status was extraordinary, and he wouldn't speak irresponsibly. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a young dragon. It has nothing to do with a silkworm. Someone mumbled softly. The silver-haired elder said, "In reality, you can also call it a beast." However, a Yuan Taoist master in the past called this creature a divine silkworm, and that is how it was passed down. Why is that? Everyone became even more puzzled. Someone asked. According to what the Yuan Taoist master said, its first form is a type of divine silkworm. The reason why the word divine was added before the word silkworm is because it is too extraordinary. It can be called a divine bug. The silver-haired elders spoke slowly. No one interrupted, all of them listening carefully. The little golden fairy was quite dutiful, also listening carefully. This type of creature was extremely strange. It could continuously evolve, and its first form was indeed a silkworm. Its entire body was golden and sparkling, and it ate source as food. Its lifespan was unknown. It was rumored that after one transformation, it would break away from the scope of a silkworm and become a little golden snake. In its life, it could experience 9 transformations at most. Each transformation was a new life, equivalent to a rebirth, and its strength would soar. However, under normal circumstances, it was already not bad for this type of creature to transform once or twice, because the conditions for each transformation were extremely harsh. What kind of existence will the 9 divine silkworm transformations become? Someone asked. The silver-haired old man said, it will become an unimaginably powerful creature. Even in the primordial era, it will be enough to run amok in the heavens and earth. A divine bug can transform to that level. Many people found this a bit hard to believe. Indeed. The silver-haired old man nodded. These secrets had come from a former Yuan Taoist master, who had traveled through the mountains and ancient veins and excavated countless mines. His understanding of primordial life forms was the most authoritative. However, the silver-haired elder only knew a portion of it and couldn't explain it in detail. After all, too much time had passed, and the dust of history had drowned out everything. The truth was getting further and further away, and it was extremely difficult to uncover it. Normally, this kind of divine bug can only undergo 1 or 2 transformations. If it completes 9 transformations, it won't become a true dragon, right? Hearing this deduction, everyone revealed a surprised expression and looked at the little elf on the shoulder of the little nun in white. Its whole body shone with a golden radiance, and it really looked like a young dragon. Its big eyes were filled with innocence as if saying, "Don't look at me." The silver-haired elder shook his head and said, "As for what it can transform into, no one can say for sure." In the past, a Yuan Taoist master had said that the 9 transformations of the divine silkworm couldn't be predicted at all. As for what kind of creature it would become, it was hard to say for sure. He had previously speculated that the humanoid kings among the primordial creatures might very well have been transformed from this kind of creature. Of course, there was no proof for all of this, and it was all speculation. However, the Yuan Taoist master had the most right to speak about the primordial races because they had come into contact with them too much. From the underground and ancient mines, they discovered many secrets ordinary people couldn't know of. After understanding all of this, there wasn't a single cultivator who wasn't shocked. They stared at the little golden creature, and all of them revealed strange expressions. If this little thing could undergo 9 transformations, it would become an unmatched existence. How many transformations did it undergo? Finally, someone brought up this question. It should have only undergone 2 transformations, said the silver-haired elder. However, everyone was still puzzled because this little elf was extremely perplexed. It seemed as if it didn't understand anything at all, and it didn't approve of the elder's words. It is like a blank sheet of paper, and it is also very pure. It doesn't seem to know its own identity. That's right, no matter how you look at it, it seems like a little muddle-headed. It doesn't know anything. The silver-haired elder shook his head and said, "Every time it transforms, it is a new life. Not only does its body change, even its memories are erased, and it has to start anew." So abnormal. The 9 transformations of the divine silkworm, isn't it equivalent to experiencing 9 lives? Even a few messy old men were shocked. Otherwise, how could it become an existence that can run amok in the heavens and earth? Said the silver-haired elder. Someone pondered and said, "I recalled an ancient scripture that had long been lost in the eastern wasteland. It is very similar to the 9 transformations of the divine silkworm. In the past, there was the imperishable heaven art that produced a divine embryo from an old body that was on the verge of death. Today, Yi Fan cut out this kind of creature. A living primordial creature appeared, shocking everyone. Many people were both envious and jealous. Even though it is a primordial creature, it might not necessarily be more precious than brother to Oba's divine source. Wu Ziming suddenly spoke. That's right, it can't transform at all. Under normal circumstances, it will reach its limit after 1 or 2 evolutions. How can it compare to a divine object that is worth 500,000 kilograms of pure divine source? Li Zhongtian echoed. They were afraid of losing and didn't want to admit defeat. They weren't willing to hand over tens of thousands of kilograms of divine source to Yi Fan. Let's not talk about whether it can carry out the 9 transformations of the divine silkworm. Just the fact that it is psychic surpasses divine source, the silver-haired elder said. It can be psychic? Everyone revealed doubtful expressions and asked again. Because it can produce divine source, the silver-haired elder explained. 10,000 years ago, a Yuan Taoist master once said that regardless of whether it could transform into a supreme existence, the value of a divine silkworm was at least 600,000 kilograms of divine source. This kind of creature ate source as food. It could spit out divine silk and form a divine silkworm cocoon, which was the purest divine source. Heavens, it can't be, right? Everyone was shocked. This little spirit could produce divine source. It was truly stupefying. At that moment, the group of old men and countless people stared at the little elf that looked like a real dragon with burning eyes. It blinked its large eyes and still had an innocent appearance. A small golden claw grabbed a lock of the white-clothed little nun's beautiful hair and anxiously pressed it against her shoulder. Little brother Gu Feng, state your price. This little spirit is mine. I will buy it no matter the price. A group of people surrounded Yi Fan. He couldn't interrupt at all. Everyone was extremely fervent. Senior, how much source does it need to eat before it can spit out a divine silkworm cocoon? Yi Fan asked the silver-haired elder, using this to divert the attention of many cultivators. A lot. The gains don't make up for the losses. If it was a little creature that had only transformed once, it would be quite good if it could spit out a divine silkworm cocoon worth 10,000 kilograms of pure source after eating 1,000,000 kilograms of pure source. This is too wasteful. Everyone was stupefied. A divine silkworm that has transformed twice or more will have a much higher conversion rate. Many people gave up. They couldn't afford to raise this little thing. It was simply like a little glutton. Of course, this was only for ordinary sections. However, the people from the various holy lands were tempted. Divine source had a special meaning and value. The top powers yearned for it. If they could, at certain times, they would be willing to squander an endless amount of pure source to transform it into divine source, even if it was extremely wasteful. The white-haired elder said, 10,000 years ago, the Jade Lake Holy Land had a divine silkworm. It was gifted to them by a Yuan Taoist master. Everything I know is from the Jade Lake. Many people revealed strange expressions. 10,000 years ago, that extraordinary person came to the divine city and gambled until the great sage's face turned green. However, there was nothing they could do. All laws were interlinked. When the origin technique reached its peak, it would be close to the great Tao. It could also obtain the power of heaven and earth. That extraordinary person's strength was unfathomable. The divine silkworm of the Jade Lake can ultimately transform into a supreme creature? The silver-haired elder shook his head and said, it's almost impossible. Every transformation requires extremely harsh conditions. Even in the archaic era, it was difficult to succeed, let alone now. Little thing, I saved you. Hurry up and come over. I'll give you source to eat. Yi Fan smiled. He took out a large piece of pure source and waved at the golden little creature. The dragon-like little fairy immediately became angry. It tilted its head to the side and ignored him. You have quite a temper. Just now, you ate my divine source. It's worth 50,000 kilograms. Yi Fan laughed. You stole Xiao Guai's divine source. It naturally has to be angry. That belongs to it. The white-clothed nun muttered softly. In just a short while, she had already given the golden little creature a name. This little thing seemed to have accepted it. It stretched out a small claw with its palm facing up. It seemed to want that piece of divine source as it stared at Yi Fan. Yi Fan scared it and said, "Little thing, I saved you. From now on, you will follow me. Why do you still need divine source? If you don't listen, I'll sell you." "Alright, I want to buy Xiao Guai." The white-clothed nun looked very happy. The golden little fairy clenched its small fist and silently waved it at Yi Fan. Then, it looked at the great Xia princess and blinked its large eyes. Yi Fan had a headache. How should he deal with this little thing? It seemed like he couldn't keep it. Many major forces, including the people from the great sage's land, were transmitting messages to him. They wanted to buy this golden little creature. He couldn't afford to offend any of these major forces. Moreover, this little thing looked like a wastrel. A piece of divine source the size of half a human head wasn't even enough for it to chew. Do I really have to sell it? But if it goes through 9 transformations in the future? Yi Fan shook his head and didn't make a decision. He walked over to Duobichang. It was time to collect the spoils of war. Wu Ziming and Li Zhongtian were standing at the side. When they saw Yi Fan coming over, their faces instantly turned pale. They had lost tens of thousands of kilograms of divine source. On the side, Disillusionment Palace's Grand Elder Li Yishui felt dizzy. Not long ago, he had jumped into a huge pit, and now he had to hand over 80,000 kilograms of divine source. He really wanted to vomit blood. Yi Fan did not pay attention to them. The most important thing right now was to collect that head-sized divine source. It quietly floated in the air. Even though it was covered by the rock, there were still several dozen streaks of divine radiance shooting out. They were exceptionally resplendent. Tuoba Chang was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as Yi Fan held the divine source in his palm. "Little thing, I still have such a big piece of divine source here. Do you want it?" Yi Fan tempted the nearby golden little creature. As expected, a golden light rushed over. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Fortunately, Yi Fan was prepared. He put away the divine source origin with a flip of his hand and grabbed it. The golden light flashed and disappeared. The golden little creature returned to the white-clothed little nun's shoulder and stared angrily at Yi Fan. 9 transformations of the divine silkworm. Is the ancient legend really going to come true? Red Dragon Taoist appeared in the stone garden. His pupils contracted as he stared at the golden little creature. At the same time, Li Heishui transmitted a message to Yi Fan. He seemed to have discovered a strange stone shifting. Chapter 351. The Red Dragon Taoist's body was withered. He was still wearing that ancient Taoist robe. He stared at the little golden creature, his eyes flickering with scarlet light. The little thing that looked like a real dragon was scared. It hid behind the little nun in white and peeked its head out to observe. "Xiao Guai, don't be afraid." The little nun in white comforted it and placed it on her shoulder. Once the Red Dragon Taoist appeared, those old men who didn't have much time left in them were extremely fearful and no longer spoke casually. The others didn't know his identity and continued to discuss. The stone garden was noisy. 9 transformations of divine silkworm. The Red Dragon Taoist said softly. He raised his head to look at the sky and then at the ground as if he was sensing something. Yi Fan wanted to go over and greet him, but a scarlet light flashed. The old Taoist's figure became indistinct, immediately disappearing. He didn't stay for long. "Why are you leaving so quickly?" He wanted to borrow the might of the Red Dragon. Li Heishui squeezed in and helped Yi Fan collect the source. There were all kinds of colorful gems on the ground that piled up. "Thank you for your help so many times and gifting me so much source today. You're really loyal." He laughed loudly. Wu Ziming's eyes were spitting fire. Li Chongtian's nose was almost crooked from anger. The two of them didn't say a word and gritted their teeth. "And this old mister, you're really warm-hearted to help us so many times." Disillusionment Palace's Grand Elder Li Yishui was furious. He really wanted to slap this Fei He brat in front of him, but he could only suppress his anger. He was really angry. He jumped into the pit and in less than an hour, he had lost 200,000 kilograms of source. Most of it was borrowed and he wouldn't be able to pay it back for the rest of his life. Thinking of this miserable situation, he almost fainted and wanted to slap himself. Old man, don't tremble. Anger is bad for your body. You're so smart to even think of stealing the wondrous stone. Are you afraid you won't be able to get the source? Li Heishui added fuel to the fire and hit him when he was down. His calm appearance was similar to Disillusionment Palace's Grand Elder's behavior not long ago. There were others who gambled with Yi Fan. Their faces were ashen and full of regret. When Tuoba Chang cut out the divine source, they felt that they would definitely win. Yet they were still defeated. Was there still justice in this world? The heavens were deliberately trying to trick them. The several piles of origin source on the ground added up to a total of 143,000 jin. They were like multicolored gems blooming with light. Yi Fan waved his sleeve and collected all the origin stones. At this moment, many people's hearts were bleeding. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Brother Tuoba, according to our previous agreement, our wager is 100,000 kilograms of origin source. How are you going to give it to me? Asked Yi Fan. Even though Tuoba Chang was the #1 successor of an ancient Genesis technique clan, he had only brought 100,000 kilograms of Genesis source with him. He had already owed the Ji clan over 300,000 kilograms for the sake of cutting the stone. I'll carve the inscriptions for you and return them to you in a few days. Yi Fan smiled and said, why don't you write to Ji clan and owe another 100,000 kilograms of origin source? Then I will use these origin source to gamble on stones, what do you think? Alright. Tuoba Chang gritted his teeth. But this time, Ji clan did not agree no matter what. They wanted to immediately send the two of them away. Strictly speaking, Ji clan did not suffer a huge loss. Yi Fan had invested 450,000 kilograms of origin source to cut the stone, and Tuoba Chang had done the same. The two of them were incomparably crazy and threw out a total of 500,000 kilograms. Of course, after cutting out the divine source and the divine silkworm, they earned back everything. The biggest winner was undoubtedly Yi Fan. 2 divine source and that little golden creature, it was over 500,000 kilograms of origin source. It could be said to be a shocking gamble. Yi Fan squeezed out of the crowd and started to choose stones again. Because he had paid 150 kilograms of origin source for the last time, he did not buy an astronomical strange stone. Instead, he chose a stone worth 15,000 kilograms and cut out the little golden creature. This is too crazy. Are we going to continue cutting? Don't tell me we can cut out another peerless treasure? Everyone's attention was focused on him. Yi Fan's every move was especially attention-grabbing as he continued to cut out world-shocking items. The people of the Ji clan pinched their noses and let him continue. They actually wanted to kick him out. To the Holy Stone Workshop, people like this were not welcome. The stone under this old tree, the stone in the vines. Li Heishui kept pointing. He noticed that 7 or 8 stones had moved. Yi Fan frowned. Stone King had a spirit, and it was purposely revealing a flaw. It was a provocation. If I was the Yuan Taoist master, would you be able to run? He said to himself. In the end, Yi Fan shook his head. This Stone King had a spirit, so it had to contain a shocking treasure. But he could not find it yet. He thought that even if he spent a few million kilograms of origin source and cut all the stones in the Heavenstone Garden, he would not be able to find it. He suspected that Stone King was not in the Heavenstone Garden. Perhaps it was in the lake or on the shore. It was hard to be sure. Yi Fan chose 2 stones, but there was nothing special about them. He did not pay for them. He cut out a xenogeneic origin. In the end, he looked at the center of the island. There was an old tree, and there was a smooth purple stone. The guardian of the Ji clan sat on it. He looked at the price. If he cut that stone, he could spend 90,000 kilograms of origin source. You can't cut that stone. It is where the elder practices. Someone stopped him. Didn't you tell me the price? Li Heishui asked. Let them cut it. The silver-haired old man waved his hand. Forget it. This is where the elder meditates. It is not appropriate for us to offend him. Yi Fan shook his head. In the end, he spent 90,000 kilograms of origin source. There was no treasure, but he did not pay for it. He cut out a few big xenogeneics. Are we just going to give up? Are we not going to find Stone King? Li Heishui asked. I want to find it, but I can't. Even if I do find it, I won't be able to keep it. It will be a holy item and there will be bloodshed. I'll come back another day. If the Red Dragon Taoist had not left, he would have tried. But now, he gave up on that idea. The stone gambling war came to an end. Yi Fan had gained a lot. Many people were jealous, but they could not do anything bad to him. Now, many factions, including people from the Holy Lands, surrounded him and offered him an olive branch. In the north area, a genius with an origin skill like this was a VIP. Many old men tried to recruit him. Of course, the fight for the little gold creature had begun. Ordinary people could not afford to raise it, but the Holy Lands could. Little friend, I have prepared a feast. How about we drink and talk later? I have already booked a VIP garden in the Gold family's drunken immortal tower. Little brother Gu must go. Even Li Heishui could not escape. He was stopped by a group of old men. Their passionate gazes made his hair stand on end. And Miaoyi, Jin Qishao, Xiang Yifei and the others were extremely enthusiastic. They all wanted to buy the little gold fairy. Among them, Jiang Yifei and the great Xia prince were the most determined. It seemed they would pay any price. Brothers, it is not suitable for you to sell it to anyone. Why don't you auction it at our Sky Demon Treasure Tower? Yao Yuekong suggested. There is no need to go there. Their commission is as high as 10%. Little brother Gu, don't you think it is a waste? An older person objected. They were worried that once the news spread, more people would come to fight. At that time, the price would be unimaginably high. Even the corpses from the source stones were treasures worth studying, let alone a living divine silkworm. Yi Fan and Li Heishui discussed for a long time whether to sell the little gold fairy or not. The divine silkworm 9 transformations was invincible. Its value was immeasurable. But it was easier said than done. It was difficult to succeed even in the immemorial era, let alone in this era. I have decided I will not sell this divine silkworm, Yi Fan said. The scene was dead silent. Then, a cold, killing intent permeated the air. No less than 10 of them came from an unknown place. Yi Fan's heart jumped. All the major powers were determined to get it. If he insisted on not selling, his life might be in danger. I want to rent it out. As soon as he said this, the killing intent disappeared. Many people were shocked. It can be rented? It is a living thing. This is too. How can we rent it? Many people discussed. All the major powers calmed down and started asking questions. 600,000 kilograms of source stone. The time limit is when it goes through its 3rd transformation, Yi Fan said. Young man, you really dare to ask for such a high price. In the past, the Yuan Taoist master said that a divine silkworm is worth 600,000 kilograms of source stone. You are only renting it out, yet you are asking for such a high price. Yi Fan smiled and didn't say anything. He understood that whether it was renting or selling, the result would be the same. Once it entered the hands of these major powers, it would be impossible to hand it over. Thus, although he said he was renting it out, he was selling it at the same price. There were many benefits to this. Firstly, he wouldn't lose out. He could compensate with source stone. Secondly, he could rent it out. In the future, when he became stronger, he could go to them and ask for it. 800,000 kilograms of source stone, my Grand Xia Empire is renting it. Suddenly, a dignified voice rang out. The group of old men turned their heads. Unknowingly, a middle-aged man had appeared in the stone garden. He was dressed in a golden dragon robe and had a dragon crown on his head. He was tall and looked extremely majestic. One could faintly see 9 dragons coiling around his body. On the dragon crown on his head, there was a dragon head formed from draconic chi. Royal uncle. The Grand Xia Prince and his sister went up and greeted. He nodded. An incomparably powerful aura radiated from him, causing the group of old men to be unable to speak. This was definitely a Saint Lord level character. Only the silver-haired old man from the Ji clan wasn't affected. Brother Ji. The lips of the major characters from Grand Xia moved slightly. It was obvious that he was transmitting his voice. Okay, I won't fight with Brother Xia. The silver-haired old man nodded. As for the others, they couldn't interject at all. In the face of such a powerful character, The old men were completely suppressed. Little friend, what do you think? The major characters from the Everlasting God Dynasty asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan and Li Heishui weren't suppressed. He didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. No matter what, he definitely couldn't protect this little golden fairy because many major factions were eyeing it covetously. Okay, I will gather 800,000 kilograms of source stone within 3 days. After saying this, the major character from the Everlasting God Dynasty disappeared. Yi Fan had cut out a living creature that was even more precious than divine source stone. This shocked the entire divine city. First, the Red Dragon Taoist and then the Grand Xia Emperor's uncle appeared one after another. The little nun in white cheered. She was extremely happy. Only then did the others let out a long sigh of relief. They could speak again. This is too overbearing. He's using his power to suppress us. He didn't even allow us to speak. Could it be that you want to reason with a Saint Lord-level character? Many people were dissatisfied, especially the figures from the major factions. However, there was nothing they could do. The major characters were high above them. There was no way to go against them. By renting out the little fairy, Yi Fan had killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, he had diverted the attention of the Holy Lands. Otherwise, his life would definitely be in danger. Secondly, this little golden creature was a true prodigal child. He couldn't afford to raise it at all. Doing this was equivalent to finding someone to raise it. Lastly, by sending this little thing out like this, he could obtain a lot of source stone. In the future, when he was strong enough, he could confidently ask for it back. Being rented out like a rare treasure, the little golden creature was very angry. It stared at Yi Fan with its big round eyes and kept baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Little Guai, don't be angry. You can have as much source stone as you want. The little nun in white consoled. Fortunately, it was rented out. Otherwise, with this little thing's speed, who knows when it will run away? Li Heishui said. Yi Fan nodded and said, even if it really follows me, it will probably only think about the divine source stone. Once it gets it, it will definitely run away. That's right. We aren't afraid of thieves stealing, but we are afraid of thieves remembering and not being able to guard against it. The two comforted themselves. They made such a decision mainly because they had no other choice. The Holy Lands wouldn't let them take it away. The divine silkworm belongs to the little nun. The little nun is... Before Li Heishui could finish, Yi Fan hurriedly signaled for him to shut up. The great Xia prince and his sister had already walked behind him. Xia Yiming said with a dark expression, "Brother, I don't want to hear such words again. It's definitely a misunderstanding." Li Heishui hurriedly explained. The little golden creature and the great Xia princess, Xia Yilin, really hit it off. 2 pairs of big eyes blinked at the same time. The stone gambling battle had completely come to an end. After a long time, the crowd dispersed. Yi Fan and Li Heishui were surrounded. Even though the divine silkworm already had an owner, the major forces still tried their best to rope them in. In the next few days, the two were busy with all kinds of social engagements and appeared at the banquets of the major forces. On the 3rd day, the important figures of the eternal celestial dynasty personally delivered 800,000 kilograms of source stone. In less than 2 days, Tuoba Chang also returned 100,000 kilograms of source stone. In the next few days, Yi Fan went to the stone squares of the 3 holy lands one after another and wantonly bought them. However, he didn't cut out any peerless treasures. He only exchanged the pure source stone he had for xenogenic source stone gambling. The so-called peerless treasures could only be found by chance. He couldn't always cut them out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called them rare treasures. At this point, Yi Fan had obtained enough source stone to break through. He decided to temporarily leave the divine city because he had been in the limelight recently. He needed to hide and find a quiet place to break through. At the same time, he also wanted to do one thing: help divine King Jiang Taishu escape. Jiang Taishu had taught him the battle saint technique. He couldn't forget this kindness, and he had been thinking about how to repay it. Now, the Holy Lands were going to use extreme holy weapons to break Purple Mountain. If divine King Jiang Taishu was still alive, perhaps he could be saved. He needed to send the news to the Jiang family. Was little Tingting doing well? How was Uncle Jiang? He had always missed him. He had been in the northern region for a long time, but he hadn't been close to the Jiang family's territory. Outside the Divine City, Li Heishui sent Yi Fan off. He asked, "Brother, when are you coming back?" "I'll be back soon. I still need more source stone," Yi Fan said. Li Heishui informed Zhou Yuan, "Come back early, the 8 lunatics and several members of the ancient Genesis Technique clans have arrived. They want to have a Genesis Technique showdown with you." "Little brother Ancient Wind, are you leaving the Divine City? Miaoyi is going on a long journey. Let's go together." And Miaoyi walked out of the Divine City. Chapter 352. The Divine City was grand and majestic, like the residence of a god. Legend has it that it fell from the immortal world. Yi Fan was about to leave. Looking back at the Divine City, he felt a sense of grandeur and vicissitudes. It had a circumference of 100 miles, vast and boundless. It had been through the primordial era until now. "Take care. Let's go back." Yi Fan bid farewell to Li Heishui and walked forward with large steps, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Ahead, and Miaoyi was waiting for him. She wore a white dress with a jade belt around her waist. Her waist was small and slender, and her figure was slender and alluring. She was like a fairy, slender and elegant with a fragrance wafting in the air. When the wind blew, her long hair fluttered as if she wanted to ride the wind and fly away. The two of them continued on their way, leaving the Divine City. The ancient trees and wisteria became fewer and fewer. They were about to leave this warm place. The tinkling of the spirit spring decreased, and the vegetation became sparser. Cold air wafted over, and the green plants gradually disappeared. "It's the season of snow," and Miaoyi said softly. In front of them was a vast expanse of whiteness. The mountains and rivers were all covered in white snow. The Divine City was a very special place. The area around it was full of vitality all year round, and flowers bloomed in spring. After leaving the Divine City, the true season appeared. Unknowingly, it was already winter. Heavy snow fluttered about, and the northern wind whistled. The vast northern region was bitterly cold. The chilly wind blew over, making whooshing sounds and swirling up the snowflakes. "Little brother Gu Feng seems to be prejudiced against me and has always been on guard against me." And Miaoyi's beauty was unquestionable. Her exquisite face was flawless. "Fairy, and you think too much. Why would I be prejudiced against you? You are the most beautiful person in the Eastern Wasteland. I don't think many can resist your charm." Yi Fan walked on the snow. "Your words don't match your heart. Little brother Gu is not honest." And Miaoyi's skin was sparkling and translucent, whiter than snow. Walking on the snowy ground, she was like a fairy. Yi Fan was indeed on guard. This beautiful girl leaving the Divine City at this time was too much of a coincidence. "Fairy, where are you going?" "I haven't decided yet. If little brother Gu Feng doesn't mind, why don't we travel together for a while?" To travel with Fairy is naturally what I want, but I have some personal matters to take care of. This woman was beautiful, but her motives were impure. If it was any other day, he could eat the sugar coating. But now was not the time for romance. The Holy Lands and the 100 sects of the Central Plains were about to attack the Purple Mountain. He did not have much time to waste. And Miaoyi chuckled, "Very well, let's go our separate ways after leaving this place." On the way, she vaguely mentioned the ghost face bronze artifact from last time. It involved half of an extreme holy weapon, which was undoubtedly very attractive. When the sky darkened, Yi Fan stopped in the snow and turned around, but he didn't see anything. "Miaoyi, he felt it before, Miaoyi." "Shin, and of Bing," Wushin said. "Miaoyi, I have felt that too. That we should be." Yi Fan didn't say anything more and sped up. There were no footprints left on the snowy ground. He was like a faint shadow. The oasis where the Divine City was located was extremely vast. It had a circumference of several tens of thousands of miles. There were many cities and towns. At night, they settled down in a small city. The wind and snow beat against the window, producing flapping sounds. Yi Fan hadn't been lying on the bed for long before he felt something was wrong. He held the dragon-stripe black-gold Saint Spirit sword between his fingers. Only after 2 hours did he feel a living being enter the room. It was very agile and soundless. In an instant, his wariness was gone. It was that little golden creature. It was sneaky and had successfully concealed its aura. Even divine senses couldn't capture it. If they weren't so close, Yi Fan might not have discovered it. Not only is this little thing fast, but it also has the ability to conceal itself. He was astonished. At the same time, he felt it was quite funny. This little fellow was quite patient. It waited for such a long time before entering the room. He didn't need to think too much to know why the little golden creature came. It must have been obsessed with the divine source and chased after it to steal it back. Suddenly, it stopped and blinked its large eyes. It looked suspiciously at Yi Fan on the bed before turning around to escape. Yi Fan was astonished. This little thing was too vigilant. He quickly reached out and grabbed forward. Golden light shone as the little golden creature rushed out through the window. "Where are you going?" And Miaowie chuckled. She was guarding the front. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a curtain of light shrouded forward. The little golden creature twisted its body at an inconceivable speed. It turned into a golden line and disappeared in a flash, rushing into the night sky. "Xiao Guai, where are you?" The great Xia princess's call came through the cold wind. Yi Fan rushed into the sky and discovered the great Xia prince and his sister. The two were very anxious. They had spent 800,000 kilograms of divine source to obtain the divine silkworm, but it had run away in just a few days. "Brother Gu, did it chase after you?" The great Xia prince asked because he had chased after it all the way here. He felt that the divine silkworm most likely came for Yi Fan. "I did see it before. It fled in that direction. And Miaowie chased after it just now." Yi Fan pointed out the direction. "Correct, it's its aura." The brother and sister left in a hurry. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and laughed. This little thing was indeed interesting. Perhaps he could directly lure it back in the future. He didn't stop. He could use this opportunity to break away from Miaowie and disappear into the snowy night. According to the speculations of the people of Divine City, if the Holy Lands wanted to use their ultimate weapons, they would need to prepare for at least a month. This was because it involved the so-called foundation and couldn't be taken out all at once. Yi Fan knew that time was limited. He wanted to make the best use of this time to break through. Just like that, he disappeared for an entire 20 days. No one knew where he was except for a little golden creature. This was a vast and boundless uninhabited area. Snow swirled in the air, and the mountains and rivers were covered in white. This place was far away from the oasis. For decades or even centuries, no one would pass by. It was extremely desolate. However, in the past 20 days, there was a constant flow of spirit energy in this snow-capped mountain range. Especially in the past few days, divine light would frequently shoot into the sky. This snowy mountain was where Yi Fan had secluded himself. He had sealed himself in the belly of the mountain, but he still couldn't stop the sea of Genesis Chi from rushing out. Although the divine source and the heterogeneous source Chi didn't seem to be much, the essence Chi they contained was too majestic. It couldn't be stopped. Yi Fan didn't know that outside the restriction he had set up, there was a little golden creature. It had been baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in anger. Unfortunately, it couldn't rush in. The hundreds of flags were personally made by the Black Emperor in the past. The Tao patterns on them were incomparably profound. The little golden creature couldn't break through. In the last few days, the Genesis Chi in the mountain was like smoke. It rushed out, almost liquefied. The little golden creature finally calmed down and began to drink. The mighty Genesis Chi was too rich, enough for it to enjoy. Yi Fan, who was in seclusion, felt that most of the Genesis Chi had dissipated, but he couldn't stop it. He discovered that the endless source Chi wasn't completely absorbed. Instead, it was used as an impact to break through some kind of shackle. A large pile of heterogeneous source Chi was equivalent to millions of pure source Chi. They were all refined, but he still hadn't reached the 5th level of the Tao Palace. Everything was as he had expected. He needed more than 1,000,000 kilograms of pure source Chi. In the end, he gritted his teeth and began to refine the head-sized divine source qi. Suddenly, divine light overflowed and shot into the sky. The power of the divine source qi was unstoppable. It rushed into his body and cleansed his flesh. It made him look like a god. In the Tao Palace, the 5 great divine organs shook. The heavenly voice of the great path sounded. It was unknown whether it was the passing self or the Tao self, but it chanted a grand scripture that moved the life lord and made him eternal. A small cauldron floated in the Tao Palace, moving up and down between the 5 great divine treasures. Ever since entering the Tao Palace secret realm, the myriad Qi cauldron had risen from the sea of reincarnation into the Tao Palace. Outside, the little golden creature was enjoying it very much. The divine source Qi rushed out and completely submerged it. It was in a dazzling light. A huge amount of Genesis Qi washed over Yi Fan's body. It was impossible to absorb it all. Most of it rushed out. It was an extremely extravagant squandering. The chanting in the Tao Palace resounded throughout the mountain range. The silkworms outside were puzzled. Fortunately, no one passed by here. Otherwise, they would be shocked. The chanting continued for 3 days. Endless Genesis Qi submerged the mountain peak. The snow melted and the plants sprouted. It was full of life. This series of changes made the little golden creature open its mouth in shock. It worked even harder to absorb the divine source Qi. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent tremor. On the 24th day, divine light shot into the sky and sent the little golden creature flying. It fell to the ground, its face covered in dust. When the essence of the divine source Qi dissipated, the place was quiet. It was filled with a peaceful atmosphere, as if a god had come to the world. In the belly of the mountain, Yi Fan opened his eyes. His body was crystal clear, like a celestial king. He slowly stood up. The moment he clenched his fists, he felt that he could grasp the whole world in the palm of his hand. This was an extremely strong confidence. He had broken through to the 5th heaven of the Tao Palace without the support of a holy land. He had reached this step by himself. Yi Fan's body and mind were calm and peaceful. He did not use his divine power because there was no need for that. He knew very well how strong he was at the moment. At this moment, he had unparalleled confidence. His physical body finally had a trace of the power that the sacred body of the ancients should have had in the past. It was extremely strong. The moment Yi Fan came out of seclusion, he suddenly smiled. He sensed that the little golden creature was panting outside. I really didn't expect it to find this place. It had to be said that the little golden creature was very vigilant. In an instant, it sensed something and turned into a beam of golden light to escape, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It's even faster than the little Peng King. Yi Fan did not give chase. He rubbed his chin and smiled. If this continued, the 800,000 kilograms of source Qi spent by the Xia dynasty would probably be wasted. He stood on the mountain peak, took out a mystic jade platform, and prepared to cross the void. This was refined by the Black Emperor and could be carried around. As long as there was enough source Qi, it could travel a certain distance in a certain direction. In this way, Yi Fan consumed a lot of source Qi and used more than a dozen mystic jade platforms before finally arriving at the area where the Jiang family was. I wonder if I'll have the chance to see little Tingting and Uncle Jiang. The Jiang family was more than 200,000 kilometers away from the Divine City. Compared to the vast northern region, it was a very short distance. There were many countries in this area. After asking around, Yi Fan learned that the Jiang family lived in a holy land.